Chapter 160. Snail Village. Pei Mansion. The princes of the capital all had their own rules. The princes had 20 mu, the dukes had 15 mu, and the dukes, marquises, and earls had 10 mu. However, the countryside was not particular about this. The rebuilt Pei residence occupied 8 mu of land, which could be considered as avoiding arousing suspicion. A third of it was turned into a garden, with a pool of water in the garden that was connected to the river and was surrounded by corridors. Artificial mountains, lakes, and rocks were distributed, and there were also peach, orchid, chrysanthemum, and plum blossoms planted to appreciate the 4 seasons. There were also bamboo and banana trees. It's not bad at all, but it's a pity that it's stained with blood after a massacre. When Pei Ziyun reached his room, he saw that there was no one around. He then extended his finger, and a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and bigger until it became a translucent information interface floating in front of him. Mission: break through the gate of heaven and become a direct disciple. Completed. He stretched out his finger, and with a boom, a plum blossom appeared between his brows. First, a white petal appeared, followed by a red petal, and finally a yellow petal. Unfortunately, it was a transparent shadow. The plum blossom remained motionless between the eyebrows and disappeared after a while, as if it had never existed. The range of the legacy has expanded? Being able to absorb the legacy of an Earth immortal, that's not bad. It's just that how would I be able to find the legacy of an Earth immortal? It's too rare, too rare. It's basically impossible to find one. Pei Ziyun sighed. To him, this reward was of little value. Just as Pei Ziyun was deep in thought, he felt a buzzing sound, as if many memories were surfacing in his mind. So it turns out that once one becomes Een Master, their main focus is to use their divine abilities. Sect leader banished me for a year just because he didn't teach me divine arts? There's no such part in Martial Granduncle's memories. Martial Granduncle Xiang must be from Nanli, so was hidden and not passed down. AI, divine powers, and Dao arts are different. Dao arts have to be used in order to be effective. Divine powers, on the other hand, are like fixed skills. Once mastered, they can be maintained for a long period of time. No wonder Een Masters are so different. So there's more to it than meets the eye. There's still another mission, right? I can't possibly complete the yellow petals today, right? Pei Ziyun stretched out his finger and tapped on the information interface. The mission appeared. Destroy Xie Chengdong's forces in Ying Prefecture. Completed. Pei Ziyun tapped again, indicating that he was retrieving it. Buzz. Sure enough, the petal wasn't completed, but some new information flooded in. Another memory. Pei Ziyun downed his cup of wine in one gulp. He paused for a moment and stared off into the distance. If he was happy just now, then he was shocked. So the emperor died in the 13th year of his reign, and the temple was named Taizu. According to the original owner's history, the crown prince never had a son. The various kings fought for the throne, especially King Lu. Xie Chengdong had long since pledged his allegiance to King Lu. After King Lu ascended the throne, he was conferred the title of a true sovereign and led all the Taoist sects under the heavens. That was how he was able to wipe out all the Taoist sects and become the alliance leader. Finally, his fleshly body became a sage. Pei Ziyun's expression changed. It seemed like the chess pieces of the 18 prefectures had not only responded to Dark Altar's sect, but also to the revolution of the Imperial Qi. They had helped King Lu gather information and cooperated with him. Unknowingly, he had been dragged into the battle between the Crown Prince and King Lu. Pei Ziyun stood there for a long time before he sucked in a breath of cold air and mumbled to himself, "Fate really makes fools of us." All of a sudden, Pei Ziyun understood what was going on. The memories of the past and present lives were linked together. It was a vast and boundless heavenly secret that no one could stop. However, as he inserted himself into it, it was as though everything was mixed up and he could no longer see clearly. When the heavens unleash their killing intent, the stars shift. When the earth unleash its killing intent, dragons and snakes rise from the land. When humans unleash their killing intent, the heavens and earth turn upside down. When the heavens and men unite, The foundations are set in stone. I have to gain the support of those close to me. I have no way of avoiding this calamity. Pei Ziyin muttered to himself as his face turned gloomy. The original owner had never thought that he would hide so many important memories. No wonder he kept feeling that something was amiss. The original owner was betrayed and was deeply engraved in his heart. He was afraid that I wouldn't be willing to give up and complete the mission. Hence, he set up all sorts of restrictions, such as concealing Dao techniques and the secrets of the Yin Masters. All I wanted was to take advantage of the original owner and yet refuse to avenge him. That means I would rather die along with the secret than hand it over. Original owner, oh original owner, you've put so much effort into this, and yet all this has happened out of nowhere. Should I thank you, or should I hate you? Pei Ziyin asked. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't have thought much of it. However, Pei Ziyin knew very well how terrifying the emperor's power was. He stood there for a long time before walking out. Master, this spiritual medicine contains spiritual energy. It can cleanse the physical body and increase one's intelligence. It can also change one's foundation. It's very suitable for senior sister. Pei Ziyin looked at his master as he handed her a jade bottle. Yu Yinjun received the jade bottle and opened it. A faint fragrance wafted out from within the bottle. Just by smelling it, she felt much more refreshed. This is a medicinal pill made from spiritual medicine. Yu Yinjun looked at Pei Ziyin in shock. She hadn't heard of such a thing happening in the cultivation world for hundreds of years. Yes, it's a medicinal pill that I came across. It can improve one's physique. It's because of this medicinal pill that I was able to break through the gates of heaven and become a Yin master, Pei Ziyin said, giving himself a reason to improve so quickly. So that's how it is. No wonder you've improved so quickly. It's all because of this good fortune. I was right. But do you know that spiritual medicine is very beneficial to a Yin master? Yu Yinjun looked at Pei Ziyin and asked, Master, I've already broken through the gates of heaven and can slowly increase my spiritual energy. This little bit of intelligence is just icing on the cake for me. Although senior sister's improvement is very fast, her talent isn't the best. This medicinal pill can help senior sister improve her talent. In the future, breaking through the gates of heaven and becoming a Yin master would be much easier. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Yu Yinjun smiled. You're very kind. I shall accept it on behalf of your senior sister. At this point, the door opened and Chu Xiao walked in. Her face was full of smiles as she looked at Pei Ziyun. Thank you, junior brother. You're the best. Senior sister, why do you always like to eavesdrop? It's not a good habit. Pei Ziyun looked at Chu Xiao, feeling a headache coming on. If I hadn't eavesdropped, I wouldn't have known that junior brother had secretly prepared such a huge gift for me. Chu Xiao frowned as she spoke. Master, there's no time like the present. With this spiritual pill in our hands, we can't avoid the attention of others. Why don't we let senior sister consume it, and we can protect her? Pei Ziyun said. Yu Yinjun paced back and forth before looking at Chu Xiao. She then patted her head affectionately. Since you've said so, let's consume it. There are 2 more pills left for He Qing Qing and Liao Qing Yi to use. Pei Ziyin thought to himself, time waits for no man. In a quiet room, Yu Yinjun stood guard by his side. Chu Xiao retrieved the spiritual pill and consumed it. She then sat down in the quiet room and felt a warm sensation spreading throughout her body. Her breathing became steady and her mind became clearer and clearer. An indescribable feeling started to form within her. After some time, the effects of the pill started to spread. Chu Xiao's body was covered in dirt and filth. She could feel her stomach rumbling and her nose was filled with a foul stench. Chu Xiao hurriedly got up and went to the toilet. Yu Yinjun smiled and asked the person standing guard, Is the hot water ready? The hot water in the room is ready. Senior sister is going to have a hard time. Pei Ziyin looked at Yu Yinjun. The spiritual pill had cleansed her body of impurities. Chu Xiao had plenty of time to freshen up. Yu Yinjun then turned around and spoke to Pei Ziyun. Come here, I have something to ask you. Yes. Pei Ziyun followed Yu Yinjun down a corridor. Yu Yunjun's eyes were filled with a smile as she tapped on the railing and asked, "Ever since you came down from the mountain, you've been frowning. Is it because of the sect leader?" Pei Ziyun smiled bitterly and was about to speak when Yu Yunjun looked at him and spoke. "You don't have to worry. You're already a core disciple, and the sect leader can't be removed so easily. However, he's still the sect leader after all. Hence, the elder has punished you for a year. You just have to go out and play for a year." "Yes," Pei Ziyun replied. His face was filled with a bitter smile. He had been misunderstood. He then thought to himself, "What I'm worried about is young Master Xie and King Lu's palace. How can I break out of this situation? This is a huge matter, and not something that Holy Jail Sect or Jibei Ho can compare to." Just as he was thinking about this, there was a commotion outside the door. There was even the sound of drums being beaten. Pei Ziyin frowned as he walked out of the door. When he reached the door, he saw a bailiff rushing over. "Master Top Scorer, an imperial edict has arrived today. Would Master Top Scorer please prepare yourself? In 2 hours, an angel will announce the edict." "Why is there an imperial edict?" Pei Ziyin handed over 5 taels of silver as he asked. The bailiff took the 5 taels of silver and replied softly, "I have no idea. However, I've heard that this matter involves Master Top Scorer and your father. You've been bestowed with a title." "Bestowed with a title?" Pei Ziyin paused for some time before he understood. To a living person, it was a title. To a dead person, it was a gift. Although he didn't know why the emperor would suddenly bestow a title, he was someone who had studied etiquette before. He then instructed, "Quick, quick, call He Qing Qing over." He Qing Qing wasn't far from him. At this point, she hurried over. "Young chieftain, what instructions do you have for me?" "Bring some men and open the main door of the ancestral temple. Clean it up immediately." "Yes." Seeing that He Qing Qing had left, Pei Ziyun immediately changed into his top scorer's robes. It was said that the new imperial examinees were required to travel to the capital for the second year's examinations. They were also required to purchase their robes and insignia. The imperial examinees' robes were very similar to the robes of an official. He then turned to the village chief and instructed, "Hurry up and clean the roads. Sprinkle some water to get rid of the dust. Everyone else, stay at home and do not walk around." The village chief's legs were trembling as he acknowledged the order. When everything was done, Pei Ziyin walked towards the ancestral temple. Although this temple had only been built for a year, it didn't look like it had been built for a long time. Standing at the bottom of the stairs, Pei Ziyun took in 2 deep breaths of cold air. He then entered the temple and looked at the few memorial tablets on the table. He lit up a stick of incense and waited for it to burn. At this point, he could hear voices coming from outside. The remaining memorial tablets were moved to the side, leaving only 1 tablet. Originally, there wasn't much of a difference in status. However, now that there was an imperial edict bestowed upon him, everything was different. This wasn't fake. There was a huge difference in status between the people of the underworld. This was a gift. Pei Ziyin wanted to say something, but he remained silent. How could he tell the memorial tablet that his fate had entered a perilous and unpredictable place? He sighed and lit up another stick of incense before turning around and walking out. Chapter 161. The doors to the ancestral hall were wide open. Pei Ziyun and the distant relatives of the Pei family were waiting in front of the hall. A white-faced eunuch stepped forward, accompanied by an imperial bodyguard. He looked at the incense burner table in front of the ancestral hall and nodded, not lacking in manners. "Receive the edict." The eunuch held the imperial edict with both hands and walked forward to stand in front of the incense burner table. "Long live the emperor." Pei Ziyun, Pei Qianshi, and the rest of the Pei clan all knelt down. The edict states, "Ing Prefecture's high scholar, Yun's father, has cultivated and plowed the land. He is filial and does not forget his parents. His bow is still there and should be engraved in the ground. He bestows upon you the title of scholar. His mother, Lady Qian, has worked hard to raise you and has endured many hardships. Thus, he bestows upon you the title of ruin. Receive the decree." The eunuch said, "Thank you, long live the emperor." Pei Zi-yun and the rest of the people bowed again. The guard stepped forward, holding a silver tray with both hands. On the tray was a set of 7th-ranked children's clothing. Although it was only 7th-ranked, the children's crown was made of pearls, jade, and treasure pearls. Pei Qianshi's body trembled as she stepped forward to receive the reward. Pei Zi-yun stepped forward and received the imperial edict. When the imperial edict landed in Pei Zi-yun's hands, he took a closer look and saw that it was made of red silk with gold threads embroidered on it. At the beginning of the scroll was the word Imperial Edict, and at the end of the scroll was a seal that read Imperial Edict. Pei Zi-yun's master had already been formed. At this point, Pei Zi-yun could feel a powerful energy coursing through him. This energy wasn't from the imperial decree, as it was from the faint red qi surrounding the imperial decree. Instead, it was from the source of the imperial decree. "Please wait a moment, eunuch," Pei Zi-yun said. He was different from the ministers who were on official business. These eunuchs would return to their original status after receiving the emperor's decree. They would no longer be angels. "Master top scorer, please go ahead," the eunuch replied. Pei Zi-yun returned to the ancestral hall and placed the imperial decree in front of the altar. Placing it in the ancestral hall was just a formality. This kind of imperial decree could be kept in the family of the person and be passed down from generation to generation. After a while, it would be kept as a treasure. As soon as he placed it on the ground, the faint sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. Pei Zi-yun's vision changed. All he could see was a patch of grayish-black with a hint of white qi. The structure below looked familiar. It was the ancestral hall, just much bigger. The faint sound of a dragon's roar could be heard, and a clear white aura with a bit of red could be seen hanging down. Within the ancestral hall, Father Pei bowed and transformed into his official robes. His body glowed, and the walls of the ancestral hall rose up. There was a plaque in front of the door. "This is the true meaning of bringing honor to our ancestors. When the imperial court bestows a title, even if it's a martyr or a loyal guard, there's actually no difference between them and Scholar Lin. The only difference is the amount of imperial qi bestowed upon them. The perfected sovereigns conferred by the sect are far above them." Pei Zi-yun shook his head and sighed. He quickly walked out and invited the eunuchs into the banquet. He personally poured wine for them. Pei Qianshi was both sad and happy. She was grateful for the emperor's benevolence and happy for her son. Even though she didn't drink, she still drank a few cups of wine. "Eunuch, please come in and speak." Pei Zi-yun approached the eunuch and spoke softly. Hearing these words, the eunuch laughed. "Since top scorer Pei has invited me, how can I refuse?" Pei Zi-yun led the eunuch into a side room and retrieved 300 taels of silver from his robes. He then laughed. "Eunuch, you've traveled a long way and must be tired. Here's 300 taels of silver from Jing Rong Money House. I hope eunuch will accept it. It's just a little money for your tea." The eunuch glanced at the banknotes and saw that they were all from Jing Rong Money House. Each banknote was worth 100 taels of silver. His face beamed with joy. "Master top scorer is very considerate. You really understand my feelings. I shall not decline and accept it." The eunuch stretched out his hands and received the banknotes before stuffing them into his robes. The eunuch received the banknotes and looked around. His voice was slightly shrill as he whispered, "Master top scorer's gift is very valuable. I wonder what you want to ask me about?" Pei Zi-yun replied softly, "This humble subject is afraid. I wonder why the emperor has bestowed such an honor upon me. I would like to know the reason, and would like eunuch to enlighten me." "Haha, Master top scorer, I was wondering what you wanted to know. So it's this. Don't worry, Master top scorer. This is what you deserve." The eunuch laughed as he spoke. Seeing Pei Zi-yun's puzzled face, he whispered, "This matter isn't about the emperor, it's about the crown prince. Master top scorer, on your way to the capital city, did you save a woman?" The eunuch asked as he looked around cautiously. "Did that happen? What does that have to do with anything?" Pei Zi-yun asked, somewhat surprised. Could it be that the woman he saved was a member of the royal family? The eunuch replied, "The crown prince was overjoyed to have a grandson. The emperor was overjoyed. His grace spread throughout the lands." Since Master Top Scorer was recommended by the Crown Prince, it must have something to do with this. The eunuch looked at Pei Zi Yun and felt envious. Although the imperial concubine wasn't the Crown Prince's concubine, she was the mother of the Crown Prince's only son. What? The Crown Prince is overjoyed to have a grandson? Pei Zi Yun was shocked. This news hadn't spread far and wide. According to the original owner's memories, the Crown Prince didn't have a son. King Lu dared to fight for the throne and even usurped it. Whether the Crown Prince had a son or not was a matter of fate. Could it be that the woman he had saved on his way to the capital city had given birth to a son for the Crown Prince? Pei Zi Yun looked at the eunuch and understood that this eunuch must have been envious of him. No wonder he was so polite. However, he knew the history of the Crown Prince. At first, I only knew of Xie Changdong. Then I knew of King Lu. Now I know that the Crown Prince has a son. Now that the Crown Prince has a son, there's a high chance that he will inherit the throne. Since I've offended King Lu, I have no choice but to be his enemy. But if King Lu were to ascend the throne, I would have to face the combined forces of the Taoist sects and the other Taoist sections. Perhaps there's a chance now. Can the Crown Prince be trusted? Can he ascend the throne? At that moment, Pei Zi Yun's mind was racing. Master Top Scorer, Master Top Scorer? The eunuch looked at Pei Zi Yun's shocked face and hurriedly called out to him. It's just that I heard something big and was a little stunned. I hope eunuch will forgive me. Pei Zi Yun snapped out of his daze and smiled. The eunuch was just as kind. Master Top Scorer, it looks like the rumors are true. You've done a great deed for the Crown Prince and the Empire. Since you've entered the Taoist sects, the rewards have been given to your parents. However, this is nothing. You'll be blessed in the future. The eunuch's tone was filled with envy. He had saved the Crown Prince's grandson and had done a great deed for the Crown Prince. As long as the Crown Prince was able to ascend the throne, he would be blessed in the future. If the Crown Prince was able to ascend the throne, he would be blessed by the second-generation emperor. Servants, serve this eunuch some tea. Pei Zi Yun instructed. The eunuch then thought of something and said, Master Top Scorer, tea is a small matter. It's just that I've long heard of Master Top Scorer's literary reputation. I would like to invite you to compose a poem for me, so that I can carry it around with me. Hearing these words, Pei Zi Yun paused for some time. Initially, there was still a chance for him to reconcile with King Lu. However, now that there was no chance for him to do so, he decided to befriend this eunuch and ask him to do him a favor in the future. Pei Zi Yun then asked, which poem would eunuch like to write? A servant served tea, which the eunuch received. Hearing Pei Zi Yun's reply, he laughed out, Master Top Scorer is really straightforward. You think highly of us, unlike the other officials. When I was in the palace, I loved it when Master Top Scorer served me wine. I would like to ask Master Top Scorer to be fair, and I would be eternally grateful. Would eunuch please wait for a moment? Bring me a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Pei Zi Yun instructed. Before long, someone brought the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone over. Pei Zi Yun spread out the paper and placed a paperweight on it. The eunuch stepped forward. I shall grind the ink for Master Top Scorer. As he spoke, he picked up the ink and started grinding it. After some time, the ink was ready. Pei Zi Yun took out a brush and dipped it into the ink before writing. Don't you see, the waters of the Yellow River flow from the heavens to the sea, never to return. Good poem, good words. Master Top Scorer's words have a different meaning to them. The eunuch complimented. Pei Zi Yun didn't speak as he continued writing. His strokes were swift and powerful, like a flying dragon or a flying phoenix. He continued writing until he reached the last line. Whoever shall exchange it for good wine. Together, we shall share the sorrow of eternity. Pei Zi Yun kept his brush as the eunuch clapped his hands. What a great poem. Now that I've received Master Top Scorer's calligraphy, I shall return to the palace full of envy. Pei Zi Yun didn't speak. The eunuch received the poem and seemed very satisfied. He then approached Pei Zi Yun and whispered, Since Master Top Scorer has agreed to my request, I shall not be stingy. Let me tell Master Top Scorer a rumor. It said that the Crown Prince has a son, and King Lu is enraged. Master Top Scorer, please be careful. When Pei Ziyun heard this, his face fell. The eunuch straightened his back and shouted, "Many thanks, Master Top Scorer, for the tea. I cannot stay any longer. I have to return to the capital to report to the emperor. Master Top Scorer shall take his leave." "I still don't know eunuch's name." Pei Ziyun hurriedly asked. "My surname is Liu. Master Top Scorer, you can call me Eunuch Liu." The eunuch bade farewell as Pei Ziyun walked him out. His guard stood by his side as they left, disappearing into the distance. Pei Ziyun turned around and retracted his gaze. He then took several steps before sighing. Eunuch Liu had sounded the alarm earlier. If King Liu wanted to take revenge, how could he avoid it? Snail Village couldn't stay any longer. Nobody knew how magnanimous King Liu was. Just as Pei Ziyun was thinking about this, the village chief led the villagers to congratulate him. This is worthy of celebration. Master Top Scorer is truly a man of fortune. The Pei family has brought honor to their ancestors. This is the first time in hundreds of years that Snail Village has had such a joyous occasion. The village chief came forward to congratulate him, and Pei Ziyun responded to him. Since the imperial edict had been announced, there would be many people coming to congratulate him in the next few days. "Old Madam Pei, your family has produced a good son. Not only is his name spread far and wide, he even helped you and your family fight for official positions. How enviable." A middle-aged woman spoke to Pei Qianshi. Pei Ziyun looked at the smile on Pei Qianshi's face and felt his heart tighten. However, his face didn't show it. "Mother, today is a joyous occasion. We have to make preparations and host a banquet for everyone. I'll leave that to you." Pei Qianshi smiled as she spoke. The Pei family had brought honor to their ancestors, and they would die without regrets. "Yes, mother. I shall make the arrangements now. When this is over, you should return to the prefecture. I have to travel outside as well. If you stay home alone, you'll be lonely." Pei Ziyun said. Good. Pei Qianshi's face was full of smiles as she replied. In the next few days, he would send his mother and Liao Qingyi to Fu Mansion. With his master taking care of them, they would be safer, but it was hard to say. In the past, when he was fighting against Holy Jail Sect, his master was able to protect them. But what about King Liu? Not to mention Fu Mansion, even the entire Free Cloud Sect might not be able to protect them. However, there was no other way. At least it was safer than staying in the village. Besides, he couldn't stay in the village. As this thought flashed past his mind, Pei Ziyun suppressed it and sighed. "AI, a storm is brewing." Chapter 162. Ing Prefecture, Prefecture City. On the ox cart, Liao Qingye was lying gently in Pei Ziyun's arms. She opened the curtains of the carriage and looked out at the crowd. The little girl looked at the crowd selling kites outside and turned to look at Pei Ziyun. "Big brother, bring me to fly kites next time. I've never flown kites with you." She tugged at Pei Ziyun's sleeves as she spoke. She then lowered her head and said, "In the past, when father was still alive, he always said he would bring me to fly kites. But we've never done it." Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun looked at her and saw tears in her eyes. "All right, I'll bring you next time." Pei Ziyun patted Liao Qingye's head and said, flying kites with father was something she would never have in this lifetime, but he could make it up to her. "Thank you, big brother." The little girl heard Pei Ziyun's reply and smiled. She then stretched out her chubby little hands and hugged Pei Ziyun tightly. Her skinny little hands were now chubby. "Young master, we've arrived at Fu Mansion." The ox cart driver spoke as Pei Ziyun alighted from the carriage. A group of people were already waiting at the entrance to help his family settle down. When they entered the main hall, High Scholar Fu said, "Have a seat. I know you haven't eaten yet. I've already instructed the kitchen to prepare some snacks. Have some." Pei Ziyun waved his hands and picked up a piece before asking, "How's the situation in Prefecture City now?" High Scholar Fu didn't know what Pei Ziyun was thinking and replied, "The city is under the control of the governor. After a year of experimentation, the 3 ports have been set up and are now operating at 200,000 taels of silver. The Imperial Court has already moved the governor's office to the governor's office. I've heard that the governor has plans to expand the city and can't be the only port in Ing Prefecture. What about Ji Ho? Pei Ziyan glanced at High Scholar Fu and asked. Not bad. I've heard that he took off his armor and was rewarded by the emperor. Now I've heard that he's formed a fleet to trade with Japan and is earning quite a bit. Fleet profit. Pei Ziyan stood up and took 2 steps forward. He knew of the profits involved. If it were in the past, he would definitely join in. However, he didn't have a heart to do so now. He stood at the door and looked out, not speaking for a long time. High Scholar Fu asked, I've heard that your family has been bestowed a title by the emperor and wanted to congratulate you. I wanted to congratulate you. Why are you looking like this? Pei Ziyan laughed bitterly and shook his head. Fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. At this point, a servant from within the Fu mansion stepped forward with a letter in his hand. In a low voice, he said, Young master, just now the 3rd young master of the home mansion sent someone to deliver a letter. Pei Ziyan received the letter and tore it open, revealing Wei Ang's handwriting. Brother Pei, it's been a few months since we last met. Although there have been some misunderstandings, I do not wish for our friendship to be spoiled because of this. I hope that Brother Pei will come and allow me to apologize to you. We shall meet at the Tang Gong Temple, and I hope that Brother Ziyun will come personally. Tang Gong Temple? Isn't it the place where you and Wei Ang were assassinated? Looking at the letter, Pei Ziyun hesitated. He then looked at the servant. Is the person who delivered the letter still around? Young master, the person who delivered the letter left after delivering the letter, the man quickly replied. All right, you can leave now. Pei Ziyan waved his hands and hurriedly finished his meal. He paced around the courtyard, his expression unreadable as he looked up at the sky. After a while, he returned to his room, retrieved some money, and left. As the night deepened, there was no sound from the mountain path. Only the sound of the wind could be heard, carrying with it a chill. The Tang Gong Temple had long since closed its doors and extinguished its lights. In front of the temple, Pei Ziyun stood at the edge of the cliff. Looking down, he could see the distant capital city. At this point, there were still many households with lanterns hanging in front of their doors. Some had oil lamps lit up in their homes, causing the entire city to be illuminated. Pei Ziyan looked at this scene and sighed. Seeing that there was no one around, he turned around and tapped the ground. Immediately, the ground caved in, revealing a huge pit. Pei Ziyan then buried the bag that he was carrying on his back into the pit. He covered it with dirt, revealing a thin thread. He then placed a piece of stone on top of the thread. Using his Dao arts, the stone seemed to have taken root. The top of the mountain, the empty ground, and the pavilions were all buried in several places. The fuse was placed on top of the stone and held in place using Dao arts. All he had to do was to use a sword to pry it open and light it up. After settling all these matters, Pei Ziyun entered the Tang Gong Temple and bowed deeply. Sorry to disturb you, Tang Gong. If there are any disturbances in the future, I shall make it up to you. As he finished speaking, he looked up at the stars in the sky and sighed. Wei Ang, you and I are not only fellow brothers, but we share the same interests. I hope that things will not develop to the point where it is difficult to predict my life and death. Winter, light snow. Several days later, Pei Ziyun carried his umbrella and sword as he walked up the mountain path. This was his 2nd time coming here. The mountain was lush, and the forest was thick. Although it was winter, the sound of pine trees could be heard. As he climbed up, Wei Ang was already waiting for him at a pavilion. In front of him was a tea table. Within the pavilion, a pot of water was boiling. Seeing Pei Ziyun, Wei Ang greeted him. You're here. The last time we talked about tasting tea together. Today, I've obtained some tea leaves. Let's drink together. Pei Ziyun walked up to Wei Ang and sat opposite him. Wei Ang picked up a teacup and poured some tea into it. He then rolled up his sleeves and poured the boiling water into the teacup. A sizzling sound could be heard. Wei Ang then said, Please. Pei Ziyun received the teacup in front of him and looked at the emerald color of the tea. The fragrance of the tea wafted through the air, and he smiled. All right. He fiddled with the teacup, but did not drink it. He then heard Wei Ang say, I wonder if junior brother Pei has composed any new poems recently? Hearing Wei Ang's words, Pei Ziyin placed the teacup down and looked at him. Wei Ong, we've known each other for a long time, and yet you still don't understand me. Without wine, there can't be a poem. Indeed, I've forgotten. Men, bring me some wine. Wei Ong ordered. Pei Ziyin smiled and waved his hands. There's no need. I brought some myself. As he said this, he retrieved a silver flask from his robes and gulped down a mouthful of wine. He then stood up and started reciting. If life is like the first time we met, why does the autumn wind grieve the painting fan? The heart of an old friend changes, but the heart of an old friend changes easily. Outside the pavilion, it was snowing lightly, as the snowflakes fell gently, bringing with them a chill. When Pei Ziyin finished reciting the poem, Wei Ang's face turned pale. He paused for some time before sighing. What a good poem. No wonder you're the wine immortal. You're right. If life is like the first time we met, how wonderful it is. As soon as Wei Ong finished speaking, he grabbed a teacup and threw it on the ground. Following this sound, a large number of soldiers rushed out from within the temple. Wei Ong then retreated hastily and hid among the soldiers. He then continued, even if I don't have this family in my next life, I still wish to be friends with you. At this point, the soldiers parted, and a eunuch walked out from within the crowd. The eunuch's face was pale and beardless, and he had a dignified expression on his face. Master Top Scorer is truly talented. I was touched by your poem as well. However, you've spoiled my master's plans. Today, I'll have to borrow your head. Pei Ziyin stood within the pavilion and looked around. He noticed that these people were all clad in armor and had shields protecting their hearts. All of them had swords unsheathed and were waiting for something. His expression turned serious. King Lu's black robe guards? Has Ji Beiho colluded with King Lu? I'll let you down. Wei Ong spoke out from within the crowd. His expression was somber. However, this isn't considered collusion. King Lu is the ruler, and we are his subjects. Since the ruler has given his orders, the subjects have to obey. That's right. Master Top Scorer has good eyesight. It's a pity that you drank the poisoned tea and died without suffering any pain, and even left your corpse intact. You didn't drink it, and now you're left with your weapons. I've heard that you become a Master Taoist master. Do you think you can use your Tao arts in front of me? 3 years ago, the leader of the cave spiritual monastery was also a Master Taoist master. However, he was disrespectful to my master. I brought a group of soldiers and chopped off his head. The eunuch saw that Pei Ziyin wasn't moved at all. He then laughed coldly. Master Top Scorer, I've had plenty of experience dealing with Taoists like you. Do you think I'm joking? As he spoke, he retrieved an insignia, which had dragon inscriptions on it. He then shouted out, King Lu has given his orders. Pei Ziyun's crimes cannot be pardoned. Kill him. Boom. Pei Ziyin could hear the roar of a dragon. His entire body froze. His powers were still present, but he couldn't use them. Haha, without your Tao arts, even if you're strong, how many of my soldiers can you kill? The eunuch spoke as the soldiers charged towards him. Ha ha ha. Pei Ziyin laughed out loud as he looked at the soldiers in front of him. He then looked at Wei Ong, who was hidden amongst the crowd. You're my good friend, and yet you've come this far. Hearing these words, Wei Ong raised his head and shouted, Wait. Hearing Wei Ang's words, the soldiers stopped in their tracks. Wei Ong seemed to have made up his mind as he looked at Pei Ziyin. His face was filled with guilt. Although we've only known each other for a short period of time, I've always treated you with sincerity and treated you like a friend. It's just that, as a member of Home Mansion, I have no choice. I've thought about it for a long time and finally understood. I am the third young master of Ji Beiho. Without Home Mansion, I have nothing. Wei Ong spoke as his face turned calm. But don't worry, I will take care of your mother. As long as I'm alive, I will not allow her to be bullied by anyone. Haha, Wei Ong, you said it well. But I can return these words to you. If it's possible, I shall spare your family's bloodline. Consider it as a token of our friendship. Pei Ziyun smiled coldly, without any hint of desperation. You? Wei Ong shouted out. Kill him. The eunuch felt that something was amiss, and his hair stood on end. He then gave the order to the soldiers on his left and right. Wei Ong, do you know why I'm fighting for this time? Pei Ziyin laughed out loud as he reached out from his sleeves and lit a match. He then took a step forward and used his sword to pick up a piece of stone. He then tossed the match into the fire. Pei Ziyin then hesitated no longer as he leapt towards a cliff. He turned around and smiled, "Goodbye." As he said this, he jumped off the cliff. No, run. Weiyang felt a sense of fear creeping up his spine. He turned around and tried to escape. He had only taken a few steps when he heard a loud boom. The entire pavilion flew up into the sky, along with many of its limbs. Even if your soldiers are as numerous as the clouds, do you think you can fight against my gunpowder? And it's mixed with poisonous gunpowder. Pei Ziyin jumped off the cliff and felt his entire body lighten. The Tao restrictive spells had disappeared. He then stretched out a finger and a piece of cloth on his body unfurled. It transformed into a pair of wings as he glided off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Chapter 163. Pei Ziyin looked back and saw that the sky had darkened. Blood, flesh, and rocks were falling from the sky, causing the cliffs to shake. Pei Ziyin's heart was filled with sorrow. Many a time, he had no control over his own life. When he and Weiyang first met, there was no conflict between them. In fact, they appreciated each other. Weiyang had the demeanor of a noble from the ancient times. As time passed, their friendship deepened. However, because of the war of conquering the country, Weiyang had colluded with King Lu to set up a trap to kill him. If it weren't for the fact that Pei Ziyin felt that something was amiss, he would have been the one to die. Just as he was thinking about this, Pei Ziyin felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if he had been hit in the head by a hammer. He reached out to wipe his hand and realized that his hand was red. Pei Ziyin coughed loudly as blood flowed from his nose and mouth. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. So, using external forces to kill an official would result in a backlash, but it's much lighter than an assassination attempt. Pei Ziyin thought to himself as he heard someone shouting from below. "Quick, run. It's a demon. The bird demon is here. Quick, run. The bird demon wants to eat you. Quick, run." Someone shouted from below, as well as the sound of people running. Hearing these words, Pei Ziyin looked down and saw a group of woodcutters throwing away the firewood in their hands as they ran into the forest, afraid that the bird demon would pounce on them. Pei Ziyin laughed bitterly. The so-called wings were actually just a parachute. It couldn't fly and could only glide down to the ground. Pei Ziyin then retrieved a handkerchief from his robes and wiped it. The handkerchief was stained with blood, and it was terrifying. Pei Ziyin turned around and saw a group of people moving around the temple. Pei Ziyin felt blood dripping from his nose again as he wiped it off with the handkerchief. He then laughed bitterly. When a simple martial artist kills someone, he will be hunted down and not suffer any backlash. But when I kill someone without using Tao arts, I still suffer backlash. This is the tragedy of being a Taoist. Pei Ziyin revealed a cold smile. It seemed like he had killed an important person, which was why he was suffering such a backlash. Is this eunuch of the 5th or 6th rank? As he finished laughing, the wings transformed back into a piece of cloth. He wiped the blood off his face and turned around to leave. He then washed his face and took out a makeup box to apply his makeup. His eyebrows were a little longer, his nose was a little straighter, his eyes were a little dimmer, his skin was a little more yellow, and he had a little more beard. He looked like a completely different person. Not far from the foot of the mountain was the town market, Tonghua Restaurant. This was a newly built 2-story building with 2 to 3 feet of ice hanging from the eaves. The door was open, and many people poured in to order food and eat. Pei Ziyin walked into the restaurant and glanced around before heading upstairs. When he reached the 2nd floor, he chose a seat by the window and sat down. The waiter then approached him. "Give me a flask of osmanthus wine, a plate of pig's ears, and a plate of beef." "Young master, please wait a moment." These were all cold dishes, and very few of them were on hand. The waiter brought the wine and meat over and placed them on the table. Pei Ziyin retrieved a pill from within his robes and placed it into his wine cup. He then poured some osmanthus flower wine into his cup, causing the pill to dissolve. Pei Ziyan took the cup and gulped it down in one gulp. He then looked out at the street, feeling a sense of melancholy in his heart. This is a pill that I concocted myself in the past. I thought it would be useless, but now that I'm injured, it's just right for me to use. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Pei Ziyan turned around and saw a man dressed in embroidered robes with a cold expression on his face. A waiter walked up to him, but the man waved his hands. "There's no need. I'm looking for someone." The man's gaze swept around before stopping on Pei Ziyan. Pei Ziyan's hands fell to the side of his body as he held onto the hilt of his sword. The man didn't seem to mind as he sat down in front of Pei Ziyan. He then looked at the waiter and shouted, "Waiter, give me another cup and chopsticks." "Yes, please wait a moment," the waiter replied. He then turned around and spoke in a low voice. "Master top scorer, you're truly impressive and capable. King Lu and Home Mansion had more than 100 men surrounding you. You killed 13 of them and blew up 26 others. That's not all. Even Assistant Minister Qi of King Lu's mansion was killed by the explosion. He was an instructor in the Imperial Library, and one of the 5 eunuchs that the Emperor bestowed upon King Lu. He even blinded third young Master Wei in one of his eyes. His face was disfigured, and he fell unconscious. Now Home Mansion and the prefecture government are in chaos." Pei Ziyan raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. "How did you find me?" "Guest, the bowls and chopsticks you ordered are here." The waiter placed the bowls and chopsticks in front of the man. The man picked up a pair of chopsticks and picked up a piece of pig's ear. He then threw it into his mouth and chewed. "Master top scorer, although you've put on makeup, you haven't changed your clothes. Look at your physique, height, and sword. It wasn't difficult to find you." The man's words were filled with confidence. "Which family are you from?" Pei Ziyan looked at the man and asked coldly. He didn't believe this man's words. The fact that he was able to find him so quickly meant that he had been watching him for a long time. "Young master, if I'm an enemy, I should have reported to you earlier. Why should I waste my time talking to you?" The man looked at Pei Ziyan and spoke softly. "I'm a subordinate of the Crown Prince, and I'm in charge of 100 households. The Imperial concubine sends her greetings to you. Many years ago, you saved her and her grandson's lives. If Master Top Scorer has any difficulties, the Imperial concubine says that she will do her best to solve them." This lowly official arrived late. "I didn't expect King Lu to be so violent and direct. If you say that I didn't expect this, I don't believe you." Pei Ziyan stared at the official as he spoke. The official sighed and placed his chopsticks down. "There are many things that even the Imperial concubine is powerless to do. The Imperial concubine only wants to repay her kindness." Hearing these words, Pei Ziyan didn't speak. He picked up a jug of wine and poured himself a cup. Gulp. He finished the entire cup in one gulp, and his face regained some color. Seeing Pei Ziyan like this, the official sighed and took a sip as well. "Master Top Scorer, what request do you have? I can arrange it." Pei Ziyan picked up the wine cup and muttered to himself, "I don't have many requests. I just hope that my mother in Snail Village won't be implicated. As for me, I want to roam the world and go wherever I please. What do you think?" When the official heard these words, a look of admiration flashed past his eyes. He then retracted it and said, "Master Top Scorer is indeed an intelligent man. My requests aren't outrageous. I've already arranged everything. I won't ruin your plans and won't implicate your family and friends." Pei Ziyan picked up the wine cup. His face was filled with melancholy. If he was really a 17 or 18-year-old youth, no matter how intelligent he was, he would still be limited by his experiences. He would then ask the Crown Prince to step in and stop him. If not, who would help the Crown Prince? It was a pity that he was a transmigrator. He knew very well that even if one were to buy a bone with 1,000 gold, it had to be the bone of a 1,000-mile horse. A top scorer, a poem, and an master Taoist master. Were they the bones of a 1,000-mile horse? That depended on the occasion. Most of the time they were. However, the Crown Prince and King Lu were still far from being comparable. The Crown Prince was the Crown Prince after all. If he wanted to inherit the throne, he had to watch and not do anything. That was the only way to stabilize his position. If not, he would be feared by the emperor. From the actions of this official, it could be seen that the crown prince was an intelligent man. Now, he even had the intention to fight the tiger. Pei Zi-yun had no choice but to fall into the trap. AI, this is the ancient times. Even if the emperor admired my talents, to the emperor, my position was too low. If I die, then so be it. To be able to observe the temperament of the crown prince and King Lu, not to mention one Pei Zi-yun, even if 100 of them were to die, it would be worth it. The crown prince is the same. Every move he makes is watched by the entire world. Even if I have done him a meritorious deed, my position is too low. It's not enough for the crown prince to make a move. In fact, the fact that the crown prince was willing to send an official to help me secretly was already a rare act of kindness. The ancient times were like this. The modern times are just better on the surface. Waiter, bill please. Pei Zi-yun thought it through as he took out a tael of silver and placed it on the table. He then turned around to leave. Young master, please be careful on your journey. If you need any help, we will help you. The official stood up. His expression was unreadable. I got it. Pei Zi-yun walked down the stairs. King Lu, crown prince. Pei Zi-yun's eyes flashed. It looked like they were all scheming against each other. He glanced at the restaurant and sighed. A sense of fear, anger, and anxiety welled up in his heart. King Lu, since you're forcing me, I have no other choice. You and Xie Chengdong are one and the same, and it's inevitable that you'll be enemies. I didn't expect you to meet each other so soon. Original owner, you've caused me so much trouble. But since that's the case, Xie Chengdong and your henchmen, I shall kill them all, at least to the extent that I know of. Just as he was thinking this, an information interface appeared before his eyes. A new mission appeared. Mission: eradicate Xie Chengdong's forces in Ying, Yong, and Liang prefectures. Pei Zi-yun glanced at it once and was about to close it. However, a message was transmitted to him. Pei Zi-yun's face fell as his muscles twitched. Original owner, I really want to kill you. Mission completed. You will receive a direct divine ability, convert reputation points. The spiritual chi in this world was extremely sparse. To reach the 10 levels of the foundation, one had to cultivate chi and convert it into spiritual energy. Apart from this, there was no way to breathe in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Only paradise had some. The spiritual chi in this world was sparse. Without paradise, one would not be able to become an earth immortal. So the plum blossom had a divine ability to convert reputation points into spiritual chi. It was no wonder that the original owner only became a rogue cultivator after 5 years and was able to open the gates of heaven in just a few years. It was no wonder that Xie Chengdong had turned the impossible into the possible. His physical body became a saint, and he was the first person to become an immortal. This is so exciting, and it makes me even angrier. Original owner, did you predict that this day would come, and purposely hid your key memories and skills from me, causing me to fall into such a predicament that I have no choice but to avenge you? Pei Zi-yun mumbled to himself. In all fairness, if he had known that this would happen, why would he have stepped into this quagmire? He had already planned to find another way, but it was too late now. The only thing he could do now was to defeat Xie Chengdong and King Lu. Original owner, you're so scheming. After being imprisoned for so many years, you've really learned your lesson. People were walking back and forth. Snow started to fall from the sky, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold. Home mansion, more than 20 corpses were lying on the ground, their limbs torn apart. Master Ho, that bastard had gone mad. He buried explosives at the top of the mountain. Within the explosives, there were poisoned metal pieces. He killed 13 people on the spot, and 10 more people died. Young master led some people there, and now, bring me to him, Jibeiho said coldly. The butler led the way as they entered the room. When they looked around, they saw Wei Yong lying on the bed. His entire body was bandaged up, and his face was covered in wounds. One of his eyes had been destroyed, and he was still unconscious. Seeing Wei Yong in front of him, Jibeiho lowered his body and called out softly, "My son, Wei Yong, little Long." Out of his 3 sons, Wei Ong was the suave and elegant one. Although he often scolded him for being naive and childish, he loved him the most. Now that he had become like this, Ji Bei-ho pulled out his blade and sliced the table in half. Ji Bei-ho was enraged. Pei Ziyun, you're really fast at escaping. Oof. Gather your troops immediately. I'm going to kill your whole family, confiscate your house, and kill your whole family. Let's see if you'll come. Chapter 164. Yes, Master Ho. The soldier was about to leave when Shunji barged in. When he heard these words, he hurriedly shouted, "Wait! What? Even you want to stop me?" Ji Bei-ho asked in a low voice. "Master, how would I dare to stop you? I can kill him, but his family." Shunji looked at Ji Bei-ho fiercely. He knew that if he didn't have a good reason, he would be killed. He then whispered to Ji Bei-ho. Ji Bei-ho's expression froze for a long time before he spoke. "What? Crown Prince?" Ji Bei-ho shouted out in anger as his blade flashed. A serving maid who was standing by his side screamed out in pain as she fell to the ground, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Yong Prefecture, Liquan County, the sky was pitch black, and the clouds were so thick that the stars could not be seen. The north wind blew, causing snowflakes to fall. However, one could still see a few people dressed in black with leggings tied around their legs. They were wearing fast shoes as they sprinted across the river. "Quick, run! That person is coming." I didn't expect him to find us. Not only did he kill the sect leader, he even killed the clan leader. We are the sect leader's trusted aides. I'm afraid he won't let us off. One of the black-robed men said to his subordinates. This time, if they hadn't gone out to earn some money, none of them would have been able to escape. When they saw the person chasing after the clan leader, they wanted to save him. They didn't expect the clan leader to be killed in less than 3 moves. "Quick, quick! That person must have discovered us. As long as we reach the river, there's a boat there. We can take the boat and swim down the river. That person won't be able to catch up to us. When that happens, we can report this to the sect leader." The black-robed man was thinking clearly as he made arrangements for his subordinates. The river in front of them was nearing, and a few of them could see the rushing river water. When the water hit the boat, it was covered in white foam. The few of them ran for their lives, as if there was a monster behind them. When they saw the boat in front of them, they leaped onto it and impatiently took out bamboo poles to push the boat down the river. The few men behind them leapt onto the boat as well and looked up into the night sky, their faces filled with fear. When they reached the river, they heaved a sigh of relief. "Branch leader, who is this person? Why is he chasing after us?" Someone asked in a low voice, his voice trembling. "Which underworld person is so ruthless?" "Who knows? News has been coming in these past few days. It said that many halls have been attacked and many of our brothers have been killed. I'm afraid only a few of us are left now. Damn it, we don't even know who we killed. However, if we take the boat downstream, it will be difficult to catch up even if we ride a horse." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard the sound of water. There were no stars in the dark night. How could he see clearly? In his panic, the boat sank. Under the light of the lantern, a man wearing a woven rush raincoat was standing at the bow of the boat. The Duoju fiercely pulled out his saber and shouted, "You! Who are you? Why do you want to kill us? We have no enmity in the past, no enmity in the recent days." His voice was stuttering, and his face was filled with fear. "Why are you forcing us?" The people behind the branch leader were all trembling. One of them seemed to be throwing caution to the wind as he spoke loudly. This man in the woven rush raincoat had killed every single person in the entire White Mountain society. There were many highly skilled fighters within the society. "Actually, I didn't want to kill you. It's just that you followed the wrong person. Who asked you to be Qin Gao's henchman? There are people who wish for you to die, and I wish for you to die as well. I can only kill you one by one and not leave any loose ends." The man in the woven rush raincoat was none other than Pei Ziyun. "No, you are not a human. You are a demon." The branch leader looked at Pei Ziyun with fear in his eyes. This man in front of him had killed so many people, and yet he still refused to let them go. If he wasn't a demon, what was he? Actually, if there was a choice, who would choose to kill? Pei Zi-yun mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with confusion. The branch leader looked at Pei Zi-yun before shouting out, "Brothers, run!" The boat wasn't very big. When the branch leader charged forward, the boat started to sway. Pei Zi-yun unsheathed his sword. In a flash, the branch leader didn't even have time to react before he fell to the ground. "Run! Don't be too hard." Before the branch leader could finish speaking, he stopped breathing. Blood flowed from his neck. It was bright red. Splash! The rest of them jumped into the river. Pei Zi-yun looked at them and shook his head. Even if these people were adept at swimming, what could they do? Would they be able to escape? The river was icy cold. One of them swam for an unknown distance before raising his head to take a breath of fresh air. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a flash of cold light, and a drop of blood oozed out from his forehead. His body fell into the river and flowed downstream. Pei Zi-yun looked around and took out another needle. If he hadn't become a master, he might have been able to escape in different directions. But now he could only kill them one by one. He kicked out, and the wooden plank landed on the surface of the river. Pei Zi-yun tapped the wooden plank on the ground and stabbed his sword into the water. Bubbles started to form, and the surface of the water was dyed red. On the beach, a man ran forward. These people were all members of the water division and were adept at swimming. They scattered in all directions. This man crawled ashore, and his body was trembling. He took a deep breath and looked behind him. When he realized that there was no one around, he mumbled to himself, "Where did this death god come from? He killed all our brothers. Branch leader, old Han, old Jiang, will I ever have the chance to avenge you in this lifetime?" There's no more. He heard the sound of a gust of wind behind him, and before he could turn around, he felt a cold sensation on his neck. The sword had pierced through his skin and was pulled out. This person did not feel pain, only cold. An irresistible chill quickly took over his body and mind as he spat out blood. In an instant, he fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. Pei Zi-yun sheathed his sword and remained silent. This man's eyes were wide open, as though he had died with a grievance. Pei Zi-yun looked into the distance, and his heart was filled with melancholy. The wind blew past, and the withered grass swayed in the wind. Pei Zi-yun sighed. It's the new year again. Thinking back to last year, Liao Ge and I brought our troops and went to the capital city. That's right, Liao Ge was really pitiful. He died, and his only daughter was being oppressed by his own clan members. If I hadn't rushed over, she would have been dead. The worst thing was because his rank was too low, the officials did not give him a posthumous title. Posthumous titles referred to how the country treated the deceased. Those who lost a posthumous title would be in hell, while those who gained would be in heaven. Some people thought that this was a way for the emperor to control his officials. Not only the officials, even the emperor believed in it. The most unique thing was that in his original world, Chao Rui had given himself a posthumous title of Ming before he had even died. According to the legends, Ming Wuzong's grand scholar Li Dongyang refused to die. When the grand scholar Yang Yiqing visited him, he only said one thing, which was that after his death, the court would give him a posthumous title of Wenjing. When the dying Li Dongyang heard this, he jumped up and kowtowed on his bed in gratitude. All of these were regrettable. In his original world, regardless of whether this was true or not, in this world, posthumous titles were very useful in the spiritual realm. However, not all officials had them. According to the rules of the dynasty, only the emperor, duke, marquis, count, and other officials of the third rank and above could be given posthumous titles. This Liao Ge did not have this right. As for bestowing an official position, the requirements were much lower, but it was not common either. As for the relatives and students of the deceased, they would be given posthumous titles. These were not useful to the deceased and were not worth mentioning. Liao Ge, you won't be doing well underground. I shall burn some joss paper for you when I get back. Pei Zi-yun spoke as he thought to himself. Now it's time to go to Liang Prefecture. Not only are there people I want to kill there, there's also the legacy I want. This legacy is a divine ability that can reduce the backlash from official qi. It was left behind by Jingming Daoist. It said that Jingming Daoist had killed several officials and was able to escape with his life. It said that this divine ability can reduce the backlash from official qi. King Lu, Jibei Ho, all of them were officials, and all of them had imperial qi. Killing a chess piece was like scraping off the surface of the imperial qi and would not harm the foundation of the imperial qi. It's time to go to Liang Prefecture. Pei Ziyan laughed as he took a step out. Snowflakes landed on his body, turning it white. Camp tent the wind was chilly as it sliced through the tent like a knife. It felt as though it was about to flip the tent over. Within the tent, a bonfire was lit. There was even a stove with charcoal burning within. The entire tent was warm and warm. At this point, two men were talking at a table within the tent. Eunuch Ding, it's a taboo for us to mobilize our troops like this. The county magistrate stood beside the eunuch as he muttered, "What's there to be afraid of? Even if the sky falls, I'll be there to hold it up. Do you think that a mere county magistrate like you can mobilize the entire army?" The eunuch spoke out coldly. Yes, Eunuch Ding is right. The county magistrate who was beside Eunuch Ding hurriedly acknowledged. He was slightly flustered and didn't dare to speak any further. Within the tent, no one spoke, as though they were waiting. The county magistrate looked terrified. Eunuch Ding glanced at the county magistrate before downing a cup of wine. He felt satisfied, but secretly despised the county magistrate. The county magistrate was of the 7th rank, and he was of the 6th rank. Eunuch Ding was of a higher rank than the county magistrate. However, he was an internal official, and didn't have to be so fearful. The stove beside him was burning bright red, as steam billowed out of it. The eunuch sat by the side, reading a letter. He was deep in thought as he tapped the table with his hand. The curtains of the tent were lifted up as an armored soldier walked forward with a letter in his hand. When the curtains were lifted, he could see the soldiers outside, as though they were patrolling. "Eunuch, I've found traces of Pei Ziyan. He's heading towards Liang Prefecture." "Eunuch Ding, this man is insane. It's not appropriate for us to mobilize our troops to follow him out of the country." The county magistrate looked at the eunuch of King Lu and tried to persuade him. When the eunuch heard this, he laughed coldly. "Who said we're going to mobilize our troops out of the country? I'll only bring my King Lu's soldiers with me." But this man is insane. He's attacked commoners many times, killed people, and stole their belongings. He's a serious criminal. If we mobilize the constables and soldiers to pursue him, who can find fault with him? Hearing the eunuch's words, the county magistrate broke out in cold sweat. He then heaved a sigh of relief. Just as the county magistrate was deep in thought, the eunuch pondered for some time before asking, "This place isn't far from Liang Prefecture. Do you know how many skilled constables are there?" Hearing the eunuch's words, the county magistrate pondered for some time before replying. "There's a constable in Liang Prefecture, surnamed Ji. He's a skilled constable and is known as a famous constable. It's been said that his family made a living as a constable. Several generations of constables have been constables and have many disciples. But as you know, constables aren't considered an official and aren't considered an official." Although the county magistrate was timid, he was familiar with politics. His words were a hint, and the eunuch understood immediately. He then looked at the soldiers in front of him and ordered, "Inform Liang Prefecture that Ji Dan is a famous constable. This mission shall be handed over to him. He must capture Pei Ziyan and bring him to justice. Tell him that if he succeeds, I shall promote him to an official position." The county magistrate sighed. He had heard some rumors as well. It's just that it hasn't been officially declared as a wanted criminal. In reality, he's already a traitor and has already been sentenced to death. If he dies in the process of capturing him, who can say anything? It's a pity that he's so talented. He's a top scorer, and yet he wants to go against King Lu? Doesn't he know that he's like a moth flying into a flame? Chapter 165. Street the ox guard hurried forward. The prison was located in the northwest corner of the city. It was surrounded by walls, and there were watchtowers at the four corners. From the watchtowers, the entire prison could be seen. They stopped in front of the prison and a constable got out of the car and entered. The prison cell was very dark, and the foundation was made of large green stones. There was a passage in the middle, and on both sides of the passage, there were wooden fences that divided the cells into cells of different sizes, and each cell was separated by rough wood. The first thing he felt upon entering the door was the stench. There was a toilet in every room, giving off a strong stench. Then there was the dampness. The straw inside was so wet that water was dripping out. Dan felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Although he had been a constable for so long, he still couldn't get used to the smell of prison. He then walked forward. The bailiff on duty saw Dan and bowed. "Your Excellency." Hearing this, Dan looked over and asked, "Where is Warden Tianyu now?" When the bailiff heard those words, his face immediately turned fearful. It was as if he had just mentioned a terrifying person. "Constable, the warden is interrogating the prisoner in the interrogation room." The bailiff's face turned pale as he spoke. Dan frowned and said, "Bring me there." "Yes, constable." The bailiff led Dan to the entrance of the interrogation room. The bailiff then cupped his hands. "Your Excellency, we've arrived." Hearing the bailiff's words, Dan pushed open the door, and the bailiff hurriedly left. He didn't want to stay for even a moment longer. Dan entered the interrogation room. There was a strong stench in the room. It was different from the stench of urine. This kind of stench made him want to vomit. 2 prisoners were lying unconscious on the straw mattress. Their clothes were stained with blood, and tiny white maggots were crawling on the pus and blood. In front of them, a man who was tied up was wailing, I confess, sir. Please kill me. Please kill me. I beg you. Please kill me." Hearing this, the man flicked his knife lightly, causing another scream to be heard. He then laughed. "I'm sorry. I've cut off another piece. You finally confessed. I thought I could play with you for a while longer. What a pity." Dan looked at him and felt a little nauseous. The skin on the prisoner's thighs and arms had already been peeled off, and the red flesh was still oozing with blood. He was still being sliced, but he was not dead yet. His mouth was dripping with saliva as he begged for death. "Note down the accomplices who confessed. If they are wrong, we can play with them slowly." This person looked to be in his 20s and could be considered a young man. As he spoke to the bailiff who was taking notes, the bailiff's body trembled. "Tian Hong," Dan said in a deep voice. Dan turned around and looked at the person in front of him. "So it's Lord G. I'll go wash my hands. Let's have some wine and meat and have a chat." Dan looked at the person in front of him and sighed. "Go ahead. I'll wait for you outside." He turned around and left. Even though he had seen this kind of cruel punishment countless times in prison, he still couldn't help but shiver. Ever since his old friend's family had met with such an accident, his entire person had changed, but he still managed to make a name for himself in prison. In the resting room of the prison, food and wine had already been served. There was a pig's head meat, a pot of wine, and a stack of bowls on one side. An oil lamp was lit on the table. The flame was swaying gently. Dan didn't move his chopsticks. After a while, Tian Hong sat down at the table and picked up a piece of fatty pig head meat with his chopsticks. Tian Hong looked as if he hadn't seen the sun for a long time, and his face was pale. His lips were thin, and his knuckles were bulging. He picked up the bowl and gulped down a mouthful of wine. He then laughed. "Awesome. Brother Tian, why do you have to do this?" Looking at the cheap pig's head meat, Dan asked. Even officials and soldiers had to pay their taxes. The people in prison had to work under such conditions every day, and their salaries were low. Hence, they had to think of all sorts of ways to oppress the prisoners. If something were to happen to them, all they had to do was report a sudden illness. However, Tian Hong's main motive was not money. Although he was only a prison warden and was just like Meng Chao, without any special achievements, he would never be able to become a prison warden, county minor 9th rank, county major 9th rank. However, he had no interest in changing jobs. As long as he could personally interrogate a prisoner, he would feel an indescribable excitement. Dan sighed. Ever since my old friend's father was killed, he took over his father's position and vented his hatred on other prisoners. "Are you sure he'll come?" Seeing that Tian Hong didn't reply, Dan leaned forward and asked in a low voice. His face was filled with doubt. At this point, Tian Hong picked up the wine jug and poured himself a bowl of wine. He then gulped it down and said, I've checked on his targets, and they're all targeted. Ying Prefecture and Yong Prefecture have all been wiped out. The surrounding prefectures have all made preparations. Since he's here in Liang Prefecture, I'm sure he's here to kill me. Tian Hong, you should leave behind a descendant. It doesn't matter if you succeed or not. If not, the Tian family will cease to exist. Dan looked at Tian Hong and spoke with concern. Leaving behind a widow and orphan to be bullied. Is that the same as me not being a responsible father? People like us have no right to love anyone. What right do we have to leave someone to suffer for the rest of their lives? Tian Hong spoke coldly. As for you, when I saw you today, I felt that you were in a good mood. Did your second wife give birth to a son for you? There's no such thing. You've been in prison for a long time, and you've become more and more vicious. If Uncle Tian were to see you. Dan laughed as he changed the topic. Before he could finish speaking, Tian Hong interrupted. Brother Ji, let's drink. Dan's words were interrupted as he looked at Tian Hong's cold eyes. He sighed and raised his cup. Cheers. Tian Hong spoke as the both of them drained their cups in one gulp. Tian Hong drank some wine before his face regained some color. He then looked at Dan and asked, You're different from me. You're a righteous official. Why are you trying to capture him? The last time you sent a letter, you said that you liked his poems. Now, I like his poems, but since he's broken the law, as a constable, I have to plead for the people and uphold the law. I have to capture him, regardless of whether he's dead or alive. This is my duty. Dan paused for some time before he spoke out loudly. Hearing Dan's words, Tian Hong laughed coldly and said, What justice? What justice? Just a moment ago, the crown prince requested for a reward, and the next moment, King Lu wanted to kill him. That's why you're trying to capture him. Is it your duty? Hearing Tian Hong's words, Dan slammed the table. Outrageous. Tian Hong, don't you know that this is disrespectful? That's right. Because of that incident, we had a falling out. But now, we're working for King Lu. Can you not argue with me? How can people like us, who aren't even officials, comment on the matters of the higher-ups? It's fine if we talk about it privately. But if word gets out, we won't be able to get anything out of it. Someone might even die. That's right. Don't act like you're being fair and impartial. We're good friends. Tian Hong's expression was ferocious. Seeing the expression on Tian Hong's face, Dan felt a wave of sadness wash over him. He then picked up the jug of wine and filled up the bowl in front of him. He then sighed, Don't blame me. You know what happened back then? The criminal kidnapped Uncle Tian and broke out of prison. Once he broke out of prison, according to the laws of the imperial court, the warden and his subordinates would be punished. The higher-ups had no choice but to order the execution. Forget it. Let's not talk about the past. Let's drink. Let's drink. Cheers. The both of them remained silent as they drained their cups of wine. The night passed. Dan sat on a bench as he heard the crowing of a rooster. He then opened his eyes and said, Pei Ziyin didn't come at night and won't come during the day as well. The prison has become a den of tigers and dragons. Even if he had the guts to come, seeing that you've set up an ambush outside, I'm afraid he'd hide. Tian Hong's face was gloomy. I don't believe that I can't catch him. Dan said fiercely. Don't even think about it. Let's rest in the prison today. Tian Hong said, In this dark prison of yours, I can't stand the stench. Forget it. I'll come again at night. Dan turned around and left. An ox cart was parked outside the prison. The driver of the cart was a bailiff. He was a disciple of the Ji family and had handled many cases before. This was how the Ji family worked. Not only did they have the ability to catch bandits and solve cases, they also had the ability to train their disciples. That was how their descendants were able to inherit their position. As the ox cart started to move, Dan fell into a deep sleep. All of a sudden, Dan felt a numbness around his waist. He knew that something was wrong. He wanted to move, but his body had already gone limp. This man was indeed a subordinate of his husband. He forced himself to remain calm as he spoke. Top scorer Pei? It's me. Pei Ziyun appeared and smiled at the constable in front of him. Even if you're master top scorer and have a good reputation, it's not right for you to kidnap a constable from a prefecture, right? Ji Dan shouted out loudly. Even though Ji Dan shouted out loud, nobody responded. At this point, Ji Dan was stumped and couldn't believe what was happening. If it weren't for the fact that the ox cart was still moving, he would have thought that everyone outside had been killed. Pei Ziyin listened to the scolding in front of him. You're a famous constable, and your nickname is Yin Zhang. How can I not be wary of you? Tian Hong was the bait, and so were you. But I'm here anyway. Don't think of shouting out loud. The people outside can't hear you. Master top scorer, you're a top scorer, and have received the favor of the imperial court. You cannot break the law. I know that you've been wronged, but that's not a reason to break the law. If you've been wronged, I believe the imperial court will give you justice. You have to believe in my reputation as well. Jidan's expression was still calm as he looked at Pei Ziyun. His words were sincere, as though he believed what he said. Your reputation is that you're fair and impartial, and you enforce the law with an iron face. However, both of us are smart people. There's no need to say such things. If you want to talk about the imperial court hasn't declared me guilty. You've set a trap for me, and the people outside are all acting on behalf of King Lu. Pei Ziyun looked at Ji Dan and spoke plainly. Pei Ziyun, you're crazy and have no regard for the laws of the country. You've killed a total of 134 people from Ying, Yong, and Liang prefectures. You've committed a heinous crime. Even if I've mobilized all the soldiers to arrest you, and even if King Lu was involved, you've still broken the laws of the country. I'm arresting you to uphold justice for the country and to uphold the laws of the country. Ji Dan saw that nobody could hear him and decided to throw caution to the wind. You're a traitor and you're rebelling against the law. No wonder I shouldn't be arrested. Even if I die, there will be thousands and thousands of me. Do you think you can go against the imperial court? Huh? Pei Ziyun was amused as he laughed out loud. Ji Dan, you've said so much. Do you have any orders from the imperial court? Do you have any official documents from the Yamen? Without these, what right do you have to represent the imperial court? What right do you have to represent justice? Where did your laws go? Ha ha ha. Pei Ziyun laughed so hard that tears were about to come out of his eyes. He grabbed a towel and wiped his face. Seeing this, Ji Dan's hair stood on end. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Instead, he revealed a look of fear. Chapter 166. Pei Ziyun reached into the carriage and opened it. Inside was a bag of beef and wine. He then smiled at Ji Dan. Your carriage is well prepared. As he said this, he leaned back against the cushion and looked out of the carriage. His eyes were filled with melancholy as he raised the wine jug and took a sip. This wine is not bad. You seem to know how to enjoy yourself. You must be feeling strange, right? Why did I find you and discover you? It's because you have something on you that I need. Without it, I can't fight back. That's why when I arrived, I came looking for you. Pei Ziyun looked at the wine jug and was slightly disappointed. I came looking for you directly. However, I'm a very cautious person. After observing you for a while, I realized that you were working together with King Lu's men to capture me. You even set a trap for me. That's why I broke out in cold sweat. Ji Dan was silent for a long time before he said, You don't intend to let me go? That's right. I've just confirmed that the thing you're carrying is indeed valuable to me. So you can die now. After killing so many people, I need someone to vent to. Otherwise, I'll really become a vicious and evil person. Pei Ziyun smiled as he spoke. Oh yes, I've heard that there's a custom among officials. They treat those who are about to die kindly. Of course, they treat those with status. Look at me. Don't you think I'm a cat official? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just by relying on demonic techniques. Once the people outside realize that something's wrong, you're finished. When Ji Dan heard these words, he couldn't take it any longer. He collapsed onto the carriage and shouted at Pei Ziyun. Haha, you're just a constable. According to the rules, you're not even an official. You're overstepping the rules when your subordinates address you as an official. What kind of official are you? If I wanted you to bring the order, I might have to think about it. But since you're acting as bait and gave the order to your subordinates for safekeeping, how are you going to deal with me? Pei Ziyin laughed. You can't kill me. Ji Dan raised his hands and flicked his sleeves as a mechanism was activated. This time, Pei Ziyin did not wield a sword but a dagger. With a pu sound, the dagger pierced through Ji Dan's throat. Ji Dan clutched at his throat as he made a GG sound. His face was contorted in disbelief. Pei Ziyin pulled, causing blood to spurt out from his mouth. However, the blood seemed to have hit a barrier and fell to the ground. The constable didn't die immediately. He looked at Pei Ziyin struggling. You've been tricked. The country is going to die. Kill the country's traitor. He mumbled these words before he breathed his last. Pei Ziyin grunted and cursed. Damn it, this person has been promoted to an official position. He's at least of the 9th rank, or even higher. He's keeping this a secret. It's a trap. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. If he had been prepared, he wouldn't have ended up like this. But who would have thought? Pei Ziyun's face was pale and red as he rested for a while. He then took out a handkerchief from his robes and wiped his face. This was a backlash, and the handkerchief was stained red. We can't stay here for long, Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he hurriedly walked up to Ji Dan's body, searching for the item he was looking for. All of a sudden, he felt something in his hands. He retrieved it and realized it was a jade pendant. Pei Ziyun dodged it in a flash. The constable who was driving the ox cart felt as though something had changed, but he didn't feel anything. He turned his head to look at the cart and rubbed his head before continuing on. Ji Dan's corpse was lying in the cart as blood dripped down continuously. The constable felt that something wasn't right, as though there was a fishy smell in the air. However, he couldn't tell where it was coming from. The constable drove the ox cart and spoke to Ji Dan. Your Excellency, why do I feel that something's not right? Where do you think the smell of blood is coming from? Why does it smell so strong? As soon as the constable finished speaking, the ox cart stopped at the entrance of the relay station. The carriage was silent, as though there wasn't anyone inside. The constable approached the carriage and called out, Master, Master. The ox cart stopped at the entrance of the relay station. Hearing the dripping sound, the constable felt that something wasn't right. He pulled the curtain aside, only to see Ji Dan's head tilted to one side, his hands clutching his neck. He was no longer breathing. The stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. The entire cart was filled with blood, and it was nauseating. When the constable saw the scene before him, he was frightened. He couldn't believe his eyes, and his legs were trembling. He then shouted, Not good, not good. Constable G has been killed. Constable G has been killed. As soon as he shouted, more than 10 people rushed out from the relay station. They were all armored soldiers, and among them were a eunuch and a Taoist. This Taoist was obviously a Taoist official of the prefecture and belonged to the Tao Record Department and the Grand Herald Temple. His Taoist robes were different from the other Taoists. Take a look. The eunuch wasn't surprised as he spoke. The Taoist opened the curtain and looked around. After some time, he came out and picked up a drop of blood. He then whispered something to the eunuch. The eunuch then laughed out loud. Pei Ziyun, I didn't expect you to be a Dao Xian cultivator. Originally, I wouldn't have been able to kill you. Now that you've killed an official, how much of your Dao arts do you have left? Looks like it wasn't a waste for me to use King Lu's decree and give this dead man an 8th ranked official title. Hearing these words, everyone's jaws dropped. The eunuch then spoke, Commandant Hong, I'll have to trouble you to pass down the order. Ji Dan and His Excellency Ji have been assassinated. Please enforce martial law and arrest the culprit. Yes, Eunuch Ding. Commandant King Lu, who was standing by the side, replied loudly as he led his soldiers out. The constable stood in front of the ox cart and was stumped. He then sat down on the ground and mumbled to himself. What's going on? Pei Ziyun ran as fast as he could and felt a burning sensation in his chest. He hurriedly turned into a small alley nearby, and the stench of blood gushed up his throat. He then spat out a mouthful of blood. Pei Ziyun gasped for breath as he felt the backlash from his injuries getting stronger and stronger. With such a backlash, It was no wonder that Taoists didn't want to be involved in politics. It was early in the morning, and although there weren't many people around, there were already people selling wontons, dumplings, and deep-fried pancakes by the roadside. The air was filled with smoke and white smoke, emitting a fragrant aroma. I need to find a safe place and think of a way to absorb the Imperial Qi. If not, the backlash from the Imperial Qi alone would cause me to be weakened for a few days. These people must have planned this long ago. They're just waiting for me to be injured by the Imperial Qi and be unable to unleash my full strength before pouncing on me. Pei Zi-yun mumbled to himself as he struggled to move forward. He saw a courtyard and leaned against it. He leaned his ear against the wall and listened. There was no sound coming from within, and his face relaxed a little. He then leapt up, and the stench of blood gushed up his throat again. His throat was burning, and he felt like vomiting. He hurriedly covered his mouth to prevent himself from vomiting blood as he leapt into the courtyard. The courtyard was huge, but there weren't many people around. Pei Zi-yun tiptoed towards the small building in front of him. When he reached the small building, it was quiet. He then leapt up and climbed up to the third floor before entering a room. There was a small attic on the roof, and he needed a flight of stairs to reach it. Pei Zi-yun leapt up and hung onto the bottom of the attic as he climbed up. The attic was empty and dark. When Pei Zi-yun reached the attic, he laid down and relaxed. He felt extremely tired and could barely open his eyes. His chest and head hurt, and the Yin spirit within his body felt like it was being corroded by a black aura. He took off his outer robe and placed it on top of the jade pendant before lying down on top of it. He then closed his eyes and fell asleep. The sky was dark, and snowflakes were falling from the sky. A voice came from a Taoist temple. Master, the Qin dynasty is tyrannical, and the officials are cruel and tyrannical. We Taoists have cultivated martial arts and Tao arts. Why can't we retaliate? We can't even kill a mere 9th-ranked official and can only watch? My entire family has been killed, and I can't even seek revenge. Please teach me. Please teach me. A Taoist who looked to be in his 30s knelt down in front of the old Taoist and begged for his life. This is fate. Although Taoists have divine abilities, they cannot interfere with the world and cannot fight against the Imperial Qi. I cannot teach you. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. The old Taoist looked up to the sky and sighed, his eyes filled with tears. Senior brother, big senior brother, you're going to inherit the position of sect leader. You cannot leave the mountain. If you leave the mountain, who will be the next sect leader? Several disciples hugged the young man and tried to dissuade him. My parents and family are gone, and I can't even seek revenge. What face do I have to be the big senior brother? What face do I have to stay on the mountain? The big senior brother looked at his fellow disciples who were trying to stop him as tears streamed down his face. Let him go. Big senior brother's karma has not been fulfilled. Let him go, the sect leader said, as though he had used up all his energy. Master, your disciple is unfilial. I can only be filial to you in my next life. The Taoist knelt on the ground and cried out loudly. He kowtowed repeatedly as his forehead was covered in blood. Please expel me from his sect. The scenery around him changed. The sky was filled with dark clouds as raindrops dripped onto the Taoist's face. The Taoist's face was pale as he struggled to escape. Behind him, a group of bailiffs were charging towards him. Backlash, backlash. Heavens, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The Taoist looked at the people chasing after him and was unwilling to give up. He fought bitterly and killed batch after batch of bailiffs. His eyes were bloodshot and his body was bloodshot. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and fell off the cliff. Turning around, the Taoist walked out of the cave. His temples were all white. I've done it. I've finally done it. Ha! After searching for so long, I've finally managed to repair it. The damage caused by the Imperial Qi can be reduced. You are a 9th-rank county officer, and today I shall kill you. Corrupt officials of the great Qin dynasty, just you wait. The night was dark and the wind was strong. The Taoist stepped forward, and an evil dog heard his footsteps. It wanted to howl, but the Taoist stretched out his hand and the dog stopped howling. The Taoist stepped forward and killed the dog. The dog wasn't dead yet and was still howling in pain. The Taoist pounced forward. One of the people saw that the situation wasn't looking good and was about to scream when the Taoist slashed out with his sword. He charged up the stairs and saw an official sitting on the main seat. Several people were seated on the guest seats and were listening to the opera. The official pointed at the Taoist. Where did this thief Taoist come from? How dare you? The Taoist didn't say anything and killed them one by one. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed. I've finally gotten my revenge today. Turning around, the Taoist was standing under a roof. He jumped down, and with a flash of his sword, a head fell off. Everyone around shouted, Your Excellency Li is dead. His Excellency Li is dead. Turning around, the Taoist was lying on a straw mat. His entire body was covered in blood. He looked to be around 30 years old and was smiling at a young man. You're a kind young man, and you're here to send me off. Take this jade pendant. It can suppress the baleful qi and guarantee your future. However, you can't become an official, or you'll die a horrible death. As he spoke, he laughed before turning around, revealing a strange smile. Don't you think so? Chapter 167. Following the laughter, his vision became empty. No! In that instant, Pei Zi-yun was jolted awake. His entire body was drenched in perspiration. In his mind, the image of that strange smile was still fresh in his mind. The stinging pain in his body had lessened, and he felt like a rock had dropped to the ground. He shouted, System. All of a sudden, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and became a translucent information interface. It floated in front of his eyes and displayed the data he needed. Master, Level 1, Tao Techniques, 39 types, Advanced, Sword Techniques, Master, 19, 1% completion, Divine Powers, Stars Transposition, Level 1, Stars Transposition. Pei Zi-yin couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, as he focused his mind and tried to recall more memories, his expression gradually changed. The Imperial Qi is overbearing, but its essence is still spiritual energy. If one stares into the abyss, one will be stared at by the abyss. Those who do not cultivate spiritual energy would not be able to connect with officials. Although they would be chased by the officials, they would not suffer any backlash. For Taoists or any spiritual energy cultivators, killing officials would be equivalent to harming the Imperial Qi. Hence, they would suffer backlash. Masters have opened the gates of heaven, and their Imperial Qi would be able to reach the clouds. This would make it easier for them to be attacked by the Imperial Qi. According to the saying in my previous life, those monks who did not cultivate in Buddhism would not be affected by the demons. Those who cultivated in Buddhism would be easily affected by the demons. Only when one achieved mastery would one not be affected by external disturbances. This was easy to understand. When a person jumped into the water, he would naturally be attacked by the animals in the water until he became a shark. But why is mastery so difficult? The star's transposition is actually to reduce the exposure of one's master and spiritual energy. This reduces the backlash. That's not all. In theory, it can also reduce other spiritual energy attacks. It would be weaker than Tao attacks. Now, it can reduce the backlash on 9th-ranked officials, but not on 8th-ranked officials. This Jing Ming Taoist achievements were limited, and he could only cultivate to the 3rd level. Hence, he died from the backlash. According to my memories, he was only 30 years old. This Ji Dan's ancestor reached out to save him and buried him in peace. Hence, he was given this jade pendant. It's a pity that the owner of this pendant had killed many officials. He could enter the palace, but could not become an official. Hence, Ji Dan died due to the Imperial Qi. It's just superstition. It's just an insignificant factor. Pei Zi-yun was both happy and worried at the same time. Now that he had acquired this technique, the backlash would be much weaker. As long as he didn't fall into the hands of an army, he wouldn't be in danger of dying. However, he still had to perfect the technique himself. At this moment, he suddenly felt as if his head was about to explode. A surge of killing intent surged through him. Kill, kill, kill. A voice rang out in Pei Ziyun's mind. Pei Ziyun's face turned pale. This isn't the backlash of the imperial qi. Is this the remnant of Taoist Jing Ming's spiritual imprint? The stronger the legacies I absorb, the greater the interference they have on me. This plum blossom definitely has some other secrets. If it wasn't for this increasingly powerful interference, Xie Qingdong wouldn't have been able to use his physical body to become a sage in the previous life. Damn it! Pei Ziyun scolded, but didn't know who he was scolding. His head hurt so much that he couldn't even stand straight. He then rolled around on the ground. Damn it, the imperial qi and my mental energy are hurting me at the same time. This is too dangerous. I have to escape to the mountains. What do they mean by the most dangerous place is the safest place? They're all idiots. Thinking up to this point, Pei Ziyun staggered to the window and looked down at Nox's cart. He transformed into a ray of light and dove into the bottom of the cart. He grabbed onto the wooden planks of the cart and fell into a semi-conscious state. Not only were the soldiers mobilized, even the constables were mobilized. The people on the streets were so frightened that they tried to hide. Search for the traces of blood. This kid couldn't have escaped far. He suffered from the backlash of the imperial qi. Where else can he run to? There must be traces of blood nearby. As long as we find it, we'll be rewarded. Eunuch Ding shouted out. Yes, Eunuch. Responses came from all directions. Eunuch, I've found traces of blood. A constable ran over. Hearing these words, the eunuch was elated. Official Wu, follow me. The eunuch turned around and ordered. Yes, Eunuch. Following behind the eunuch was a Taoist. Since he was the official of the prefecture records department, he was of the 9th rank. The two of them walked ahead. On the side of the road, there was a trace of blood on the ground. Seeing this, Eunuch Ding frowned and looked at the Taoist. Official Wu, take a look. Official Wu touched the blood, as though he was trying to identify it. After some time, Official Wu said, this blood is considered fresh. It hasn't been too long. However, the qi has dissipated. It's not the blood of a cultivator. Continue to search. Eunuch Ding shouted out to the constables who had surrounded him. The blood of a Taoist cultivator is vigorous. Once the blood has left the body, they will still be alive for a period of time. It's harder for the qi to dissipate than a normal person. This person hasn't been gone for long. Quickly search, especially the fresh blood. We have to pay close attention to it. Official Wu said. I understand. Eunuch Ding looked at the Taoist and said thoughtfully. He then turned to look at the officer. Search, the blood is fresh. Quickly search. The officer understood and shouted out. Your Excellency, I have a few drops of blood here. It's bright red. After some time, a constable came forward to report. Quick, bring us there. The constable led the way. When they reached the place, they looked at the ground. There was a drop of blood the size of a thumb. It had a fresh smell to it and was mixed with the soil. However, the blood did not dissipate. This blood must be Pei Ziyun's blood. He can't have escaped far. Within 7 days, I can use this blood to locate him. Official Wu retrieved a jade bottle and kept the drop of blood inside. He then laughed coldly. As long as he doesn't travel more than 50 kilometers, I implore Official Wu to help me locate this person. Eunuch Ding looked at the Taoist and asked. Official Wu replied, That's easy. It's just that to open the altar, it will take 2 hours. I implore Eunuch Ding to mobilize his men and seal the city. This way, he won't be able to escape. Power had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas. In just a moment, a small altar was made, piled up with earth, inserted flags, and placed on the compass. Official Wu then stepped forward and spoke to Eunuch Ding. Eunuch Ding, please issue an order within the city. I'm a Taoist official and can't open the altar. I don't have any powers. Taoist records Official Wu Luo. Listen up. You're allowed to locate Pei Ziyun. Eunuch Ding then recalled something. He then retrieved a talisman with dragon inscriptions on it. It was made of gold, and had the words King Lu carved on it. It was heavy and heavy, indicating his authority. As soon as the words were spoken, a white and red snake shot out from the talisman and landed on Official Wu's body. When this white and red energy landed on Official Wu's body, it transformed into an official's robe. Mortals wouldn't be able to see it with their naked eyes, but Official Wu could sense it. This is an urgent order. As soon as Official Wu spoke, a gust of cold wind could be heard. Official Wu pointed out a finger, and a gust of cold wind could be felt. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. It took some time before they felt warm again. Official Wu seemed to be listening attentively. After some time, he spoke, "Your Excellency, we've located this person. He's running towards the mountains. Hurry up and set up defenses. This person won't be able to escape." "Eunuch Ding, we've set up defenses along the way." The patrol officer stepped forward. When Eunuch Ding heard this, he laughed coldly. "The few of you can lock down the entire area. There's no need for that. Mobilize the militia, soldiers, constables, and bailiffs. Coordinate with the soldiers of King Lu's mansion to search the mountains and kill him." When the patrol officer heard this, he hurriedly acknowledged, "Yes, eunuch." A constable stepped forward. This man looked rather decent and had a short stature. His dark red face was full of muscles, and there was a red glint in his eyes. He was around 30 years of age and had a stern look about him. He was the only constable other than Jidan. He then spoke, "Eunuch Ding, I've received your orders. I've already mobilized more than 100 constables. Pei Ziyun has killed His Excellency Ji, which means he's now our enemy. We have to take his head as a sacrifice to His Excellency Ji." Eunuch Ding looked at the men who were all trying to capture Pei Ziyun and nodded his head. "Your Fangjie? You can't stop him with your current defenses. However, lock down his position. The soldiers shall spread out the net and search the mountains. This will restrict Pei Ziyun's movements. Experienced constables shall track him down. I shall bring my soldiers to support you. The moment we discover him, we shall strike with lightning speed. Move out immediately and search with all our might. We shall not let this man have a chance to breathe." Eunuch Ding shouted out loudly and seemed to be very organized. Hearing Eunuch Ding's orders, these men shouted out, "We shall execute this thief." As soon as they finished speaking, they started moving out. After crossing the river, there was no longer a road. Although the mountain wasn't tall, it was extremely steep and dangerous. Some parts of the mountain were steep, while others were filled with jagged rocks. Some parts of the mountain were filled with strong currents, while others were filled with thistles and thorns. Fortunately, the range of the mountain wasn't very large. Only a large number of people could be seen surrounding the mountain. "Quick, quick! Everyone form groups of 5 and wear a whistle. If there's no response, something must have happened. Chase after him with all your might. If you discover the thief, immediately beat the drums and gongs. We shall ensure that he has nowhere to run." Several men shouted out orders. Hearing these orders, the soldiers who were searching the mountain shouted out in unison, "Yes." These soldiers were patrolling, and the constables were even more professional. Several of them pulled their hunting dogs along as they searched through the bushes. Pei Ziyun hid within the bushes and suppressed his breathing. His body was covered with grass, and his body was covered with Dao arts. There was blood everywhere. He had just met a group of soldiers and could have easily killed them. However, he suddenly had a headache and almost failed. He was even injured by the soldiers. It was like a tiger being bullied by a dog. Woof, woof, woof. All of a sudden, he heard a hunting dog barking as it pounced forward. Pei Ziyun felt goosebumps all over his body and was about to draw his sword. A wild rabbit came out from the bushes and ran forward. The hunting dog couldn't hold it back and was about to pounce on it. The bailiff was enraged. "Damn it, what kind of dog is this? It only knows how to chase rabbits." Just as he was about to give chase, a soldier pulled him back and said, "Your Excellency, this hunting dog little 8 is very good at chasing rabbits. Let it go, and we'll have lunch. If we manage to catch it, I won't look for you. If we don't find it, I'll kill it and eat its meat to appease the hatred in my heart." The bailiff cursed. 7 steps away, Pei Ziyun was hiding in the bushes, staring at the front. If he hadn't used his Dao arts to conceal his aura, he would have been discovered. Pei Ziyun didn't know who was in charge of this chase, but it was really one after the other. Furthermore, this method was similar to the dragnet tactics used in the future. Or rather, it was exactly the same, causing one to feel suffocated. If one wasn't careful, they would be surrounded. Pei Ziyun thought to himself as he lay in the grass. Chapter 168. Your Excellency, look, little 8 is back with the rabbit. The soldier smiled as he spoke. From afar, the hunting dog was running towards him. It took a huge leap and slid a few steps before rolling a few steps into the grass. With a single roll, it was right in front of Pei Ziyun. The hunting dog held the rabbit in its mouth and stared at Pei Ziyun. Woof, woof, woof. The hunting dog started barking. The bailiff then said, "This place is a treasure trove. The hunting dog has found another rabbit." However, the barking of the hunting dog could no longer be heard from the bushes. The bailiff then looked at the soldier and said, "Get up there." The bailiff took a step back and held the copper gong in his hands. Once he confirmed the location, he would strike it and he would be rich. The soldier was sweating profusely as he shouted, "Little 8, little 8." However, there was no response from the bushes. Before he could even get close, the bushes started to move. Pei Ziyun leapt out from the bushes, and with a flash of his sword, the soldier groaned and fell to the ground. When the bailiff saw Pei Ziyun leaping out, he immediately struck his gong. At this point, the sword flashed again, and the bailiff's eyes were filled with fear. Before he could strike the gong, he felt a chill run down his spine. No! Before the bailiff could finish his sentence, the gong fell to the ground. Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand to catch it. The 3 soldiers were about to call out when Pei Ziyun's sword flashed, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. At this point, a whistle could be heard from afar. Pei Ziyun searched for the whistle on the soldiers, but could not find it. He then turned around and ran away. After 10 breaths, a group of people ran over. They could not see the person, but when they got closer, they saw the corpse. The sound of the gong reverberated, quang, quang, quang. From afar, the search party started to gather. Tens of people started to gather at this point. From the sky, they formed a tight net. The leader of the search party was the famous constable, Fong Jie. He then asked loudly, "Where is the person?" "Constable Fong, we discovered the corpses of the bailiff and the soldiers. Blood is still flowing, and it's still warm. I'm afraid this person has just killed someone and cannot have escaped far." Dong! When Fong Jie heard this, he took out a firework from his robes and shot it into the sky. Many people started to gather around. The thief has been confirmed to be in this area. Fong Jie saw over 100 people gathered here and said, "This is the Black Toa Mountain. It is about 30 li wide and the roads are treacherous. Report to the eunuch." Fong Jie ordered, "Although the Hei Tuo Mountain is dangerous, there aren't many entrances and exits. It's a perfect opportunity to catch a turtle in a jar. Eunuch, please send men to surround it." "Yes," someone immediately responded. Knight Pei Ziyun was in a sorry state. He didn't know how far he had run or how many people he had killed. Luckily, the mountains were filled with strange rocks, and he managed to escape with his life. Just as he was about to climb up the stone path, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Thinking that it was coming again, he slipped and fell from a high place, rolling all the way. This slope was actually a cave, and Pei Ziyun rolled all the way into it. He didn't know how far he had rolled before he stopped. His entire body was in pain, and he held onto his sword as he struggled to get up. Flash! Pei Ziyun stretched out his hand, and a ball of white light the size of a fist appeared in his hand, illuminating the entire cave. What entered his eyes was a huge stalactite rock. It was glistening and rather enchanting. Pei Ziyun walked along the cave. His face was gloomy. Another headache. It happens every day, but each time it's lighter than the previous time. Based on the situation, I should endure it one more time and recover. Next time, I must not absorb legacies so easily. Damn it. Now I know the true strength of the soldiers. Pei Ziyun was hungry and thirsty. These 2 days, he hadn't been able to get much food. Some of them hunted and ate raw meat, which made him look rather pitiful. The strength of the soldiers isn't their skills, but their numbers. I've suffered a knife and a spear and died, while the soldiers were sacrificed. This is the greatest strength of the government. But this time, I've endured the pain and the backlash. With my martial arts and Tao arts, how could they possibly hold me back? The night was getting darker. Dozens of torches snaked around the mountain, and from time to time, the sound of dogs barking could be heard. Fang Jie looked ahead and asked, "Is this the place?" "Yes, along the way, we've seen traces of blood. The hunting dogs have picked up the scent. This person seems to have slipped and rolled into the cave. Looks like he's severely injured. Let's charge in and take his head. Kill this person, and I'll hold a feast for you when we get back. Money and women will be provided. Kill." Fang Jie waved his hands, and the group of men charged into the cave with torches in hand. The entire cave was filled with a musty smell. The ground beneath his feet was uneven and slippery. After walking for a while, he saw a wide open area. Pei Ziyun was panting heavily as his headache receded like a receding tide. His vision became clearer, and his body felt more comfortable. His face revealed a look of joy. "I feel that after this headache, the imprint hidden within my cultivation technique has been destroyed. This imprint is a remnant of my soul. I'm already a master down master, and yet I'm still affected. The original owner and Xiat Chengdong are still fine. There must be something fishy going on. But now, let's think about the other side effect. Star's transposition." Pei Ziyun felt a sense of relief. The backlash from the Imperial Qi had been reduced by more than 60%. There's no such thing as an unlimited amount of energy. As long as I continue to reduce my presence within the Imperial Qi and strengthen my defenses, I should be able to weaken the backlash. This is already the limit of my current divine abilities. Thankfully, the backlash from the Imperial Qi will weaken over time. Pei Ziyun sighed. The backlash from the Imperial Qi had caused him to only be able to use a few minor techniques. Now that the backlash had been reduced by half, he felt a sense of relief. His powers returned to his body, and the constant pain he felt gradually faded away. As expected, with a sharp blade in hand, the desire to kill arises. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly to himself as he stood up. He held the jade pendant in his hand and gently caressed it. It was warm and smooth, and he could feel waves of energy swirling around his body. After some time, he laughed. The jade pendant has become a treasure. However, this divine ability can only be cultivated up to the 3rd level. That's a pity. However, Taoists are restricted by the Imperial Qi. This isn't something that can be done by just 1 or 2 Taoists. In order to protect themselves, I believe most Taoist sects have their own ways of dealing with it. According to Taoist Jing Ming's memories, he must have obtained some record from his own Taoist sect. After that, he combined the knowledge of a few other sects and created this divine ability. If I continue to obtain information on this, I might be able to break through to the next level. Pei Ziyun guessed as his expression changed. Another strange aura is surrounding me. This isn't the first time. Every time it appears, the pursuers will be able to track me down. This isn't spying on me, it's tracking me down. I'm afraid they've gotten hold of my personal belongings or used my blood to attack me. Pei Ziyun laughed coldly. In the past, it would have been difficult for me to avoid it. But now, with this stellar transposition divine ability, I can even block out the Imperial Qi. Why would I be afraid of you tracking me down? Pei Ziyun stretched out a finger, and the strange aura disappeared without a trace. It was as if Pei Ziyun had disappeared. The strange aura panicked and started searching everywhere. After a long time, it couldn't find Pei Ziyun and finally disappeared. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun fell into deep thought. Looks like the Imperial Court has sent out a Taoist as well. Pei Ziyun mumbled to himself. He then heard the sound of footsteps approaching from a distance. Now that I'm exhausted, it's not the time to fight with you guys. Wait till I get some rest. complete my mission, and receive my reward. When that time comes, I'll give you guys a big surprise." Pei Ziyun muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he turned around and left. The cave was deep and dark. The leader of the group, Feng Jie, had two bailiffs lead the way. As they walked, they seemed to smell something. "Something's not right. There's fresh air," Feng Jie said as he sniffed. "Your Excellency, what's going on?" The bailiffs hurriedly asked. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Feng Jie plucked a strand of hair from his head and used it to observe the direction of the wind. The wind was blowing outwards. He then said, "Not good. The cave is open. This person must have escaped ahead. Chase after him." Feng Jie shouted out anxiously. A group of people rushed forward and chased after him. The cave was long and winding. When they reached the end, the entrance of the cave broke off and light shone through. Pei Ziyun opened his eyes and saw that the weather outside was gloomy. The exit was at the bottom of the cliff and was very deep. "It's only 20 to 30 meters. Pei Ziyun looked around. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to go down, but a cliff like this would be a challenge for a Yin master. Pei Ziyun took off his clothes and pieced them together. He then stretched out his finger, and a bright light flashed. The clothes were pieced together, forming a large cloth bag. "It's a pity. If I had a canvas, I could make wings out of it. I could glide for a few kilometers, and it would be difficult for these people to chase after me. But I can still use a parachute now." He held onto the cloth bag and leapt down the cliff. The cloth bag fluttered in the wind and slowly slid down. The cliff was about 20 meters tall, and Pei Ziyun landed on the ground slowly. He could hear the commotion coming from the top of the cliff. He looked up and saw many torches on the ground. He then laughed. "The cliff has blocked the way. Do you think you can still catch up to me?" As he said this, Pei Ziyun ignored them and continued running. "Bastard!" Looking down from above, he could see the people below. Feng Jie squinted his eyes and asked, "Damn it, which one of you has a rope with you? Throw it down quickly. We'll chase after you." Hearing these words, the bailiffs looked at each other and shook their heads. This was a chase, and yet they didn't expect to fall down the cliff without any preparations. One of the bailiffs thought for some time before stepping forward. "Constable, I've brought along a rope to tie people up. It's only 5 meters long and no more. Take off your coats and tie them up. Add a rope to it. I'll go down." Feng Jie immediately thought of a solution. "Yes." The bailiffs reacted quickly. They took off their coats and tied them up. When the rope was done, it was coarse and rough. They placed it down and slid down. "I'll go down first. My martial arts are good, and the rope isn't strong enough. I can save myself. Think of a way to get down. If you can't get down, fire the fireworks." Feng Jie gritted his teeth and spoke to the bailiffs. "I have to catch this thief and avenge his excellency." "Yes, your excellency," the bailiffs replied loudly. Who didn't know that Feng Jie was indebted to the Ji family, which was how he got to where he was now. He had no choice but to give his all. Besides, if he killed Pei Ziyun, based on Eunuch Ding's attitude, he would probably lose his position as an official. Everyone was tactful enough to point this out. Chapter 169. Feng Jie held onto the rope as he descended. The cliff was steep, but there were many crevices, weeds, and small trees. With both hands holding onto the rope, he slowly slid down. He accidentally stepped on a groove, causing the rock beneath him to loosen and crack. Although he was not empty-handed, he slid down quickly. When Feng Jie first descended, he did not feel anything. At this point, his heart was racing, his mouth was dry, and his hands were sweaty. Fortunately, he was skilled and daring. Feng Jie slid down the rock at a slower speed. Halfway down, he heard the sound of his clothes tearing. His hair stood on end. "Damn it!" Feng Jie cursed as he hurriedly slid down. Even in the night, he could see the ground clearly. At this point, the rope had snapped, and he fell down the cliff. "Your Excellency! Your Excellency!" The people above shouted. Their faces were filled with fear. The rope had snapped. Feng Jie fell down, and before he hit the ground, he did a somersault and regained his balance. He stood up and saw that his body was in tatters, and his clothes had fallen off. There were many scratches and burns on his body. However, he was only a few meters away from the cliff. Since he was strong and agile, he did not sustain any injuries. Pei Ziyin has been chased for days. How much martial arts can he use? I should be the one to earn this merit. From now on, I could be an official. Although Fang Jie was in pain, his heart was burning with passion. He shouted towards the cliff, "I'm fine. Throw the torch down for me." The bailiff obediently took a torch and threw it down. When it landed on the ground, it did not extinguish. Fang Jie picked it up and chased after Pei Ziyin. As he chased after Pei Ziyin, he turned around and saw a man washing his face in front of a small stream. Under the light of the torch, his face was revealed. It was the man he had been chasing. The entire place was silent. Only the snow could be seen, and the sound of water flowing could be heard. Pei Ziyin wiped the water off his face and turned around. He looked at the constable and said, "After all these days, I've come to know your name. Fang Jie, why don't you bow to me?" Pei Ziyin spoke plainly. Fang Jie shuddered uncontrollably. He paused for a moment before laughing out loud. He had a look of disbelief on his face as he said coldly, "You've killed soldiers and even an official. You're a traitor, and everyone has the right to punish you. You still want me to bow to you? I'm a thief. His Majesty and the Crown Prince conferred titles to my parents a few days ago. Did the imperial court declare me guilty, or did the Ministry of Justice issue an official document? If not, what right do you have to arrest me? There's no official document from the imperial court or the Ministry of Justice. There's no one from the Board of Education to strip me of my title. You're just a mere constable. Why aren't you bowing to me?" Pei Ziyin glanced at him. When Fang Jie heard this, his face turned green as he laughed. Based on what? Based on King Lu's words, it's hard to hide from him. You've suffered a backlash, and we've been chasing you for the past few days. Do you think you'll be able to escape? Just accept your death obediently. I'll take you down and slap you 7 or 8 times, and you'll still be polite. Oh, it seems like you have a problem with scholars. But it's no wonder. No matter how many achievements you have, you will remain a lowly official for the rest of your life. On the other hand, if a scholar were to study hard for 10 years, he might be able to become a grand scholar and soar through the ranks. Pei Ziyin revealed a mocking expression. These words triggered the hatred in Fang Jie's heart. His killing intent rose. "Go to hell, you traitor!" As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Jie flung his torch towards Pei Ziyin and pounced towards him. With a loud shout, Fang Jie became one with his blade and struck out like lightning. Pei Ziyin's face fell as he raised his long sword. He grunted coldly and welcomed the blade. Clang, clang, clang. 3 sounds rang out as sparks flew. The saber flashed, and the shadow of the shadow disappeared. Fang Jie retreated a few steps and exclaimed, "How is this possible? You've actually recovered? No, that's impossible." Pei Ziyin took a step back as well, his face flushed red. In a blink of an eye, he calmed down and retracted his mocking smile. He then said, "Good blade techniques. I underestimated you. Who would have thought that a lowly constable would be a master of blade techniques? No wonder you're so depressed. But your luck is really bad. If you want to be promoted, you found the wrong person. There are pursuers behind me. My body is weak, and your martial arts are strong. There's no way for me to spar with you. I shall send you on your way." As Pei Ziyin said this, he was slightly taken aback. Killing a famous constable, Ji Dan, was as easy as blowing off dust. He had been too careless. He didn't expect this person to be so capable. If not for the fact that he was already a grandmaster, he would have been killed by his own carelessness. Such a talented person had been forced to become a constable. As he thought about this, he thrust his sword towards Fang Jie. Fang Jie had wanted to stall for time until reinforcements arrived. At this point, he felt a chill in his heart, as though he was on the brink of death. He immediately cleared his mind of all distracting thoughts and charged towards Fang Jie. Clang, clang, clang. The shadows of Fang Jie intertwined. Fang Jie had charged out about 2 meters before he stood up straight. Suddenly, he fell to the ground. Fresh blood gushed out from his right side as his body twitched uncontrollably. Fang Jie wasn't dead yet. Pei Ziyun approached him and said, "Yes, I've recovered. Next, I shall kill all of you one by one." The Imperial Court will not let you off. Shut up. Pei Ziyun swung his sword, causing Fang Jie's pupils to shrink. He felt a cold sensation on his neck as his head flew off his neck. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Following this, Pei Ziyun's sword struck the corpse several more times. Looking at the wounds on the corpse, Pei Ziyun turned around and left in satisfaction. All that was left was the corpse and the sound of running water. After an unknown period of time, a commotion could be heard. "Quick, quick, the thief must be ahead. Let's chase after him. His Excellency Fang has already caught up to him. We've left a trail of footprints along the way." A constable said as he dashed past the branches and saw Fang Jie's corpse. He cried out, "Your Excellency Fang." The sound of footsteps could be heard. Fang Jie's corpse was untouched and was covered with a white cloth. A eunuch walked up and lifted the white cloth, as a strong stench of blood wafted into the air. Eunuch Ding waved his hands, as though he was trying to wave the stench away. Another constable stepped forward. "Eunuch Ding, we've checked. Constable Fang was killed by a sword strike. Based on the wounds on his body, he must have been killed by Pei Ziyun. He suffered a backlash and was chased for so long by Pei Ziyun. Yet he couldn't catch him and was even killed by someone else. What a useless piece of trash." Eunuch Ding looked at the corpse coldly and spat out angrily. Eunuch Ding's words caused the constables who were guarding the area to be enraged. Many of them were cursing under their breaths. "You eunuch, who do you think you are?" However, the eunuch did not pay attention to the constables around him. He paced back and forth, his eyebrows furrowed. He felt uneasy, as though he had missed something. A Taoist hurriedly caught up to him. "Eunuch Ding, the roads here are bumpy. I'm late." "Inspector, cast a spell to find this man." Eunuch Ding saw the Taoist approaching and raised his head to speak. The inspector wiped the sweat off his brow as he replied, "Yes, Eunuch Ding. Let me cast the spell." After casting the spell for a long time, there were no changes. He couldn't find any traces of Fang Jie at all. Beads of perspiration started to form on his forehead. "How is this possible? There's no trace of him at all." "Inspector, how is it?" Eunuch Ding felt that something was amiss and asked, "Eunuch Ding, please wait a moment." The inspector spoke. His face was pale. "Oh, is that so? I shall wait for you to find him then." Eunuch Ding spoke as he stared at the Taoist in front of him. The inspector's forehead was covered in beads of perspiration. He didn't dare to look at the eunuch as he chanted the spell repeatedly. Still, he couldn't find him. His legs turned soft as he knelt down. "Eunuch Ding, something big has happened. With the help of the blood, we should be able to track him for 7 days. However, it's only been 5 days. I don't know why the spell has stopped working. No matter how we cast the spell, we can't find him. I'm afraid that someone is helping us from the shadows." The Taoist was sweating profusely as he tried to push the blame away. When Eunuch Ding heard this, he was enraged. He then shouted out, "Trash! Trash! All of you are trash." Bei Mansion, the river outside the city, had already frozen over, and the sky was dark and gloomy. Snow was falling from the sky, and the streets were already half a foot thick. Under such weather, there wasn't much business to be done. Every shop was closed. Tian Hong's face was pale. Jidan had died. Today was the 7th day, and was the night of his return. At this point, he had to pay his respects to him for the last time. However, as soon as he came out from the prison, he felt uneasy. The ox cart traveled along the empty streets until it reached the entrance of an alley. All of a sudden, Tian Hong felt a chill run down his spine. He jumped out of the cart and pulled out his blade. "You're here. Those people are really trash. They chase you into the mountains, and yet you came all the way into the city." Tian Hong shouted out loudly as he looked around. "You're the same as Jidan." Pei Ziyun revealed himself. "You're here, and yet you're shouting out loud to call for help. However, I know some Tao arts. Don't look at the empty surroundings. My voice won't leak out, and nobody outside can hear me." As he spoke, Pei Ziyun looked around. "However, this is still the streets. It wouldn't be good to meet any random people. How about this? I'll go with Jidan and Fong Jia. You even killed Fong Jia? Tian Hong was extremely shocked. He was an insider, and naturally knew that Fong Jia's blade techniques were unrivaled within the mansion. He was able to suppress both the black and white sections. It was just that he was a constable. According to the rules, unless there were special circumstances, he would never be able to get promoted. Furthermore, Ji Dan had been secretly suppressing him. Now, even Fong Jia was dead. Tian Hong looked at Pei Ziyun and knew that he had no chance of survival. He then shouted out in anger, kill them all. The two jailers were extremely ferocious as they pulled out their blades. Their faces were filled with killing intent. With the blades in my hands, I'm invincible. As they spoke, they shouted out in anger as 3 blades appeared in front of them. Dang! A loud sound rang out as blood spurted out from their mouths. The smell of blood filled the air. The two jailers were thrown back several meters before they fell to the ground. Their hands were still holding onto their blades tightly as they twitched on the ground. Fresh blood flowed out like a fountain, staining the green stones. Pei Ziyun appeared once again, staring coldly at the jailers. Tian Hong had been stabbed in the chest. His intestines had spilled out as he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Is it painful? I've heard that you like to torture prisoners, especially skinning them. I don't have the same hobby as you. Let me send you on your way. Pei Ziyun shook his head and sighed as he walked forward. Master Top Scorer, please wait. At this point, a young master stepped forward and blocked Pei Ziyun's path. He looked at Pei Ziyun and clasped his hands. I've long heard of Master Top Scorer's reputation. I wonder why Master Top Scorer is killing people on the streets today and killing officials of the Imperial Court. What's going on? Why did someone unrelated come in? Pei Ziyun was initially surprised. This was because it was a snowy day and there weren't many people around. He had chosen this remote alley and used his Dao arts. This Dao art was able to make people around him feel uncomfortable. Naturally, they would take a detour if they could. Now someone had barged in. At this point, Pei Ziyun noticed that this young master wasn't considered young. He looked to be in his 20s. Just the way he stood there, he looked confident and at ease. Pei Ziyun then asked, You are? Chapter 170. I am Zhui Yuanjiu. Zhui Yuanjiu. So you're the son of the governor of this prefecture. Nice to meet you. Hearing this name, Pei Ziyun had some recollection of it. He was the son of Governor Zhui. This person was a Dao fanatic who loved the path of immortality. Using his family background, he obtained many copies of the Law of Dao and was brimming with talent. Just by relying on these copies, he was able to cultivate and enter the Dao without anyone's guidance. He was a first-rate master in the secular world. In the original owner's memory, this person was stuck at the opening Heaven's Gate steps and was unable to improve. After that, he was imprisoned and the details were unclear. Zhui Yuanjiu saw that Pei Ziyun didn't reply and then said, I implore Master Top Scorer to look at the bigger picture and not ruin your cultivation. Although he's a prison officer, he's still an official of the Imperial Court. Killing him would be a bad omen. Only then did Pei Ziyun realize that Zhui Yuanjiu didn't know that he was being hunted down. He then laughed. I'm not someone who would kill without reason. Do you know that this person is secretly hunting me? Although I am a high scholar, and if they really wanted to arrest me, they would just have to ask the provincial education secretary to strip me of my title. But why did this person kill me in private? What? Is that true? Zhui Yuanjiu was taken aback. He had been roaming the lands and didn't know about this. However, he had heard some rumors. He then frowned. Could it be that during this period of time, the thief that was being hunted down was Master Top Scorer? It's me. There's a reason for this. Brother Zhua, it's best if you don't interfere. Pei Ziyun chuckled. The governor's son, although he could kill him in terms of martial arts, he was not an enemy. There was no need to provoke him. Do you know why I want to kill him? They were acting on orders, and I was acting on orders as well. I had to kill him. Young master, do you wish to be embroiled in the battle between the Crown Prince and King Lu? Pei Ziyun asked, borrowing the tiger skin of the Crown Prince to scare him. Strictly speaking, What he said wasn't wrong. Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Zhui Yuanjiu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He took a step back and sighed, not saying another word. Even if he was the governor's son, if he were to be dragged into this mess, he wouldn't have a good ending. At this point, Tian Hong struggled to retrieve his saber. With a howl, he pounced forward. However, with a flash of his sword, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. It doesn't matter who is missing from this world. Pei Ziyun sighed. His eyes lit up as a plum blossom appeared in front of him. Mission: kill the chess pieces of Ying, Yong, and Liang prefectures completed. We don't have to kill the henchman this time. This man was a prison warden. Although he had subordinates, they were all officials of the imperial court. Once he died, his entire power would collapse. There was no need for Pei Ziyun to kill them all. Oh well, I'm tired of killing them. The snow drifted down with the wind. Pei Ziyun turned around and pointed a finger in the air. Withdraw. For a moment, the image of the plum blossom appeared between his eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Intentionally or unintentionally, the sound of the spell flowed like a stream. In a place where the naked eye could not see, there was a faint spring breeze blowing, almost undetectable. It was a little like the wind sneaking into the night, quietly moisturizing everything. Pei Ziyun was puzzled. He had a feeling that he had just broken through a certain barrier, and so he tapped on it again. The translucent information interface floated in front of me with a faint sense of light. Data appeared in front of me, and I took a closer look. Nothing had changed. I thought for a moment and pointed to a certain point. Divine powers. Stars transposition level 10. 1% completed. He waited for a while longer. The completion rate was 0. 2%, and it jumped again. Seeing this, Pei Ziyun's heart was in turmoil. He could feel the energy being absorbed by his Yin master, bit by bit, as it solidified. The most obvious number was that the Big Dipper transposition was still increasing. Although it was slow, it was happening all the time. So that's how it is. The Yin master continuously enhances the divine powers and is compatible with the paradise. The paradise in turn nourishes the divine powers and spiritual energy. This is the Tao of the earth, immortals of this world. Yet the plum blossom has opened up a new path. Pei Ziyun laughed out loud, as his voice trembled like metal. Guests of Zhao wear the tassel of a beard, bright as snow. A silver saddle shines on a white horse, galloping like a shooting star. 10 steps to kill a man, 1,000 miles unstoppable. When the deed is done, I brush my robes and hide my name. Leisurely passing through Xian Ling, I take off my sword and hold it horizontally in front of my knees. 3 cups of wine, and I promise the 5 mountains are light. After my eyes and ears are warm, I am full of vigor. Even in death, my bones are fragrant. I am not ashamed of being a hero. Who can write to you, white hair, supreme, mystery scripture. As soon as he finished reciting, he turned around and left. Zhui Yuanjiu listened to the poem and was taken aback. When he saw Pei Ziyun's tattered robes, he called out, "Master Top Score is truly an immortal poet. You've killed someone, and I'm afraid there will be trouble. I have a quiet courtyard. You can rest there." Pei Ziyun paused when he heard this. He then turned around and asked, "Oh, aren't you afraid of trouble?" Zhui Yuanjiu laughed. "My father is an official and is one of the crown prince's men. I don't wish to be involved in any trouble, but I can still find a quiet place for you to rest. Please enter the carriage. My courtyard is outside the city. It's a good place to stay for a few days." That's exactly what I wanted. Pei Ziyun smiled and entered the carriage. He then closed his eyes and leaned against the cushion of the carriage. He was extremely tired and was deep in thought. The ox cart drove off. The system could convert reputation. The higher the reputation, the more people would praise him, and the more he would improve. He had to think of a way to increase his reputation. After some time, the ox cart came to a halt. The driver shouted, "Young master, we've arrived at the courtyard." Pei Ziyun alighted from the carriage, and a gust of cold wind blew against his face. He looked up and saw that he had arrived at a small courtyard by the river. He could jump into the river at any time. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and he couldn't see clearly from a few meters away. It's a good choice. To the left is the river, and to the right is the riverbank. As he spoke, he walked up to a small courtyard. There were 3 main rooms and 2 rows of rooms. All of them were covered in a thick layer of snow. In the corner of the wall, there were a bunch of plum blossoms. The cold fragrance of the plum blossoms wafted towards him. Pei Ziyun then said, "There are plum blossoms here. I like them." Zhui Yuanjiu saw that he was deep in thought and laughed. "Master top scorer must have a poem." Pei Ziyun gave a bitter laugh. "I've just had enough fun. I don't have any more poems." As he spoke, he walked into the house. The outside looked inconspicuous, while the inside was decorated elegantly. There was a wooden couch, a blanket, a bookshelf, ink, and brush. There was even a stove. There was rice and meat in the kitchen. Zhui Yuanjiu then said, "Coincidentally, I stayed here for a few days, and everything is here. The snow outside is heavy, and nobody saw me. However, in order to prevent anyone from finding me, I can't send anyone to serve you. Master top scorer will have to take care of everything yourself." Hearing this, Pei Ziyun nodded his head. In order to avoid being found, he exchanged a few words before sending Zhui Yuanjiu out. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the snow. After some time, Pei Ziyun boiled a large bucket of water and brought a new set of clothes over. Pei Ziyun sat in the bathtub and felt extremely comfortable. These few days, he had been killing people and being chased. He didn't have much time to take a bath. The weather was freezing, and he was feeling drowsy. Pei Ziyun was deep in thought. Reputation. How do I obtain reputation? He was a master of poetry, and his fame hadn't spread yet. As long as his poems spread, he would gain more reputation. If he wanted to improve further, the best way would be to become a top scholar and become a high-ranking official. However, his cultivation foundation would be destroyed by the imperial qi, and he wouldn't be able to do so. He had fought for thousands of miles and killed Ying, Yong, and Liang. He was a legend. However, this was a secret of the royal family. Even King Lu couldn't publicize it. How could he publicize it? Poems were valued for their quality, not quantity. Since he already had one poem, it wouldn't be good to publicize it. Academics, in practical terms, could only be circulated among a small group of scholars. Only those who were interested in learning and learning would pay attention to it. It could be said that academics were like a gold mine. The more time passed, the more gold would appear. However, in a short period of time, it wouldn't be of much use. Apart from these, are there any other literary works? Besides, in order to gain reputation, the easiest way is to write something that is easy to understand. Although poetry and academics are elegant, there aren't many people who can appreciate them. In order to gain reputation, the most important thing is to write something that can be sung by storytellers. In the world where Taoists existed, there were many legends of demons, ghosts, foxes, and beauties. All of these legends could be written into a book. In the previous life, Pu Songling had spent his entire life writing books. Although he wasn't famous at that time, after his death, it had been passed down for hundreds of years. Pei Ziyun had read the books in this world and found them to be average. Yes, when he was on Earth, he had a close friend. The two of them got drunk, and the friend told him the secret to writing. At that time, he felt enlightened. However, he didn't manage to write a book back then. Perhaps in this life, he could give it a try. Just as he was thinking, he glanced at the information interface and paused. Divine Powers, Stars Transposition, First Level 1. 7% completed. Along the way, I've already accomplished so much. Looks like I have to put in more effort. Prefecture City, it was snowing heavily, and over 1,000 men were still searching. Fang Jie and Tian Hong were dead, and even the army had been mobilized. After searching for several days, they still couldn't find any traces of the culprit. In a large hall, Eunuch Ding was pacing back and forth. His face was ashen. The chief patrol officer walked up to him. "Eunuch, we've searched the entire mountain, but we couldn't find anything. We've searched all the pharmacies, inns, and restaurants in the city, but we couldn't find anything. We've questioned all the doctors, but none of them received any treatment. We've searched many times, and he might have already escaped far away." Eunuch Ding was filled with anger. and was extremely unwilling to accept this. He paced a few steps before shouting out, "This man is already injured, and yet you can't find him. You're all trash." The magistrate has already spoken, saying that even if it's for my sake, we can't seal off the city forever. We can't always deploy the army to guard the city. But in such a situation, how do you expect me to answer to His Highness? Eunuch Ding's eyes were bloodshot with anger as he looked at the crowd. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. The chief patrol officer's forehead was filled with cold sweat. He then braced himself and said, "Eunuch Ding, we can be lax on the outside, but tense on the inside. We can keep watch at the inns, docks, and roads. Once we find him, it won't be too late to surround him." There was something he didn't say. It was extremely cold now, and it was snowing heavily for several days straight. There were already people suffering from frostbite. If this were to continue, the morale of the army would crumble. Even if he were to command them, they wouldn't be able to fight anymore. When Eunuch Ding heard this, he suppressed his anger and looked at the crowd. Seeing that everyone was silent, he knew that they were being too cautious. After thinking for some time, he then said, "Fine, we'll do as you say." As soon as he said this, he snapped his fingers and flipped them over. At this point, everyone heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel vexed. Chapter 171. The snow was thick, and Zhui Yuanjiu leaned against the cushion as he looked out. He had a perplexed expression on his face. The snowstorm was getting stronger and stronger until the ox shook. Someone then said, "Young master, we've arrived." Snowflakes fell from the sky, and the temperature was extremely cold. Zhui Yuanjiu shivered and hurriedly walked over. In just a few steps, a thin layer of snow had fallen on his body. He then knocked on the door. There was no response for a long time. Zhui Yuanjiu pushed the door open and walked in. The courtyard was covered in snow, and there were no footprints. It was so quiet that he could hear the snowflakes falling on the ground. He had a premonition. Master top scorer? No one answered. The Yuanjiu pushed the door open, and indeed there was no one. There are no footprints outside the courtyard. Looks like young master Pei has left. Zhui Yuanjiu sighed. Actually, he was secretly relieved. Although this courtyard was well hidden, protecting Pei Ziyun was risky. Now that Pei Ziyun had left, he could relax a little. It's fine if he left. Just as he was about to leave, he saw 3 stacks of paper on the table. Could it be that there's another poem? Zhui Yuanjiu thought to himself as he picked up the papers. He noticed that the papers were sewn together, and the names written on the cover were "You New Sword, Liang Zhu, Nie Xiaoqian." Young Master Zhuo looked at the cover and flipped through it. He then laughed. Master Top Scorer is really good at keeping his composure. Even if MT Tai were to collapse in front of him, he wouldn't even bat an eyelid. At this point, he still has the mood to write a story. Wine is not empty. Zhui Yuanjiu had long heard that top scorer Pei couldn't live without wine. He didn't expect it to be true. Indeed, he was famous for his wine. The new sword was the thinnest piece of paper. He then flipped through it, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. With only a bamboo stick, Qing defeated a group of swordsmen in Wu country. In this era, there was no shortage of literary works, but they were all about the traditional gifted scholars and beautiful women. How could such a magical and somewhat romantic swordplay be seen? A single bamboo sword against 1,000 soldiers. No wonder he's top scorer Pei. Such sword techniques, such power, such love and hate, such valiance. Only such a hero could write such an essay. The Sword of the Yu Maiden was originally a few hundred words long and had been rewritten into a short story of 10,000 words. Many of them ended abruptly, as if they had not been fully expressed. Now that Pei Ziyun was writing it, he wasn't plagiarizing it. Instead, he was rewriting it according to the language of this era. He had the writing skills of a grand scholar and was able to do the job. The number of words he had was about 50,000 words, and in this era, it could be considered a unique book. Zhui Yuanjiu finished reading with great interest. He also took a look at Liang Shambua. Liang Shambua did not recognize Zhu Yingtai and secretly cursed him for being a bookworm. In the end, he turned into a butterfly and flew away. His thoughts were hard to describe. Although he himself did not value love, he was still somewhat moved. He stored the supplies on the ox cart in the courtyard and hurried back with the book. Governor General's office, the main hall, was lit with charcoal, for golden braziers were burning brightly, as though it was spring. The governor was dressed in a robe and wore a crown. Although he looked tired, he was still reading the essay. At this point, his second son, whom he had not seen for a long time, pushed open the door and walked in. Yuan Jio, why didn't I go to your courtyard today? Why did you come back? The governor finished reading the first book and smiled as he asked. He knew what was going on. Hearing these words, Zhui Yuan Jio walked up to him and whispered, Father, I went to the courtyard. Pei Ziyun had already left. However, there were 3 manuscripts on the table, and I took them. The 3 manuscripts were all about stories. I didn't expect him to be in such a dangerous situation and still have the leisure to write. Father, take a look. The governor took the manuscripts and placed them in his hands. He did not look at them and sighed. It's fine if he writes stories on a normal day, but when he's in such a dangerous situation, he's calm and collected and still has the leisure to write. That's a true color. As he finished speaking, he took the manuscripts and read a few pages before placing them back on the table. Zhui Yuan Jio was somewhat moved as he walked up to ask, Father, should we do him another favor? The governor thought for some time before replying. Although the crown prince has taken care of him, it's a pity that he's entered a Tao sect and has no way of becoming an official. We owe him a favor, and that's more than enough. We don't have to care about anything else. Let's observe and see what else he has up his sleeves. However, if you wish to befriend him, you can make some copies of these. Yes. Zhui Yuan Jio understood the situation and acknowledged. City, mansion deep into the night. A cold wind blew across the room. 2 patrolling soldiers wielded long spears as they walked across the frozen ground. One of the soldiers heard the sound of footsteps and turned around, preparing to stab him. Pooh! The long spear was sliced in half, and the soldier clutched his throat as he fell to the ground. Theirs! Another soldier retreated and raised his spear to stab Pei Ziyun. He was about to shout out, but before he could do so, he spat out another mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. After Pei Ziyun had finished killing the soldiers, his long eyebrows reached his temples as he walked forward. There were several cypress trees planted around the mansion, each as thick as a bowl. The trees were covered with snow and looked dark and gloomy. This was the residence of the Taoist who had been searching for Pei Ziyun. This man had chased after Pei Ziyun multiple times. This time, Pei Ziyun managed to track him down. Since there weren't any soldiers around, he decided to kill him and cut off one of the eunuch's arms. Just as Pei Ziyun was about to enter the mansion, he stopped in his tracks. At this point, snow started falling from the sky, and he could barely open his eyes. A Taoist holding a horsetail whisk walked out of the room and sighed. You're here. Pei Ziyun looked at the man in front of him and was about to kill him when he heard someone say, Master Top Scorer, please wait. As soon as these words were spoken, a white-haired Taoist and a middle-aged Taoist walked into the courtyard. The old man looked at Pei Ziyun and said, Master Top Scorer, please stop. You've gone through so many prefectures and killed hundreds of people. You're a Tao cultivator. Don't you understand the principles behind this? Seeing that the Taoist had appeared, Pei Ziyun looked around and saw that there was no one in front of him. At this point, the Taoist who had just appeared was shocked. The Taoist paced several steps before sighing. Tao cultivators have purity as their root. Water is good and beneficial to all living beings. Master Top Scorer was involved in this battle, which resulted in this tribulation. Don't tell me you still can't comprehend it. Stop, or else you'll harm the fate of the world. When you die, wouldn't that be painful? What you said makes sense. Pei Ziyun waved a hand, but let me say this. You were the one who ambushed me first. I wasn't the one who killed you. If you want to stop, that's fine. But if I stop, would that eunuch be willing to stop? Taoist brother, can you help that eunuch? He then laughed. But I can see that the two of you are very arrogant and must be very responsible. How about this? If the two of you are willing to place a curse on me, and if the unit tries to kill me, I'll be willing to stop. How about that? The Taoist was enraged, and his face turned red. However, he controlled himself and spoke in a low voice. The fate of the world is in the hands of the imperial court, and the Taoists have an agreement. But you've broken the rules. I'm trying so hard to persuade you, in hopes that you'll repent. Pei Ziyun retracted his smile and spoke coldly. Now that you've said this, I understand. So you want me to stop? You want me to take the beating without retaliating? But I've seen plenty of shameless people, and I don't care. You're stalling for time. Could it be that you've secretly prepared a spell? Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, the middle-aged Taoist beside the old Taoist flushed red. The white-haired Taoist's face turned cold as he spoke. I've said many good things, but it looks like Master Top Scorer isn't willing to stop. Since I can't persuade Master Top Scorer to stop, I can only make a move. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Ziyun felt a huge force pressing down on him, causing his entire body to tremble. When the three Taoists saw that Pei Ziyun had been restrained, they heaved a sigh of relief. The middle-aged Taoist laughed. Pei Ziyun, you've finally fallen into my trap. Do you really think that you're the only one who knows Tao arts and martial arts? Wu Luo walked out from behind and laughed coldly. If it weren't for Eunuch Ding forcing me, why would I use myself as bait to lure you in? The imperial court has always been against you Taoists who don't know the laws of the country. This spell is combined with King Lu's decree in Tao arts. Not just you, even if there were a few more Taoists, it would still be able to trap you. It's a pity that this requires some time. That's why we gave you a chance. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame us for what happens next. Pei Ziyun stood there motionlessly. Wu Luo was the imperial court magistrate and was under the protection of the imperial court. His cultivation would be smooth sailing. However, at the same time, the emotions of the imperial court and the rich and powerful would affect their cultivation. Therefore, they had to serve the imperial court wholeheartedly. He then walked forward and laughed coldly. I almost forgot. Master Top Scorer is trapped within the spell and is suppressed. You can't speak. I've asked too many questions. The Taoist spoke as he drew his long blade and approached Pei Ziyun. You're a genius, but today your fate has come to an end. The Deluo destruction spell was specially prepared for the Een Master Taoist. Ha! As he spoke, he was merciless as he slashed his blade towards Pei Ziyun. His blade was filled with a cold intent. At this point, Pei Ziyun shook his head and sighed. The tiger has the intention to hurt the man. But who knows that the man has the intention to catch the tiger? As he spoke, Pei Ziyun's sword flashed. Wu Luo wouldn't have been able to dodge this attack, much less under such circumstances. All he could hear was a pu sound as the sword pierced through his chest and pierced deep into his back. Wu Luo screamed out in pain, his voice chilling to the bone. At this point, Pei Ziyun waved his hand, and the sword in his hand sliced through the man's internal organs. Wu Luo screamed out as blood gushed into his throat, and he could no longer scream. Pei Ziyun retracted his sword, and with a loud boom, Wu Luo's corpse fell to the ground, dead. No, junior brother. The white-haired old man shouted out. How did you manage to break free from the suppression? You're using both Tao arts and Imperial Qi. Pei Ziyun looked at the two Taoists in shock and laughed. Do you think I've been recuperating for the past few days? No, I've been prepared. Seeing how terrified you are, I'll tell you a secret. Your spell is useless against me. Looking at the information in her face, Pei Ziyun glanced at it and saw divine powers. Stars transposition, 2nd level, 5. 71% completed. Actually, these words were a lie. These few days, he had been cultivating in the courtyard. Not only did he recover his energy, he had also used up all his reputation points and pushed the star's transposition to the 2nd level. I've tested the 1st level of the star's transposition. I can probably withstand the backlash of a 9th level cultivator. The 2nd level should be able to withstand the backlash of an 8th level cultivator. Although I can't completely break free from the suppression, I should be able to withstand it. Although Pei Ziyin felt as though he was tied up by ropes, he was still calm and composed. Junior brother, you take charge of the spell. I shall kill this man. The old Taoist didn't fall for his trick. He coldly instructed his junior brother beside him as he unsheathed his sword. Chapter 172. Zhng. Pei Ziyin managed to block 3 strikes. The old Taoist laughed out loud. I was almost fooled by you. With your martial arts, how could I do this? You must have used some sort of technique to break free. But the Imperial Qi can suppress all Tao arts. Unless you have permission, you can't escape. Die. The two of them exchanged several blows. Even the middle-aged Taoist could see that Pei Ziyin was being suppressed. He then said, how do you know that my junior brother is staying here? Why do you only have a few soldiers in your house? These are all set up for you. Before long, eunuch's troops will be here. When that happens, you will die a horrible death. Die. The two of them flashed as their swords clashed. Pei Ziyin waved his hand, revealing an opening in his defense. The old Taoist did not hesitate and attacked. Pei Ziyin grunted as a wound appeared on his chest. It was a pity that the wound only penetrated his skin. The white-haired Taoist retreated a few steps. His body was covered in wounds, but they were not deep. At this point, the middle-aged Taoist's left rib cage trembled, as though he had been struck by lightning. He looked down and saw a flying dagger piercing through his chest. He raised his hand in disbelief. You used a hidden weapon. Damn it. The old Taoist was enraged as he charged towards Pei Ziyin. Pei Ziyin felt his entire body lighten, as the spell was no longer in control. Although he could not use his Tao arts, the restrictions on his body had lessened. The Imperial Qi determines the spell. Although the spell is controlled by the Emperor, how can your Tao arts not be restricted as well? Pei Ziyin laughed. Normal Taoists would be afraid. But I'm a sword cultivator and have mastered the art of the sword. This is beneficial to me. You're too arrogant. If not for the fact that the Imperial Court has been guarding against us, we wouldn't have come to this. The old Taoist's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Die. Pei Ziyin's body flickered as his sword flashed. No. The old Taoist fell backwards. A deep wound had been inflicted on his body. His face was pale, and the more he killed, the more fearful he became. Even if no one was controlling the spell would still weaken this man's sword arts by several times. Just what kind of fortuitous encounter did this person have when he was being chased? He was originally affected, but now it has been reduced by more than half. Could it be that he had some sort of fortuitous encounter in the mountains? The Taoist was secretly anxious. We've been killing for so long. Why haven't the soldiers outside arrived yet? In order to kill Pei Ziyin, the Taoist did not set up an ambush in the mansion. Instead, he set up an ambush in secret. If anything happened here, he would rush over immediately. Why wasn't he here yet? At this point, footsteps could be heard from afar. The old Taoist was overjoyed. Eunuch, the soldiers are here. Pei Ziyin laughed. Since you're here, there's no need to keep you around. Hearing Pei Ziyin's words, the old Taoist was taken aback. All he saw was a flash of sword light. With a slash and a flick, the old Taoist's right hand and sword fell to the ground. Please return to the underworld. Pei Ziyin raised his sword and slashed it towards the Taoist's neck. Seeing the sword light in front of him, the old Taoist was agitated. All the hairs on his body stood on end as he shouted, I am an elder of profound Azure sect. I'm also a member of the Imperial Court. If you kill me, you will receive retribution. You will not be able to coexist with the elders of profound Azure sect. You cannot do this. Pei Ziyin placed his sword against the Taoist's neck. Elder, you're not even an earth immortal. When you tried to kill me earlier, you didn't even consider the conflict between your sections. Now that I'm about to kill you, you're thinking about the conflict between your sections. You can kill me, but I can't kill you. If your sect wants to take revenge, come at me. Do you think your sect will start a war just because of an elder who defected to the Imperial Court? No, you will regret this. The old Taoist shouted out. At this point, his sword sliced through the air, and his head flew into the air. Fresh blood spurted out from the wound. The headless body seemed to be unwilling to die, as it took several steps before it fell to the ground. A ray of light then flew towards the underworld. Pei Ziyin didn't stop it. He walked forward and picked up the weapon. He held in his hands and laughed. Initially, I couldn't kill all the people sent by King Lu, but you've given me the chance. With the memories of the original owner, grand ancestor, and Jingming Taoist memories, it's not difficult to control this weapon. AI, this weapon can even last for 5 minutes. To me, that's more than enough. At this point, the sound of armor clanking could be heard from the entrance of the mansion. Patrol officers, constables, soldiers, and even archers had gathered. Including the 30 soldiers who supported Eunuch Ding, there were a total of 300 people. Eunuch Ding stepped forward and saw that everyone was solemnly awaiting his orders. He then ordered, "Surround the place. Archers, be on guard. Whoever dares to break through, kill them without mercy." Everyone bowed in unison as their armor clanked. Yes. As he spoke, he waved his hands, and a group of people stepped forward. With a loud boom, they kicked the door open and rushed in from both sides. Get into formation, advance. The culprit is in the courtyard. Eunuch Ding was dressed in a 6th-ranked official's robe, and his face was fair and clean. He was followed by several men in green robes and hats. Eunuch Ding looked around and saw a man in the middle. This man was extremely young and looked to be no more than 17 or 18 years old. Despite being surrounded by so many soldiers, he was still calm and composed. Eunuch Ding revealed a look of admiration. "So your top score, Pei. You're indeed magnanimous. No wonder you're able to ruin King Lu's plans so many times. However, this world belongs to the imperial family. You've offended King Lu. Even if you're a hero, you have to die. I didn't waste my efforts." Eunuch Ding laughed out loudly. As he spoke, more than 10 people rushed out from the surrounding rooms. They had climbed up the walls, and the archers were standing by. "Shoot him dead." Eunuch Ding gave his orders and didn't speak much. Seeing that the preparations were complete, he shouted out loudly. The archers immediately drew their bows and were about to shoot. At the same time, several soldiers rushed in from outside the courtyard, surrounding Pei Ziyin within the courtyard. Pei Ziyin shook his head and sighed. "Is that so? Quick!" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone within the courtyard felt their bodies tremble. It was as if a powerful force had locked them in place, and they couldn't move at all. "It's Dao Arts, no." Eunuch Ding reacted immediately and retrieved the command token from his robes. As long as he had the command token, he would be able to use Dao Arts to dispel the Dao Arts. Seeing that only Eunuch Ding and the chief patrol officer could move, Pei Ziyun's shadow flashed as he pounced forward. "Don't you dare be presumptuous." The chief patrol officer had thick eyebrows, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He had an air of authority about him. With a shout, he unsheathed his sword and charged forward. Pei Ziyin did not slow down at all. As he passed by, he waved his sword, and blood rained down. The chief patrol officer's head flew up into the air. Although he grunted in pain, he did not stop. "Eunuch Ding, you've chased me for so long. Let me send you to hell. If you die in battle, King Lu might bestow upon you a title. There will be a place for you in the underworld." Eunuch Ding's face was pale as he retrieved the command token. "Release." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a PU sound as the sword sliced across his throat. Eunuch Ding's face was dark as he looked on in disbelief. He clutched at his throat as if he wanted to speak. However, no words came out. He fell to the ground as his entire body convulsed. Fresh blood flowed out from his wound. Pei Ziyin felt his blood boiling as his face turned pale. Blood flowed out from his nose and mouth. Although nobody spoke, they were in an uproar. "This man is rebelling. He killed Eunuch Ding." Pei Ziyin rushed in front of one of King Lu's soldiers. This soldier struggled with all his might, but a PU sound could be heard as Pei Ziyun's sword mercilessly pierced through his heart. Pei Ziyun then proceeded to the next soldier. Within a minute, Pei Ziyun had killed over 30 soldiers. Initially, there was a ruckus and anger. By the time Pei Ziyun had killed more than 10 soldiers, there was no one left. Corpses piled up like a mountain, and fresh blood permeated the air. Many people's faces were pale, and their legs were weak. Some even started to vomit. After killing him, Pei Ziyun threw a piece of paper onto Eunuch Ding's body. He then used a clean piece of cloth to wipe off the blood on his sword. He then walked out calmly and disappeared into the distance. His magical weapon crumbled into dust in an instant. The next moment, everyone who could not move started to panic. One of them was considered valiant as he shouted, "Chase after him. He can't have run far." Although most of the people heard this shout, nobody responded. The cold, killing intent he had displayed earlier had scared most of them off. One of the constables had a pale face and looked like he was a senior. He laughed bitterly. "Looks like we're all finished." Another constable spoke out. "That's right. Eunuch Ding has died here. The best outcome for us would be 30 strokes of the rod, and then we'd be skinned alive." The middle-aged constable replied, "Since that's the case, there's nothing we can do about it." Just as they were in a daze, the door opened and a man walked in. This man was dressed in the uniform of an official. His face was pale as he walked in. "Who are you?" The few constables' faces changed. "An official from the Crown Prince's palace." The official had thick eyebrows and a cold look on his face. One look, and you could tell that he was arrogant and courageous. He then walked up to check each and every one of them. When he reached the corpse of Eunuch Ding, he picked up the piece of paper and opened it. Zhao's guest wears the tassel of a beard. Wu's hook is as bright as snow. A silver saddle shines on a white horse like a shooting star. Every 10 steps he takes, killing a man, unstoppable for 1,000 miles. When he's done, he brushes his robes and disappears, concealing his identity and name. Leisurely passing Xian Ling drinking, taking off his sword before his knees. 3 cups of wine, and a promise is made. 5 mountains are light. After his eyes and ears are hot, his spirit is pure. Even in death, his bones are fragrant, not ashamed of being a hero. Who can write a poem to you? White hair, supreme mystery scripture. Killing someone and leaving a poem behind, that's... The official's face twitched uncontrollably. He was a soldier of the Imperial Army, and was clear of the power that Eunuch Ding wielded. Hence, his mission was only to observe and record, and did not include helping Pei Ziyun. He thought that Pei Ziyun was dead for sure, and wanted to report back to his superiors. Who would have thought that things would turn out this way? Even though they were enemies, they couldn't help but sympathize with him. The middle-aged constable stepped forward and asked, "Your Excellency, what should we do?" "Don't ask me about this. I'm only here to record." Although the constable was smiling, the official replied coldly, "That's your problem." After checking, he waved his hands and left, leaving a group of people looking at each other in dismay. After some time, the middle-aged constable sighed, "Report to the magistrate, report to the governor. As for us, we can only resign ourselves to fate." Some of them were gritting their teeth, some of them were frustrated, some of them were furious. However, their emotions had all cooled down, just like the snow. Nobody chased after Pei Ziyun. Chapter 173. A constable sprinted all the way to the magistrate's yamen. It was snowing heavily, and the yamen's 4 doors were tightly shut. Under the dim yellow light, a few bailiffs were bored, picking peanuts and eating wine. Hearing the fierce knocking on the door, he stood up and looked around in shock. "Who is it?" "Stop. It's me." The constable shouted. "What's the matter?" "Master is resting in the back." The runner recognized the voice. There's a big case. Something big has happened. As soon as the door opened, the constable rushed in. Even his voice had changed. "Quick, quick, quick!" As he said this, he walked inside. Accidentally, he tripped and fell on the stone path. When he got up, he didn't even brush off the snow and went straight to the backyard. A huge case had happened today, and it was inevitable that the heavens would hear about it. In the backyard, the constable was walking while the prefectural magistrate was in his study. "Your Excellency, something big has happened." Something big has happened. The constable entered the study and knelt down upon seeing the magistrate. His face was pale as a sheet. Could be a big thief. Just arrest them. Why do you have to be so disgraceful? The prefectural magistrate drank his hot tea, enjoying the gentle massage of the maidservant behind him. He spoke lazily, as though he did not care about anything, allowing the maidservant to massage his muscles and bones. The constable said anxiously, "Your Excellency, Eunuch Ding, the Taoist official, and the chief patrol officer are all dead today. Even a 30 King Lu's black-robed armor were killed." Hearing this, the magistrate's face fell as he stood up. "Tell me everything in detail. Was there a rebellion?" Eunuch Ding was a rank 6 martial artist, and he was also protected by armored soldiers. When he heard this, he thought it was chaos. The constable's face was filled with fear as he replied, "It wasn't a mutiny. It was Eunuch Ding who was chasing a thief. Today, he barged into the residence of the Imperial Guard. Eunuch Ding led his men to surround him and capture him. In the end, the thief used demonic arts and imprisoned everyone. Eunuch Ding, King Lu's black-robe guards, Imperial Guard Wu, and the chief patrol officer were all killed." As the constable spoke, the prefectural magistrate's face fell. "What? They're all dead? This is a disaster. Immediately send someone to inform the Imperial Court, the governor, and King Lu." "Wait, don't go yet. Invite advisor Lu over to discuss the documents." The prefectural magistrate saw that they were about to leave, but he called for them to stop. His expression was one of unease. "Yes, sir." The servant at the door went to invite advisor Lu in. At the same time, a man galloped on a horse and stopped in front of the governor's mansion. The moment he entered, he knelt down in front of the governor and reported, "Your Excellency Governor, King Lu's Eunuch Ding, the Dao officer, and the chief patrol officer have all been killed by the bandits. The black-robe guards of King Lu's mansion have been killed as well. Not a single one of them was spared." "What?" The governor stood up. He had been official for 30 years and had never encountered such a thing. His face turned pale, but he was the governor after all. He calmed himself down and said, "Men, report this matter to the Imperial Court and the Crown Prince." After the man left, he stood up and paced back and forth. "I've never heard of such a ruthless person. However, with this incident, Liang Province will have to settle down a little." King Lu's mansion snow fell from the sky like goose feathers. There was a fire burning in the middle of the hall, and the entire hall was warm and cozy. King Lu sat in the middle of the hall, wearing only a robe and a cape embroidered with python patterns. He was reading some official documents. King Lu held a brush in his hand and dipped it into the ink. He then heard a voice barge in. King Lu, something big has happened." They went to Ying Prefecture. Before he could finish his sentence, King Lu spoke out coldly. "Get out and slap yourself 10 times before you come back in." Hearing King Lu's words, the eunuch's face fell. His Majesty was very strict with the rules, and the military rules governed the palace. Just now, he had barged in without reporting to King Lu, which was a serious crime. Now that he was slapped 10 times, it was already considered a special treatment. He then stretched out his hand and slapped himself hard on the face. Pa! 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 His face turned red and swollen. He didn't dare to slack off. "King Lu, this humble servant has something important to report." The eunuch retreated out of the door and reported. King Lu then said, "Come in." This was a eunuch who had followed King Lu all his life. When he entered the hall, King Lu's face turned cold. "What has caused you to lose your manners? What did I teach you in the past? Speak, what has happened?" King Lu read through the documents and asked without any change in his expression. The eunuch's face was red and swollen from the slaps. At this point, he lowered his head and handed the documents over. "King Lu, there's news from Liang Prefecture. The traitor Pei Ziyin wasn't willing to submit to the law. He killed Eunuch Ding, as well as Governor Wu and 30 black-robe guards." Hearing these words, King Lu's brush stopped moving for a moment. His expression didn't change as he continued reading the documents. When he was done, he instructed the eunuch, "Pass this down. This matter shall be handled according to this." The eunuch standing by the side received the document and left. King Lu then received the document from the eunuch and started reading it. His face was cold as he gripped the document tightly, as if he was trying to suppress his anger. He then looked at the eunuch and asked, "Pei Ziyun, is he really that strong?" Hearing King Lu's words, the eunuch bowed and replied, "Strong, extremely strong. Eunuch Zhao and Eunuch Ding aren't useless people, and yet they were defeated by this man. It's not as if the king's mansion hasn't killed ordinary masters before. Their Dao arts are suppressed, and 10 soldiers are enough to kill them. But this man is proficient in martial arts and Dao arts. That's different." Hearing the eunuch's words, King Lu picked up his teacup and drank the entire cup. He couldn't suppress his anger and was about to explode. Seeing King Lu's expression, the eunuch hurriedly said, "However, Eunuch Zhao was killed by the explosion. Nobody expected that. Ji Beiho had done his best and cooperated with us. His third son was blinded by the explosion, and his face was disfigured. He's now bedridden. Eunuch Ding learned his lesson and prepared everything. However, he wasn't able to take down Pei Ziyun and even died. Although, according to the reports, Pei Ziyun managed to kill him with the help of a magical weapon. It's clear that Pei Ziyun is very resourceful. Perhaps he's lucky as well. For such a person, we have to kill him in one strike. Do you have any ideas?" King Lu asked. The eunuch pondered for some time before replying. "King Lu, 2 of our palace eunuchs have died, and we've also lost dozens of black-robe guards. The black-robe guards aren't too bad, but the 2 eunuchs have suffered heavy losses. From the looks of it, this man is extremely vigilant and has help behind him. I suspect that he's one of the crown prince's men. If he doesn't have the help of a Taoist with real abilities, even with the palace's soldiers suppressing Dao arts, it would be hard for this man to break out of this cage. This man's martial arts and divine abilities are all in one body, and he's not one of those ignorant people. He's extremely terrifying. Does King Lu know about the calamity that befell the previous dynasty?" He then handed over a document. This was copied from the records of the previous dynasty. King Lu laughed. "What's so terrifying about him? He still has a family, parents, and a master. Isn't he afraid of being punished? Do you really think the crown prince can protect him?" As he spoke, he looked at the document, and his face turned red. The eunuch then said, "Although Pei Ziyun has a family, it's only his mother. As for his master and his clan, I'm afraid it won't be easy to restrict him. The previous dynasty, and the previous dynasty all had a precedent. A Taoist who had lost everything and was proficient in martial arts and Dao arts. How terrifying would that be? King Lu, officials have the authority of the imperial court, and Dao arts can't invade them. But what if the Taoist assassinated the unprotected followers, relatives, and low-ranking officials? I'm afraid he would be able to kill so many people that they would lose faith in him. Pei Ziyun had assassinated everyone in Ying, Yong, and Liang prefectures. I'm afraid he's not one of those pedantic people. What he's doing now is to set up a death trap for him. Once he's inside, he'll wipe him out." King Lu was a man who understood military strategy. With just a thought, he could imagine the consequences of the Taoist's actions. He then sat down on a chair and pondered for some time. "I didn't expect the Taoists to be so dangerous. No wonder the previous dynasties couldn't ban him." He was initially curious as to why the imperial court didn't slowly eliminate the Taoist, or at least eliminate the legacy of Dao arts. Now that he had seen the records, he knew how terrifying the Taoist could be. There were even records of people killing commoners, using poison and Dao arts to massacre an entire county. The 2 of them looked at each other in silence. After some time, the eunuch spoke out. "King Lu, don't be too anxious. Even if the Taoist doesn't care about anything, he won't be able to harm you. If King Lu wants to kill him, there's always a way. However, the Taoist won't be able to do much. Throughout history, there's never been a 5th-ranked official who could be killed using Dao arts." The frowning King Lu then relaxed and said, "You really know me well. Find out Pei Ziyun's whereabouts. Just keep an eye on him. That's all." Someone acknowledged and left. King Lu then picked up the document and sighed. Every 10 steps he takes, he kills a man. He doesn't leave a trace for 1,000 miles. When he's done, he brushes his robes and leaves. Although he's an enemy, I can't help but praise him. It's just that the way he wrote this poem, it sounds like he's trying to provoke me, but at the same time, it sounds like he's trying to calm things down. It's really hard to understand. When King Lu finished speaking, he didn't mention Pei Zi-yun anymore. He then said, "This person has tarnished the reputation of King Lu's palace. Do you think my brother will take this opportunity to make things difficult for him? He's been enduring for far too long." King Lu, although all the officials praised the crown prince for being refined, he's just a gentle person who doesn't dare to take risks. At the end of the day, he's too soft and gentle, but not strong enough. Whatever moves he makes, he's just borrowing the strength of others. King Lu, you don't have to worry about Pei Zi-yun being used by the crown prince. Your words have struck a chord with me. King Lu nodded his head and thought for a moment before speaking. I will reward those who have done well and punish those who have done wrong. Go to the accounts room and collect 200 taels of silver. Remember this lesson next time, and don't make the same mistake again. Yes, Your Highness. I will remember. The eunuch bowed respectfully. East Palace of the Crown, Prince, several beast-shaped furnaces were burning within the palace. The imperial concubine was hugging a baby within the tent. At this point, the baby was slowly growing. His original monkey-like face was becoming more adorable. His eyes were wide open as he babbled, as if he was trying to say something. The imperial concubine looked at her own son. This was the grandson of the emperor. Originally, the crown prince had no sons and was under a lot of pressure. Now that he had a son, his situation was much better. However, this wasn't enough. She held a piece of paper in her hands as she spoke. My son, mother has to fight for you. I have a feeling that top score pay will be our benefactor. Yeah. The baby stretched out his hands, as if he was saying something. Looking at her son, the imperial concubine laughed. She stretched out her fingers, which the baby held on to. She then mumbled, "Son, do you think so too?" Chapter 174. The snow gradually turned into a drizzle, and the river was clear. Pei Zi-yun looked at the surface of the river and saw that the number of boats had increased. It's been 2 years. I've heard that the number of ports has increased from 3 to 7. The sea trade is booming, and this has led to the shipbuilding industry. Pei Zi-yun was currently on a 3-story ship. The space was much bigger than it was 2 years ago. It was divided into cabins. The first floor, the second floor, and the third floor was the main hall. Curtains hung down from both sides of the hall and could be used for many banquets. There were about 20 to 30 guests on the boat. There were merchants, scholars, tourists, and even visiting relatives. There were people from all walks of life mixed together. When Pei Zi-yun reached the third floor, he could hear the cheers coming from above. It was the storyteller telling a story. The banquet was set up around him, and the floor was red. The storyteller sat in the middle. Pei Zi-yun took a seat and ordered some dishes. They had just arrived yesterday, and the dishes were plentiful. He then listened to the storyteller speak. Family was from Chu. He was carefree and did not care about trifles. His actions were always unexpected. The locals called him Crazy Fan. When Zhong came to Chu to be a county magistrate, when he heard Fan Li's name, he sent his subordinates to pay him a visit. When the two of them met, they talked about the Tao of Kings. They were extremely agreeable and regretted not meeting each other earlier. They felt that the countries of the Central Plains were gloomy and that Chu was in chaos. Wen Zhong then resigned from his position and followed Fan Li to Wu. At that time, the king of Wu placed Wu Zi-su in an important position. He listened to him, and the country was flourishing. Hearing this, someone below could not help but ask. In history, there were 7 such places in Chu and 6 in Wu, but I've never heard of Wu Zi-su. Someone then replied, "This is the book of the Yu Nu sword." You bookworm, don't interrupt. This person was unconvinced and mumbled, "Nonsense. There's such a beauty under the heavens." Fan Li, she She's even more beautiful than what you said. Ah Ching stared at Shi Shi, and his killing intent disappeared. With a loud whistle, he broke through the window. The storyteller paused and said, "From then on, Shi Shi suffered from heartache. Family and Shi Shi roamed the world. Although they lost their riches and honor, they gained longevity. As the saying goes, one gains and one loses." It was referring to Pei Zi Yun's maiden sword, which was slightly modified according to the era. Fellow villagers, if you have money, please support me. If not, I won't be able to buy a new book, and I won't be able to tell stories for all of you. The storyteller pretended to be pitiful as he walked forward with a gong in his hand. A veiled woman was sitting in the front row, listening to the storyteller. Her eyes were a little dazed. Seeing the copper gong in front of her, she took out a tael of silver and placed it on the gong. A look of joy appeared on the storyteller's face. "Thank you, young Mississippi." The woman pressed the gong and looked at the storyteller in front of her. She then asked, "Who wrote this book?" The storyteller was stunned. He smiled and said, "Miss, it's Jiu Bukong's work. He has published 3 books, and they are circulated in the province. All the big booksellers have them. Many thanks." The woman thanked him and looked at the storyteller before she stood up and left. Pei Ziyin looked at the woman, who was holding his sword. He guessed that she was a heroine who had roamed the pugilistic world and was attracted by his book. The 3 books all had their own emphasis. The Yu Maiden Sword was suitable for the pugilistic world. In this world, there were martial artists and heroines. The Liang Zhu was Zhuing Tai and Liang Shanbo. It was about the love and hatred between the 2 families. It was written in a sentimental and touching manner. It was very suitable for young girls. Nie Xiao Qian was the story of a female ghost and a scholar. However, there were ghosts and gods in this world. Hence, the reader was more immersed in the story. Of course, some of the details had been changed. Pei Ziyin saw that everyone was engrossed in his novel and felt a sense of pride in his heart. He thought to himself that writing novels was progress, but depended on social interaction. Even with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of readers, how could it be compared to tens of millions of people reading books? After finishing his meal, he returned to his cabin and closed the door before lying on his bed. With a tap of his finger, a plum blossom appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and bigger until it became a semi-transparent information interface. It floated in front of him. Divine powers. Stars transposition, 2nd level, 25. 11% completed. The reputation points I used to level up to the 2nd level are slowly increasing again. For the sake of battle, I have to level up the stars transposition. If I can complete the 3rd level, I can consider cultivating the Een Master. The 1st and 2nd level of the Een Master realm is the consolidation of forms. This is easy to understand. The 3rd and 4th levels are the ascended divinity. This is the ability to view everything from the perspective of Een Master. The 5th and 5th levels are the night roaming. This is the ability to leave the Een Master's body and travel to the underworld. The paradise and ancestral halls can also be visited. This is not a temporary trip, but a real trip. The 7th and 8th levels are the removal of one's records. This is the removal of one's records from the underworld. When one reaches the 9th and 10th levels, one can be called an earth immortal. After a long time, Pei Ziyin opened his eyes. His Een Master was still at the consolidation stage. He paced around deep in thought. Back then, Xie Chengdong had obtained the plum blossom. Could have other uses? Pei Ziyin thought to himself before laughing. Everything now is just wishful thinking. The most important thing now is to focus on the present. At this point, someone knocked on the door. Is young Master Pei in? It was the cold voice of a lady. Pei Ziyin froze and opened the door. It was the lady from earlier. When she saw Pei Ziyin, she spoke politely. Young Master, an important person wishes to see you. Who are you? And who is this important person? Pei Ziyin asked. Young Master, don't worry. I am. The lady took out a silver tile and flashed it in front of Pei Ziyin before keeping it. Crown Prince's mansion. Where is the important person? Pei Ziyin asked. The lady stretched out a finger and pointed at the top of the mountain. Five-Finger Mountain. The Five-Finger Mountain wasn't very tall. After walking for a few miles, the path could be seen. Pei Ziyin walked along the mountain path. Along the way, he could see the leaves on the trees along the way. There were also flower buds growing on the trees. Pei Ziyin couldn't help but think that it was still early spring. If it was late spring or early summer, this would be a beautiful and secluded place. After walking for half an hour, the group of them arrived at the main peak. The terrain was wide and spacious. At the top of the mountain, there was an empty plot of land. There was a Taoist monastery. There were two young ladies standing in front of the monastery. When they saw Pei Ziyin, they didn't say a word. They just squatted down and led the way. Pei Ziyin followed them in and saw several guards and eunuchs. All of them lowered their heads and made way for him. Some of them even turned a blind eye to him. They led him to a side hall where he saw a lady sitting on a chair. Pei Ziyin walked in and took a step forward and bowed. The lady stood up and bowed as well. "I finally met you. Thank you for saving my life all those years ago." "I don't dare." Pei Ziyin hurriedly avoided her. "Greetings, Empress. I didn't mean to save you back then, and am not worthy of such a bow." The lady waved her hands, and everyone else retreated. Only a eunuch and a military official remained. The lady then introduced them. "This is Eunuch Qin, and this is Thousand Household Zhang. They are my trusted aides." Pei Ziyin looked at Eunuch Qin. He was middle-aged and had a sharp look in his eyes. He was a highly skilled martial artist. Pei Ziyin looked at the other man and saw that Thousand Household Zhang was tall and sturdy. He stood upright and exuded a killing aura. Actually, this wasn't all. The screen was a picture of a person standing under a willow tree, looking across the river. There was a carriage with a dragon on it and a goddess. Pei Ziyin felt a sense of familiarity. If he tried to recall, he would be able to. However, this wasn't what he was looking at. Instead, he was looking at someone hiding in the shadows. "Please take a seat." The imperial concubine spoke. Seeing that everyone had taken their seats, she then continued, "It wasn't easy for me to come here, and I don't have much time to see young master." Young master's plan to subdue the pirates, and without making a sound, managed to turn the situation around. This allowed Ing Prefecture to earn 300,000 silver taels a year. What a wise man. "Besides thanking you, I would like to ask a favor of young master. Do you have a good plan to help the Crown Prince?" The Crown Prince wasn't the one who wanted to kill me. It was King Lu who wanted to kill me, and implicated young Master Pei. I hope young master can come up with a plan. The stronger the Crown Prince is, the weaker King Lu is. Sooner or later, the Crown Prince will have to answer for his actions. The imperial concubine spoke of King Lu. Her tone was filled with hatred. Pei Ziyin didn't expect the imperial concubine to speak so directly. It looked like he wouldn't be able to stay for long. He then fell into deep thought, and the entire hall fell silent. The imperial concubine was right. The stronger the Crown Prince was, the weaker King Lu was. At this point, he could make use of the Crown Prince's strength to fight back. He then said, "Actually, this isn't difficult." At this point, the four of them looked over in disbelief. Pei Ziyin didn't seem to mind as he retrieved a brush and some ink. He then spoke. "As for the Crown Prince, the problem lies with the Crown Prince's grandson. The Emperor wishes for the stability of the country, and thus has to place importance on the Crown Prince's grandson. This is the Crown Prince's biggest problem. Now that the imperial concubine has a son, this problem has been mostly solved. The ice is 3 feet deep, and it doesn't freeze in a day. What's left is just a matter of time before it thaws. Now is the time to break the ice. Breaking the ice can't be rushed. If the Crown Prince were to smash the ice might break, and he might even sink. Hence, the Crown Prince's plan is indeed wise." When everyone heard this, they all nodded their heads. Pei Ziyin couldn't help but smile as he pondered for some time before speaking. Reputation and weapons cannot be faked. Actually, the Crown Prince's greatest strength right now is his status as King Lu's official. However, we mustn't be too slow. Everything must be done in moderation, and the medication must be used according to the symptoms. I have some suggestions that I can share with the Crown Prince. As Pei Ziyun spoke up to this point, he didn't say anything else and started writing. When he was done, he couldn't help but perspire profusely. The imperial concubine received the document and was about to read it when he placed the brush aside and cupped his hands. Concubine, please continue. This subject shall take his leave. The imperial concubine took a look at it and exhaled deeply. She then hid it and instructed, "Thousand household Zhang, go and see master pay off." Seeing that he had left, she turned around and asked, "Eunuch Qin, what do you think of this person?" "Nyang Nyang, this person is very frightening. Even though I'm sitting next to him, I can hardly lock down this person's aura. This kind of person is really not suitable to be near Junyan." The imperial concubine smiled and stood up. "Your words are more or less the same as the commander's. We don't have much time left. Let's go back." Yes. At this point, more than 200 people rushed out of the monastery. Nobody knew where they were, but they escorted her down the mountain. Chapter 175. Crown Prince's Mansion. The Crown Prince's mansion was grand and majestic. The Crown Prince used to live in the palace, but the Emperor felt that he was too old, and thus ordered him to build this mansion. The Crown Prince's mansion was the most majestic out of all the other palaces. The palace walls were tall, and the center of the mansion was dark. The Grand Princess's ox cart stopped in front of the mansion, and a serving maid stepped forward to help her up. The sky was dark, and the clouds were heavy, as though they were about to fall. 2 eunuchs were waiting with lanterns on. When they saw her approach, they welcomed her this way. From east to west, they walked along the corridors. Palace maids stood in front of the doors, and occasionally, eunuchs would come and go as well. Their footsteps were light and graceful. When they arrived at a side hall, there were 2 eunuchs standing there. Both of them were holding onto their whisks. The Grand Princess walked in and saw the heavy curtains hanging down. The tiles on the floor shone brightly. The Crown Prince held onto the script and read it over and over again. He had some doubts in his heart and couldn't understand what was going on. Beside the Crown Prince, the imperial concubine was serving the Crown Prince. Her face was pale, and her body was weak. The Crown Prince turned around and noticed that the imperial concubine was cold. He then retrieved a cloak and draped it over her. The eunuch at the door called out, "The Grand Princess has arrived." Hearing these words, the Crown Prince placed the script aside and walked up. "Aunt, you've finally arrived. Why are you rushing me? Can I not come? Tell me, what's the matter? Like this?" The Grand Princess entered the main hall, and a serving maid took the Grand Princess' cloak from her and placed it on a rack. "All of you, please leave. I have something to say to my aunt." The Crown Prince didn't say anything further and ordered everyone to leave the hall. "Imperial concubine, there's no need for you to leave. Come and read the script to my aunt." The Crown Prince pulled the imperial concubine away. The Crown Prince returned and sat on the main seat. The imperial concubine sat beside him and invited the Grand Princess to sit on the guest seat. The Grand Princess looked at the handsome Crown Prince and noticed that he had a worried look on his face. He had a scholarly look on his face as he watched the imperial concubine read the script. Duties are not greater than rights. Rights are not greater than fates, and fates are not greater than names. Only names and artifacts cannot be imitated. Since the rights of the emperor and his subjects are broken, then we shall rely on our intelligence. The eldest princess sat on the side and listened to the Liang Di reciting. When she heard this, she couldn't help but nod her head. This passage was not bad. It hit the nail on the head. The imperial concubine continued reading. "The Crown Prince has already attained the status of a ruler and a minister. How can he cause chaos and disturb the court? Your Majesty is worried that although the world is at peace, the thorns and thorns have yet to be removed. Hence, I am pleased that King Lu has bowed to me, and that the Crown Prince will be at ease. The so-called policy of peace is to control the outside world and eliminate the vassals within. You can't suppress all of them, so choose one to control them. You can't destroy the vassals, so choose one to cut them down. It's just the right thing to do. Show it to the people of the imperial court and make their hearts not with his majesty and not to fight for power. The imperial concubine finished reading in one breath. When the crown prince heard this, his eyes were filled with surprise. What was written on the manuscript was exactly what he wanted. Although he had read it before, when the imperial concubine read it, he was still very happy. The grand princess, who was seated by the side, listened to the imperial concubine. She was silent for some time before she nodded her head. Where did the crown prince find such a famous scholar? These words are very well said. You're already the crown prince and have the status. If you continue to plant your men everywhere, rope in the officials, and raise your own private troops, I'm afraid even the emperor will find it difficult to tolerate this. Hence, you can't continue on the path of forming factions and factions. Instead, you have to show off your power and authority. Aunt, you've always supported me. King Lu has been pressing on me with every step of the way. Now that I've come up with a plan, I've invited Aunt. Although I've come up with a plan, I'm still very worried about the future. In the future, King Lu's power will be established. Even if I have a famous weapon, what can I do about it? Even now, my brother dares to assassinate Pei Ziyun. I'm the first to reward him, and he's the second to kill him. I'm afraid that I'll lose the trust of the people. The crown prince frowned as he spoke. The crown prince understood that King Lu might not be interested in Pei Ziyun. However, if he killed Pei Ziyun just because he was rewarded, the crown prince would be helpless. If news of this were to spread, it would damage his reputation. His followers would also be dispirited. However, if he wanted to retaliate, it would be difficult. Crown Prince, take a look at the script. What do you mean by a famous weapon? Everyone under the heavens is the emperor and you're the crown prince. As long as you don't commit any grave mistakes and don't become muddle-headed or corrupt yourself, all the officials will protect you. This is the rule of our ancestors and has been passed down from generation to generation. Getting rid of the elders and getting rid of the young is the root of all trouble. You've set up the right path. Even if you don't form factions, the hearts of the people under the heavens will still be on the crown prince's side. The grand princess held on to the script as she spoke. The crown prince was initially surprised, but when he heard the grand princess's words, his eyes gleamed with joy. He then looked at the imperial concubine and said, "See, I've made the right decision in inviting Aunt over. Aunt's words have enlightened me. Aunt, it's just that I still have some doubts. How should I express them? How should I not let the officials lose their confidence and not let the emperor worry?" The crown prince cupped his hands and asked the grand princess. The grand princess looked at her nephew and thought for some time before replying, "What the emperor is worried about is that although the lands under the heavens are peaceful, there are still thorns and thorns that haven't been removed. This script is very clear. This is a thorn in the emperor's heart. Crown Prince, you can do something about this and show off your talents. However, if you push all the generals and generals against you, you'll be digging your own grave. I'm afraid even the emperor won't be able to protect you. And what should I do then?" The crown prince paused for some time before asking. "Firstly, you have to choose a target to attack. Let the people under the heavens and the emperor know of your methods, so that they won't think that you're easy to bully. King Lu is the favorite of the emperor. Not only does he have 3 sons, he's also a military strategist. He's able to get rid of all the thorns and thorns in the world. King Lu is very powerful. Not only does the emperor allow him to do so, he even uses King Lu to get rid of all the thorns and thorns in the world. King Lu also takes the opportunity to expand his influence, which makes the emperor's brother wary of him. Secondly, King Lu's biggest flaw is that in order to become the crown prince, he has no choice but to overstep his boundaries in many areas. All you have to do is to find something that's neither too big nor too small and use it as evidence to strike him down. Aunt, I understand what you're saying. If the attack is too strong, there will be repercussions. If the attack is too weak, there won't be any repercussions. I don't know what's appropriate. I've never thought about this before, and I don't know what to do now." The crown prince sighed as he spoke. If the attack isn't too big nor too small, Why would it be too big or too small? If the crime is too big, he'll be sentenced to death. This is to kill King Lu. Not only will King Lu retaliate, he's still the son of the emperor. How can he not be concerned? Hence, you have to attack King Lu and, at the same time, show your benevolence so that the emperor doesn't have to worry. The Grand Princess stood up and paced several steps. This script is well written. If the crime is too big, he'll be sentenced to death. As long as he doesn't lose his title or be sentenced to death, it'll be appropriate. You're looking for King Lu to overstep his boundaries and find someone to punish him. Such a crime won't affect King Lu. However, this is the law of the land. The emperor has no choice but to reprimand King Lu for not governing his household properly and punish him accordingly. The emperor's reprimand may be reprimanding him, but the officials and the rest of the world may not think so. Many of them will turn their attention to the crown prince. This way, the crown prince will be more stable. Hearing the grand princess's words, the crown prince's hands trembled. He was filled with joy as he paced several steps before speaking. "Thank you, Aunt, for your teachings today." The grand princess paused for some time before speaking. "It was you who came up with the plan and gave me inspiration. The plan is clear and concise, and the details are clear and comprehensive. You can say that with this plan, you won't have to worry about anything. You're a nation scholar, and the crown prince needs you. If possible, you should be courteous and seek out a talented person to assist you. This is the right thing to do." When the crown prince heard this, he laughed bitterly. "Aunt, it's not that I don't wish to seek out a talented person. It's just that I have my own difficulties. Actually, you know this person as well." When the grand princess heard this, she pondered for some time, as though she was thinking of someone she knew. Before long, a look of shock appeared on her face. "Are you talking about Pei Ziyan? But didn't he kill quite a number of King Lu's soldiers and hide away?" "Yes, I'm not good at reading people. It was the imperial concubine who managed to come up with the plan." The crown prince fell silent for some time before sighing. If he had protected Pei Ziyan, he might have had a chance to recruit him. If he were to appear now, it wouldn't be appropriate. The grand princess raised her head and looked at the imperial concubine beside the crown prince, deep in thought. Looks like this imperial concubine isn't a meek person. It was just that the imperial concubine had given birth to the crown prince's son. It could be said that the crown prince had been losing favor with the emperor, but this was the key to reversing the crown prince's fate. At this point, it wasn't appropriate for the crown prince to speak any further. After saying a few words, she took her leave. As he sent the grand princess out, the crown prince wore a smile on his face. He looked like he had a lot on his mind and wasn't as happy as before. The imperial concubine saw the change in the crown prince's expression. She had done this and didn't dare to meddle in politics. She then said, "Crown prince, it's raining heavily outside, and it's chilly as well. Please come in." "AI, this plan of yours isn't bad." When the crown prince heard this, he didn't move. He then looked out at the courtyard. "But I can't be too careless. Men." At this point, the crown prince seemed to have made a decision. Hearing the summons, an official walked over. The crown prince then instructed him softly, "Yes, crown prince. I guarantee that this will be done cleanly and efficiently. Go." The crown prince finally said, and then entered the palace with a melancholy expression. The grand princess walked along the corridor and arrived at the entrance of the palace. She was greeted by the sound of the spring rain. A serving maid opened an umbrella and helped the grand princess up the ox cart. The grand princess turned around and looked at the huge trees behind the crown prince's palace. At this point, they had sprouts and were brimming with life. The sound of the rain outside could be heard, but the grand princess didn't seem to mind. She then retrieved a book of poems and pondered for some time before mumbling, "Martial arts, Tao arts, strategies, poems, novels. You're well versed in them. Why did the heavens send such a talent to you? Is this a blessing or a curse?" The grand princess then ordered, "Turn around and head to the imperial palace." "Yes." The ox cart turned around and headed towards the imperial palace. It had only traveled for a kilometer or two when the grand princess started to feel anxious. Suddenly, the image of the Canton princess appeared in front of her, thin and weeping. After a long time, she sighed, "What a sin! Stop the ox cart. Let's return home." The Grand Princess's voice rang out. The ox cart driver didn't ask for the reason as he tugged on the reins and turned around. The Grand Princess then pulled the curtains back and looked out the window at the sprouting branches. It was unknown what she was thinking. Chapter 176. Capital city 2 miles away from the city, one could see a long river. Outside the window, peach blossoms were in full bloom. There was a small stream, and some small fishes were pecking at the petals of the peach blossoms, causing ripples on the surface of the water. Several wild ducks were floating on the surface of the stream, occasionally pecking at the water. Not far from the stream, there was a small courtyard by the side of the stream, with a window facing the stream. Pei Ziyin stood in front of the window, holding onto a brush as he wrote. He seemed to be getting tired from writing, and placed the brush aside. His neck and back were starting to feel uncomfortable. He twisted his body and loosened his muscles to loosen his muscles and bones, allowing his blood to flow smoothly. He then exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Pei Ziyin finished reading the book. The title was Romance of the Western Wing. He stretched lazily and said, "I've finally finished writing. It's so tiring. Even though I've become a master, writing for such a long period of time makes my back ache." As he spoke, he stood up and turned to look at the spring scenery. It was bright and beautiful, and the grass, willows, and even the alleys were all covered in a layer of green. This time, I followed this official to the capital city secretly because the original owner's memories had been used up. In order to deal a blow to Xie Changdong, I have to borrow the Crown Prince's strength. Besides, I want to know if the Crown Prince can succeed. Just as Pei Ziyin was deep in thought, an official knocked on the door. "Young master, are you in? My master invites you to a banquet." Pei Ziyin had been in the capital city for a few days now, but hadn't had the chance to meet the Crown Prince. As he walked out the door, he saw a commonly dressed official. This official was the one he was meeting with. When he saw Pei Ziyin, he walked up to him and whispered, "Young master, the Crown Prince is hosting a banquet today. He will find time to meet you." Hearing these words, Pei Ziyin bowed. "Please lead the way." When the official saw Pei Ziyin bow, he returned the gesture. "Young master is too courteous. Please follow me." Pei Ziyin boarded an ox cart and entered the city. The ox cart passed through the city gates and along the streets. The journey was bumpy, and before long, he could see a mansion filled with ox carts. The ox cart stopped at a secluded corner. There were 2 guards standing guard at the entrance. The official flashed his token and entered the mansion without making any noise. He walked to a side room where it was quiet and secluded. There was a bookshelf and a small table with a flask of wine and a plate of peanuts. The official then invited him in. "Young master, please wait a moment." Pei Ziyin nodded his head. At the Crown Prince's banquet, many guests came and went. Among them, there were many important guests. The Crown Prince was either sitting or receiving guests. At this moment, he was talking to a count beside him. A maid walked forward, carrying a plate with a secret message on it. The Crown Prince glanced at him and knew that Pei Ziyin was here. He had long heard of this man's talents, especially his peace policy. He had to meet him. After the maid left for a long time, the Crown Prince ordered the eunuch in a low voice, "Follow me to change." The so-called change of clothes meant going to the toilet. The eunuch followed the Crown Prince to the toilet. The Count, who was at the side, didn't think anything was amiss. He then went to talk to another marquis. There were a lot of nobles coming and going. When the Crown Prince went out, he took several quick turns and arrived at a side room in the middle of the corridor. The eunuch automatically stood guard in front of the door. When the Crown Prince entered, Pei Ziyin was already waiting for him. When he saw the Crown Prince, he stepped forward and bowed. "Your humble subject pays his respects to the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince looked at Pei Ziyin and thought to himself, "He's so young." The Crown Prince stepped forward and said, "Please rise." The both of them sat down. Although time was tight, the eunuch still served tea. The Crown Prince took a sip of tea before speaking. I've read the peace policy, and I like it very much. It's a good policy, and I wish to carry it out. It's just that there's anything you'd like to add, or anything else I should take note of? Pei Ziyun then looked to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince had a scholarly air about him, and didn't have much of an aura about him. He had a soft and gentle air about him. He thought to himself, no wonder the Crown Prince lost to King Lu in the previous life. He was soft and gentle, and lacked masculinity. Hearing the Crown Prince's question, he replied, this policy is feasible. It's just that the Crown Prince is here and needs to be slow. If not, there might be great danger. Oh, the Crown Prince hadn't thought of this, and was taken aback. Why is that? His expression was one of panic. Pei Ziyun looked at the Crown Prince, and was somewhat surprised and worried. He then said, Crown Prince, that day when I presented this policy, there was something I didn't consider thoroughly. The Crown Prince already has a grandson, and this is the foundation of a nation. The Crown Prince has a noble temperament, and doesn't like to fight. The Emperor and all the officials know this. With such a drastic change, how would the court view the Crown Prince? Do they think that the Crown Prince has a grandson, and is impatient, and reveals his true colors? I'm afraid that the Emperor will not be pleased, and the officials will be worried. King Lu is like a tiger watching his prey, and will make use of him. If we want to carry out this policy, we have to take it slow, and plan it slowly. We have to change it bit by bit, and we will succeed. If we don't have a sense of propriety and rush forward recklessly, not only will it not be beneficial, it might even be harmful. Pei Ziyun said these words, but he didn't mention the most important point. The Crown Prince was the heir to the throne and had to have his own views. Pei Ziyun's policy had caused the Crown Prince to change so much. To put it nicely, he was accepting advice. But to put it bluntly, he was soft-hearted and was easily swayed by the officials. This was the greatest disadvantage of being a ruler. Hearing these words, the Crown Prince's expression changed. He seemed to be deep in thought, and at the same time he seemed lost. He paced around for some time before exhaling. You're right. This is an important matter, and I'm getting a little anxious. If your subject has anything else to say, feel free to say it. The Crown Prince took out his fan and sighed. Pei Ziyun stood up and bowed. The Crown Prince is wise. This humble subject has nothing to say. When the Crown Prince heard this, he smiled and returned to his seat. He then looked at Pei Ziyun and said, your plan has done a great service, and I'm very pleased. Merits must be rewarded, and mistakes must be punished. Do you have any requests? When Pei Ziyun heard this, he thought about how to reply. If he made too many requests, it would bring trouble. If he didn't make any requests, it would bring trouble. Dealing with the royal family was always troublesome. As he thought about it, he remembered the father of the original owner. In this era, filial piety was deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. The imperial court also encouraged this. He hurriedly bowed down. Crown Prince, this humble subject is a Taoist. How dare I ask for an official to reward me? Many years ago, my father died in the hands of the soldiers in order to quell the rebellion. My mother carried this humble subject on her back and was forced to leave the country. Now that the great Su dynasty has eliminated the rebels and brought peace to the world, it is a blessing for the people. This humble subject has been through so much chaos and only wishes for the Crown Prince to ascend the throne and bring prosperity to the world. Furthermore, I have received the Crown Prince's grace. My father was bestowed an official position by the Crown Prince and was able to live a peaceful life. My mother was also bestowed the title of Crown Prince. This is a debt that cannot be repaid, which is why I came up with this plan. This is a crime punishable by death, and I plead for the Crown Prince to punish me. The Crown Prince was thinking about Pei Ziyun's request and didn't expect Pei Ziyun to say such a thing. At this point, he was moved. Filial piety had been practiced throughout the dynasty, and even the Crown Prince was deeply affected by it. Hearing these words, he was reminded of his mother. The Crown Prince sighed. Your subject has always been a lonely subject. What crime have I committed? After some time, the crown prince seemed to have thought things through. At this point, he changed the topic and asked, I've heard that your subject has been ambushed many times. Is there a reason behind this? Crown Prince, in this era of peace, this humble subject would not dare to ambush anyone. There must be a reason behind this. Pei Ziyun sighed. Dark Altar sect supports King Lu and has the intention of swallowing the entire Dao sect. Along the way, they eliminated the elites of the other sections. This humble subject was targeted and thus had a conflict with them. This humble subject had traveled to the southern kingdoms and was ambushed several times. Fortunately, I managed to extract some information from them and found out that this Dark Altar sect is extremely hard to deal with. They have many henchmen all over the world. It's a pity that this humble subject only managed to extract information from the Liang, Ying, and Yong prefectures. Well done. The Crown Prince clapped his hands in praise. He then spoke out coldly. Dark Altar sect dares to meddle in the affairs of the world. It's no wonder that Second Brother was able to spread his influence everywhere. The Crown Prince paused for some time before speaking out coldly. Since that's the case, I shall order 1,000 households Zhang to cooperate with you. After he finished speaking, the Crown Prince turned around and laughed. I have a question. Since your subject is so talented, why did you choose to become a Taoist? Pei Ziyun replied, My father died many years ago when he was fighting against the bandits. It wasn't a big deal. As an official, it was normal for him to die for his country. It's just that he was slandered by his superiors. They said that he died for the bandits, and his reputation was tarnished. Although the world was in chaos at that time, and the previous dynasty didn't come to a conclusion, there was a rumor that spread throughout the counties. Everyone fled for their lives. My mother then took my deceased husband's memorial tablet and carried me to Slow River County Snail Village. At that time, a Taoist said that this rumor had affected my deceased father's safety. Hence, for the past 18 years, he had been wrapped in cloth and couldn't see the light of day. Other people prayed to me every year, but my mother and I could only pray in secret. We were afraid that if we were to see the light of day, we would implicate my deceased father. When I was young, I didn't know about it. When I grew older, I felt terrible. Furthermore, I was young and didn't know that the imperial court's benevolence was as vast as the sun and moon. Hence, your humble subject made a vow to seek the blessings of the gods. In the future, I would become a Taoist and become a Taoist. Once I succeeded in my cultivation, I would be able to help my deceased father. At this point, Pei Ziyun sobbed. In the future, although your humble subject passed the high scholar exams, it was related to my deceased father's wishes. The gods are watching over me, and I dare not regret it. Now that the Crown Prince has bestowed an official position upon my deceased father, I am even more satisfied with the light of day. The Crown Prince was just asking casually. He waved his fan and listened attentively. Hearing the truth, he couldn't help but feel moved. He nodded his head, so that's how it is. Your subject didn't know that your father made a vow to become a Taoist. I'm very happy for you, but I feel that it's a pity. I've also talked about you during our discussions. I've also investigated you. What you said wasn't wrong. The Crown Prince spoke calmly. It's just that when the dynasty was being established, you killed someone in private. That's a little out of line. However, I will remember your contributions. The Crown Prince laughed. Today's discussion was good. If there's a chance in the future, we'll talk about it again. As he spoke, the Crown Prince stood up and left. He had originally come out to change his clothes. Now that 15 minutes had passed, he naturally had to leave. Pei Ziyun hurriedly bowed to the Crown Prince before he shook his head. I'll come up with a plan. The more I push myself, the more trouble I'll cause. It's just that I have to borrow the Crown Prince's strength. In other words, I have to prevent King Lu from ascending to the throne. That's the only way. Those transmigrators think that they have the ability to rise in ranks and become rich. There's an 80 to 90% chance that they're seeking death. This time, I'm sincere and sincere. I hope that I can resolve some of the problems I'm facing. That's why I was more concerned with the Crown Prince's situation and didn't give him a plan. Just as he was thinking, the official stepped forward and bowed. He didn't speak as he led Pei Ziyin out. Chapter 177. As he walked out of the Crown Prince's mansion, he could feel the wind blowing and the rain falling. It was as though silkworms were munching on mulberry leaves. Pei Ziyun felt his entire body relax as he walked out of the mansion. Before becoming Een Master, he could even see the Emperor and move his sword energy. Once he became Een Master, he could only see the Crown Prince. It was as though he was a ferocious beast. His Een Master strength was suppressed, and his powers were depleted. Even the second level of the stellar transposition technique had no effect on him. An ox cart arrived. The driver didn't speak, but the official handed a token over and whispered, "Master Top Scorer, this is the token for the Crown Prince's mansion." Pei Ziyun received the token and looked at it carefully. The token was engraved with a python and shone with golden light. In the middle of the token were the words Crown Prince's Mansion. He smiled as he heard the official speak. "Master Top Scorer, the Crown Prince's first task is for you to choose a suitable punishment for King Lu." "Do I have to do such a detailed task?" Pei Ziyun was speechless. At this point, the plum blossom flashed before his eyes as an information interface appeared before his eyes. Mission: help the Crown Prince attack King Lu and force Renwei to leave King Lu's mansion. The Crown Prince's mansion was just nearby, and he could feel a strong energy swirling around it. Pei Ziyin didn't look at it carefully and thought to himself, "Let's leave the city first." "Master Top Scorer, the Crown Prince has instructed us not to take the same route we came from. Let's take another route." The official spoke as he led Pei Ziyin away. Pei Ziyin sat down in the ox cart and looked at the rain without speaking. The ox cart moved slowly, and only the sound of the rain and the hooves of the ox cart could be heard. After some time, they passed by a peach tree. He stretched out his hand and plucked a peach blossom. He then thought of the original owner. With such a strong suppression, no wonder the Taoist was only a minor Taoist. Xie Qingdong obtained the plum blossom and had to assist King Lu. He had to meddle with the imperial qi and obtain the title of Crown Prince. Everything else is secondary. I have to improve my abilities as soon as possible. The most important thing now is to increase my reputation. Pei Ziyun thought to himself. The wind started to pick up, and the peach blossom in his hand was blown into the air. The wind is picking up. Pei Ziyun looked at the petals in the distance, as his long hair fluttered in the wind. Dark altar Taoist temple the sky gradually darkened. Spring was always rainy like this. There were several guards at the entrance. On the walls surrounding the Taoist temple, there were many runes engraved on the bamboo. These runes seemed to emit a faint spiritual light, constantly fighting against the black gas that was constantly eroding it. It was as if the entire Taoist temple was covered in a kind of deep darkness. The inside of the Tao gymnasium was pitch black. There was no color at all. The blind Taoist sat upright. His bloodied eyes stared at the black anchor. There were cracks on the surface of the anchor, and there were black rays of light circling around it. It was as though the cracks were being mended and restored. "Unfilial disciple, you've revealed the heavenly Tao. My 100-year plan was almost destroyed in a single day. How hateful." The blind Taoist thought to himself as his face turned ashen. "Luckily, you didn't hurt your foundation. You can still be saved." Just as he finished speaking, he heard a loud pa sound. The anchor that was placed on the top of the Taoist temple shook. The cracks on the anchor seemed to have opened up yet again. Hearing this sound, the blind Taoist's face was filled with fear. The entire world was silent. Soon after, a loud boom sound could be heard. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky. It was just about to land on the Taoist temple when it deviated slightly and landed outside of the Taoist temple. A tree that was as thick as the mouth of a bowl was snapped in half. The lightning started to burn, but was extinguished by the rain. Soon after, several more bolts of lightning struck down. As they neared the Taoist temple, they deviated and struck the ground. One of the guards at the entrance raised his head and looked at the lightning falling from the dark skies. His expression wasn't good. He sighed and whispered to his companions, "What do you guys think the blind Taoist has been doing in there lately? Why does he always stay in the Taoist temple and not go out? Besides, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I keep feeling that the Taoist temple has become very dark and gloomy. Just looking at it makes me feel uncomfortable. The lightning in the skies makes me feel uneasy. Could it be that he's done something evil in there?" The guard was a new recruit who had only been in the temple for a month. Just as he finished speaking, the leader's face turned cold as he reprimanded the guard. "Don't say such things again. Later on, go and receive 10 strokes of the cane. If there's a next time, be careful of your dog head." Hearing the leader's words, the guard's body trembled. He knew the weight of 10 strokes of the cane and didn't dare to rebuke. He then replied, "Yes, leader." After the leader finished reprimanding the guard, he subconsciously glanced at the Taoist temple. There was a palpitating aura emanating from the temple, and he couldn't put his finger on it. It felt like there was a gigantic beast lurking there, and it felt like there was a monster lurking there. It was just that he wasn't sure what it was. All he knew was that there was a blind and crippled Taoist who couldn't leave the temple. The iron anchor on the incense burner within the Taoist temple began to crack and crack. The blind Taoist's skin was bleeding profusely, like a corpse's blood. It was as if there was an immense amount of pressure weighing down on the Taoist's body. As the crack grew, the pressure on the Taoist grew stronger and stronger. Eventually, he couldn't move a single inch and couldn't even make a sound. The crack didn't grow any further. Within the crack on the iron anchor, a black aura emanated out to fill the gap. Originally, the flame of the oil lamp on the incense burner had been extinguished. However, as the pressure on the lamp dissipated, the black aura gushed out, and the green flame of the lamp lit up, glowing faintly. Wah! The blind Taoist spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was originally bright red, but as it dripped onto the ground, it slowly turned black and emitted a foul stench. "Damn it, my fate energy is being torn apart." The blind Taoist's body trembled as he retrieved a porcelain bottle with fear in his eyes. He poured out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. He then mumbled to himself, "The heavens have changed. The imperial chi attached to me seems to be weakening. The backlash is getting stronger and stronger. Not good. King Lu's fate energy is weakening, and the Crown Prince's fate energy is rising. If King Lu's plan is broken, then everything will be over. His body and soul will be destroyed, and he will never be able to reincarnate." The blind Taoist thought of this and didn't hesitate any longer. He then shouted out, "Quick, invite young master in. I have something important to report." Did something strange happen today? An hour later, Xie Chengdong, who was dressed in a straw raincoat, didn't enter the Taoist temple immediately. Instead, he asked expressionlessly, "Young master, lightning struck down from the heavens today." Following that, the Taoist invited young master in. Apart from that, there was nothing strange. The team leader replied. He had many suspicions in his heart, but didn't say anything unnecessary. "Is that so?" Xie Changdong frowned as he looked at a tree which had obviously been struck by lightning. He paused for some time before stepping into the Taoist temple. However, the moment he stepped in, he felt that something was wrong. Within the Taoist temple, there was a grayish-black qi pervading the air, along with a foul stench. When Xie Changdong smelled it, he frowned. This was a backlash. The backlash from the heavens was getting stronger and stronger. How much longer could the blind Taoist hold on? "Young Master Xie, did something big happen recently? The backlash from the heavens has caused King Lu's fate energy to weaken. If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for more than a year. Young Master will also meet with a calamity." The blind Taoist spoke as he revealed a look of fear. "What?" "Since the backlash from the heavens is this serious, why didn't you say anything earlier?" Xie Qingdong looked at the blind Taoist's expression and felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. When he heard these words, he frowned. "Young Master, who told you that the backlash would accumulate gradually? Initially, it wasn't too bad. However, there was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder today. The imperial qi, which had enveloped the entire Taoist temple, suddenly weakened, and heaven's wrath appeared once again. That's why I hurriedly contacted young master. This is a warning from the heavens, and we mustn't be careless. The blind Taoist saw that Xie Changdong's expression wasn't right, and realized that he had lost his composure. He then hurriedly regained his composure and spoke slowly. Xie Changdong paced several steps before he frowned and spoke. I've received news that King Lu made a move against Pei Ziyin not too long ago. He killed 2 6th-ranked eunuchs and a group of soldiers from King Lu's mansion. We've also lost our spies from Liang and Yong. Could it be that this has damaged our foundations and ruined our fortunes? Hearing these words, the blind Taoist pondered for some time before speaking. According to logic, the deaths of 2 6th-ranked eunuchs and tens of soldiers wouldn't be able to damage King Lu's foundations. As for the loss of our spies, it's indirect and wouldn't have such a huge impact on King Lu. But the imperial qi has weakened, and I've suffered from the backlash. This is a fact. My foundations must have been damaged somewhere. The crown prince has obtained good fortune, but King Lu's fortune has been damaged. His foundations have been damaged, and he's been weakened. I'm afraid he's in danger now. What? Damn it. Xie Changdong stood up and paced several steps. His face was ice cold. Who was it? Who caused this change? Could it be Pei Ziyin? Hearing these words, the blind Taoist spoke slowly. Pei Ziyin has gone against us several times. Now that the imperial qi has changed, I'm sure it has something to do with this person. I'm afraid this is the backlash from our previous plan to snatch the thread of Tao. Xie Changdong laughed coldly. If you follow, you'll become immortal. If you go against, you'll become an immortal. Since we've snatched it, we can't return it. To attain Tao, how can we not snatch it? This kid has tried to kill us several times. Isn't that the same as stealing our fortunes? Hearing your words, I suspect that this kid has a huge source of fortune on him. If not, how could he have become an master within 2 years? You have to know that I've snatched the original main fruit's fate and obtained many opportunities. Even so, it took me 5 years to become an master. What did he do to achieve this so quickly? Whether or not he has any treasures, I'm not sure. Other than the fact that the heavens have been messed up for a long time, everything is in chaos. However, based on the overall situation, this person must be the source. Haha, this person wants to snatch the thread of Tao as well. Xie Changdong spoke coldly. His tone was filled with impatience. Mister, tell me, will there be any more changes in the heavens? Xie Changdong's words caused the blind Taoist to shiver. He knew that Xie Changdong was starting to get suspicious, but he still said, This, I really don't know. Is that so? Then mister, rest well. As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Changdong turned around and left. Quang, the door slammed shut. I can feel it. You're about to make up your mind. You see, a father and son are too suspicious and greedy. Back then, when you were casting your spells, you were afraid of me. If not, things wouldn't have turned out this way. It's just that our fates have long been linked. If I can't escape, can you? The blind Taoist spoke softly before laughing out loud. He then coughed several times as blood flowed out from his mouth, which then turned black. Chapter 178. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the ground as the rain outside turned heavy. The rain splattered on the tarpaulin as the wind blew, threatening to overturn the ox cart. Within the ox cart, the official sat in front of Pei Ziyin. He opened the curtains and looked out. Outside the window, he saw that it was raining heavily. He couldn't help but say, It's not normal for this season to rain. That's right. Although it said that the spring rain is precious, it's too heavy. At this point, they were far away from the Crown Prince's palace. Pei Ziyin looked out the window and was distracted. Pei Ziyin's face was solemn as he pretended to look out the window. At this point, he was staring at the information interface in front of him. Pei Ziyin's face was solemn as he pretended to look out the window. However, he was staring at the information interface in front of him. He was puzzled. Ever since he was reborn with the plum blossom, the system had always given him a mission. Perhaps it was because the imperial chi was concentrated around the crown prince. Pei Ziyin thought to himself. Perhaps the system was affected by the imperial chi around the crown prince. It would take some time for the system to process the information. Who was this Ren Wei? Pei Ziyin tried to recall. Since he had become a Yin master, it wasn't difficult for him to search for memories. Pei Ziyin thought for a long time before he opened his eyes and mumbled, "So, it's this person. I've only heard of him once." Ren Wei was King Lu's advisor. His father and grandfather were officials in the previous dynasty. However, his family had fallen. He loved to study history and was good at poetry and literature. However, he had failed many times in the imperial examinations. When he was 40 years old, he still hadn't managed to pass the examinations. He felt that his talent was unappreciated and thus became a guest of King Lu's palace. When King Lu ascended the throne, he became an assistant minister in the Ministry of Rights. However, he was killed. Nobody knew why. In truth, the information he had heard was too fragmented. However, the original owner was already imprisoned and couldn't ask for much. Since the system had pointed out Ren Wei, he must have played a key role. How could such a person not be noticed? He must have caught King Lu's attention. However, there was another possibility. This person hadn't revealed his talents yet, and thus didn't have any status. Pei Ziyin had his own guesses. However, Ren Wei was related to King Lu. He could investigate him, but he had to be careful. I shall take a look at the rewards for this mission. Mission: help the crown prince to attack King Lu. Cause Ren Wei to leave King Lu's palace. Incomplete. As soon as he looked at it, a message came over: safe absorption of legacy. Seeing this, Pei Ziyin was secretly shocked. He then thought to himself, "It's just as I expected." He then focused his attention on the scroll and stopped explaining. It's the original owner's wish? It's just that the reward is really tempting. Pei Ziyin thought to himself, "In my memories, there are 3 other legacies. I was wondering why Xie Changdong was able to use the plum blossom to become a saint, and why I suffered the backlash when I used it. So it was because of this hidden function. I have to complete the mission to obtain it." At this point, the official noticed that Pei Ziyin had been staring out the window for a long time without speaking. He then asked curiously, "What is Master Top Score thinking about? Why are you so lost in thought?" "I'm thinking about something." Pei Ziyin regained his senses and spoke plainly. "The crown prince has placed such a heavy responsibility on me, and I feel uneasy. I'm afraid that I won't be able to fulfill the crown prince's expectations. I have some ideas and would like to trouble Brother Zhao to help me retrieve the names of all the officials within the imperial censor system who are not related to the crown prince, as well as the officials within King Lu's mansion. I have a use for them." Hearing these words, the official stared at Pei Ziyin, as if he was trying to read something from Pei Ziyin's expression. However, he couldn't. He then asked, "Master Top Scorer, do you have a plan in mind?" Pei Ziyin replied plainly, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated." How can these matters be solved so easily? I have to understand the situation before I can do anything. That's easy, since the Crown Prince has already instructed me to cooperate. If Master Top Scorer has anything to say, feel free to instruct me. The official clasped his hands together as he spoke. "I wish to pay my respects to the Grand Princess." Pei Ziyin spoke. When the official heard this, he instructed the coachman, "To the Grand Princess's mansion." "Yes, Your Excellency." The coachman was one of Pei Ziyin's men, and thus acknowledged the order. He then turned around and headed towards the Grand Princess's mansion. The sound of the cow's hooves splashing against the water could be heard. Unknowingly, they could see the walls of the mansion. At this point, the rain had lessened, and the light drizzle was carried by the wind. From afar, they could see the silhouette of the Grand Princess's mansion. It stood tall in the rain. Through the walls, they could see that the interior of the mansion was densely forested. The walkways, corridors, fences were all modeled. Pei Ziyin stood outside the walls, and could hear the sounds of birds chirping from the trees. The fragrance of flowers permeated the air. He couldn't help but sigh. At first, I didn't know why the Grand Princess was collecting so much money. Now I understand. The Crown Prince's annual salary is 10,000 taels of silver and 10,000 stones of rice. The Canton Prince's annual salary is 5,000 taels of silver and 5,000 stones of rice. The Grand Princess has been bestowed with a farmstead. She can collect 1,500 stones of rice and 2,000 coins of silver. The Grand Princess has been bestowed with 2 farmsteads. She can collect 3,000 stones of rice and 4,000 taels of silver. 3,000 stones of rice and 4,000 taels of silver. It doesn't seem like a small amount. However, the Emperor has bestowed this mansion upon her. If she were to maintain it, I'm afraid that would be a sum of money. There are hundreds of people living here as well. How could she not earn money? Even though she's a relative of the Emperor, she still has to work hard to earn money. If she were a prince like King Lu, she would have many ways to earn money. If she were a Canton prince and the princess, they would only be able to maintain their appearances. This mansion would not be able to sustain them. The Emperor knows about this as well. That's why he allowed the Grand Princess to earn money. Your Excellency, we've arrived at the Grand Princess's mansion. The coachman didn't want to go to the front, as it was too obvious. Instead, he came to a corner and spoke to the carriage. Pei Ziyin opened the curtains of the carriage and saw that it was the Grand Princess's side door. Just as he was about to alight from the carriage, the official stopped him. Master Top Scorer, please wait. It's not appropriate for you to make an appearance. Let me go. Thank you for your trouble. Pei Ziyin felt that what he said made sense. As he spoke, the official opened his umbrella and alighted from the carriage. He knocked on the door and opened it. The official seemed to have said something. It was raining and the wind was blowing. The official waited outside the Grand Princess's side door. After some time, a serving maid came over and reported the Grand Princess's reply. The official returned to the ox cart and looked at Pei Ziyin before handing him the letter. The Grand Princess's mansion is really efficient. It didn't take long for the news to be sent back. Pei Ziyin received the letter and flipped it open. There were beautiful words written on it. It's better not to see each other. This meant that the Grand Princess was refusing to meet him. That's true. It's not like the Grand Princess can be the Emperor. She's already received double the salary of the princess. It can be said that there's no way for her to be promoted or rewarded. The Emperor is her blood-related brother. Naturally, he would be in the best position. The Crown Prince and King Lu are her nephews. As long as she doesn't interfere directly, there shouldn't be any problems. At most, she would just have to be obedient. Now is a critical juncture for the Emperor's throne. At least in the open, she can't interfere directly. It's normal for there to be blood relations between the Emperor and the Crown Prince. However, she can't reveal it openly. Pei Ziyin wasn't angry, but thought to himself. The official looked at Pei Ziyin. It's understandable that the Grand Princess doesn't want to see you. Hearing these words, Pei Ziyin laughed and said, "Please hand me these books." The official got off the cart. Pei Ziyin thought for some time. Hold on, let me write a few more words. Pei Ziyin then took out a brush and wrote a piece of paper. He then placed it into the books and handed it over. I'll have to trouble your Excellency, Zhao. The official smiled. Don't worry. The official walked to the door and spoke to the person outside. The person at the door received the few books and didn't waste any time before passing them in. Within the mansion, the Grand Princess was lying in bed under a red veil. A serving maid was massaging her legs. A silver plate was placed in front of her with some fruits on it. When she reached the door, she spoke to the granny guarding the door. Granny, the person who handed me the letter has returned with books again. The granny who was guarding the door received the letter. Wait here. I shall bring the books in. The granny entered the room and whispered, Grand Princess, the person who handed you the letter has returned with a few books. Should your highness take a look or not? Oh, another book? Let me take a look. The Grand Princess lay on the bed and stretched lazily. The granny handed the 4 books over to her. The Grand Princess reached out and picked up the first book. She flipped open the first page and saw a piece of paper. The Grand Princess looked at it and saw a familiar handwriting. In my free time, I wrote some stories. Many thanks to the Grand Princess for your help. Since I'm here in the capital city today, I've specially brought these stories to you. At the back of the book were the names of the Sword Maiden, Liang Zhu, Nie Shao Qian, and Romance of the Western Wing. I didn't expect him to have written a few stories as well. The Grand Princess smiled as she placed the piece of paper aside. She flipped open the book and flipped through a few pages. She was about to continue reading when she stopped and sighed. It's not for me. It's for the Canton Princess. He must have put in a lot of effort. Her heart was filled with an impulse to meet the Grand Princess. However, she stopped herself and closed the book. She had a strange look in her eyes as she thought to herself, the peace strategy isn't bad. But why did you give it to the Crown Prince? The succession of the throne is a family affair. If an outsider interferes, it doesn't matter if he's a good person or a bad person. He won't have a good ending. As a Grand Princess, I can't meet you. Grand Princess, are these for the Canton Princess? The granny who was serving the Grand Princess noticed the strange look on the Grand Princess' face. She then stepped forward and asked. Hearing the granny's words, the Grand Princess didn't reply immediately. She flipped through the book and sighed. Leave the book here. I shall take it myself. She then instructed, tell the people outside that I won't see them. Yes. The granny passed the message to the people outside. Before long, they arrived at the door. The Grand Princess says that she won't see them. The official replied. Pei Ziyin wasn't surprised at all. He then ordered the ox cart to go back. His eyebrows were furrowed. The official thought that he was in a bad mood and didn't say anything. Actually, Pei Ziyin was in a good mood. These few stories were about love and love. They were very suitable for noble ladies. If he gave them to the booksellers, it would be difficult for them to spread the news. But if he gave them to the Grand Princess, it wouldn't be long before all the ladies in the capital city had read them. Since they had all read them, it wouldn't be long before he would be able to gain a lot of fame and reputation. Although he said that, he still felt troubled. He had been in this world for 2 years now. Things had happened one after another, and he didn't know when he would be able to have some peace. AI. Pei Ziyin sighed deeply. Chapter 179. In the middle of spring, there was a Taoist temple surrounded by peach blossoms. Although it was drizzling, many visitors had come up the mountain to take a stroll and offer incense. There were quite a number of devotees waiting in line. Madams had brought their serving maids with them, and several young ladies followed them. It was a very lively scene. Pei Ziyin had wanted to enter the temple as well, but stopped after sweeping through the crowd. He then took a look around the main hall, which had fewer people. Feeling bored, he turned around and walked out the door. He saw official Zhao appearing and gesturing to Pei Ziyin. Pei Ziyin then walked to a secluded spot. The official then said, Young master, the information you wanted me to find out has arrived. Please take a look. Pei Ziyin received the letter and opened it. There were many names written on it, and there were even annotations at the bottom. He then closed the letter and said, I shall take this first. If there's something else, I shall speak to you about it. The official then replied, Yes, the Crown Prince has something to say. If young master has anything to say, feel free to instruct me. All right, if there's anything, I shall come and find you. Pei Ziyin then turned around to leave. He paused for a moment, as if deep in thought. He then asked, I've heard that the Canton Princess isn't feeling well. Is that so? The official then thought about the rumors and replied, I've heard that she's caught a cold. Is that so? Pei Ziyin sighed. Arrange for an ox cart for me. I shall go to the Grand Princess's mansion. The official wanted to say something, but swallowed his words. He then arranged for an ox cart for Pei Ziyin to enter. He then heard a shout as the ox cart started moving. It went from the outskirts of the city to the inner city. After a while, it arrived at the inner city. He could hear the sound of the hooves of the donkeys clattering against the muddy water and the drizzle falling on the tarpaulin. Pei Ziyin opened up the document and started reading. The document was written in a booklet, and could be read as soon as it was opened. At this point, he scanned through the high-ranking officials. Only the crown prince would personally recruit them, or else they would not be willing to help the crown prince. However, he could gain some understanding of them, or perhaps he could borrow their influence. There was no harm in knowing. He continued reading. Chun Pin could not be used, as his official position was too low. Although He Meng was an official, he was meticulous and vigilant, so he couldn't be used. His gaze continued down the list until he saw a name, Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi, a 6th-ranked imperial censor. He had an upright personality and hated evil. He had read some of Pei Ziyun's memories. This person's rank was not high, but in the previous life, when the incident happened, he was the only one who protested against the emperor. He had almost slammed his head into the throne room and died. However, this person wasn't one of the crown prince's men. He had his own plans and could be used. Pei Ziyun flipped through the files and found a list of names of King Lu's people. Seeing this list, Pei Ziyun laughed. Looks like the crown prince isn't completely useless after all. He's managed to gather information. He flipped through the name list of King Lu's palace and noticed that Ren Wei was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't help but feel strange. Looking at the order of the name list, could it be that Ren Wei hadn't been discovered by King Lu yet? As he flipped to the back, he saw his name. Although Ren Wei was talented, King Lu's palace was filled with talents, and there was no unrest. How could a newcomer like him have the right to stand out? However, he could only make a concrete judgment after meeting all of them. Xiangyan in it was afternoon, and rows of shops were open for business. However, at the end of an alley, there was an inn. There was a huge banner with the word liquor fluttering in the wind. Several customers were drinking wine, and some were drinking wine from their gourds. The inn wasn't big and had 2 floors. There were 6 tables on the ground floor, and people were staying above. Because it was raining, oil lamps were lit, and 7 or 8 customers were drinking and chatting. The innkeeper was calculating the amount of money that a customer had paid. At this point, an elementary scholar wearing a faded green robe walked in. A waiter looked up and greeted him. "Old Run, you seem to be in a good mood today. Have you received an assignment? Do you still want to change the food you've been eating?" This person was Ren Wei. He pointed at Pei Ziyun and laughed. "You're really smart. I haven't received an assignment, but I've got a chance." He thought for some time and hesitated before replying. "Same old rules. Rice, vegetables, and tofu will do." "All right, please wait." The waiter was about to leave when Ren Wei thought for some time and shouted, "Give me a chicken leg today." When the waiter heard this, he noted it down and walked towards the kitchen. Pei Ziyun had already put on his makeup. At this point, he was a young man who was dressed rather well. He had followed Ren Wei all the way to the inn. Pei Ziyun sat far away and did not approach him. "Dear customer, what would you like to order? Our Xiangyan restaurant has a lot of specialty dishes, such as sliced chicken, beggar's chicken, braised chicken, duck soup, braised fish, sliced beef, etc. Fresh fruits are also available in our restaurant. What would you like to eat?" When Pei Ziyun heard this, he felt a little hungry. He thought for some time before replying, "Give me a portion of beggar's chicken, a flask of wine, and some vegetables." "Dear customer, please wait a moment." The waiter turned around and left. After a while, he returned with the dish. He held a hammer and knocked on the shell of the beggar's chicken. When the shell was pried open, steam could be seen, and a strong aroma could be smelled. Just as the waiter was about to leave, Pei Ziyun looked at Ren Wei and asked, "That man looked like a high scholar and seems to be a regular customer of your inn. Why does it seem like he's having a hard time? Why is he hesitating to eat a chicken drumstick?" The waiter was about to leave when he heard this. He turned around and looked at Old Run before whispering, "Hey, dear customer, you don't know about this. That man isn't a high scholar. He's an elementary scholar. It's been said that he took the exams several times and failed. Hence, he decided to work for King Lu. You're saying that he's so poor and only eats vegetables and tofu every day, he can rise to the heavens in a single step? It's been said that the competition is very intense. This man couldn't get a job and could only work as an informant. He spends his days idling around and bragging to us that he's working for King Lu. I've never seen him get any good jobs. It's all hard work that nobody is willing to do, and the pay is low. Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun's heart skipped a beat. Renwei was having a hard time. If that's the case, this task will be much easier. He then continued asking, King Lu should be rich, right? Even if he's an informant, his salary should be high. Why is he living such a poor life? Young master, you're not from the capital city? The waiter looked at Pei Ziyun and asked. Before Pei Ziyun could reply, he continued, That's true, young master. Rice is expensive in the capital city, not to mention food and clothing. There are many informants in the king's palace. This man even likes to buy books. Books are very expensive. Furthermore, King Lu's palace isn't a mountain of gold or silver. Informants are divided into 3 to 5 classes. This old ruin belongs to the lowest class. King Lu's palace is governed by military rules. Those who have merits will be rewarded, and those who have faults will be punished. This man is the lowest class informant and has no merits. All he does is support the king's palace. How would he have any money? He only earns about 3 to 4 taels of silver a month. You can rent a room in my shop now. Have lunch at King Lu's palace, and come back to my shop for some vegetables and tofu at night. Waiter, order. At this point, someone shouted. The waiter didn't say much and hurriedly complied. Pei Ziyun looked at Ren Wei from afar. Looks like it won't be difficult. This man's life isn't easy. Let's add some fuel to the fire. Pei Ziyun slowly finished his meal and stood up. Let's go to the lake beside the Grand Princess Palace. Before long, the ox cart arrived. Rather than calling a lake, it would be more accurate to call a river. Only within the Grand Princess Palace, there was a man-made lake. However, there were many willow branches along the river. Pei Ziyun glanced at it before retrieving his flute. At this point, the sky was already dark, and a light drizzle was falling from the sky. The Grand Princess Palace was lit up, and the Canton Princess had lost a lot of weight. A serving maid was feeding her medicine when the sound of the flute could be heard. The Canton Princess was overjoyed when she heard the sound of the flute. She put down her bowl and listened. The sound of the flute was faint and thin, like a strand of hair. As it got closer, it became quieter and quieter. It sounded like the whispering of a lover, as if they were whispering to each other. It got softer and softer, as if the night had fallen. The Canton Princess thought that this was the end of the flute and said, It's so nice. Who's playing it? Oh, who's playing it? At the same time, the Grand Princess pointed at someone and asked. Someone replied, It's not someone from my palace. It's someone from outside. The rain was a little hazy, and it's almost dusk. I can't see clearly, but it looks like it's a young master. Before he could finish speaking, the Grand Princess waved her hands and laughed. Young men these days are so bold, and there's still someone who would think of such a method? Before she could finish speaking, the sound of the flute suddenly changed and became more intense. The sound of the flute was sonorous, like the sound of horses galloping. Everywhere it went, there was nothing but desolation. The sound of the flute changed again, but it sounded like the sound of crying. Fathers crying for their children, mothers crying for their daughters, elders crying for their children, and the young crying for their loved ones. The sound of the flute had a strange power to it, and even though it was the first time anyone heard it, they could feel the pain of this chaotic world. The Canton Princess's face turned red, and then turned pale. She wanted to stand up, but she staggered and sat down. She felt like vomiting. The Grand Princess was smiling and was about to enter the side hall when she heard the sound of the flute. Her face changed. Not good. Let's stop them. This flute sound is too sad. Hearing it will hurt the body. Your Canton Princess must not listen to it. Soon after, the sound of drums, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. The sound of swords and crossbows could be heard. Blood flowed like a river, and millions of corpses could be seen. At this point, the flute was much longer than usual, and everyone who heard it was shaken to their core. Soon after, the sound of the flute reached the horizon. Someone paused before replying. Yes, I shall chase this person away. Don't. The Grand Princess seemed to have understood something. Wait a little longer. The sound of the flute gradually melted the winter snow, and all living things sprouted and multiplied. If one listened carefully, one could hear the sounds of farmers plowing the fields, merchants selling their wares, boats moving, and children playing. Gradually, this became a prosperous era. The farmers harvested their crops, the merchants profited, the officials were honest, and the king was wise. All of these happy events came together and turned into a long song. That wasn't all. Taking advantage of the peace and prosperity, the hearts of the people were united. Once again, an indescribable resonance could be heard. This was the voice of millions and millions of people. Peace, happiness, and a carefree life. This was their dream. The resonance became weaker and weaker until it gradually disappeared. The Canton princess opened her eyes, and a tear fell from her long eyelashes. However, she suddenly felt a sense of clarity in her heart. Her eyes were clear, and her body felt light. Crown Prince. At this point, an ox cart was listening by the side. The person inside was silent for some time. What a good flute, and what's even better is the song. This song is the voice of the heart. I originally had some doubts about him, but it seems like this kid really has the heart of peace and prosperity. Ask him what this song is called. Yes. The man hurriedly left and spoke to the official. The official then asked, Crown Prince, this song is called Peace Without Worries. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.